Waking. It's almost too easy, I heard a voice mutter. I woke suddenly, but experience told me to keep quiet and pretend to still be unconscious. I tried to reach out and see through any insects nearby, but there was a horrible emptiness where those senses had been. I struggled to remember what had happened. We were fighting Scion, and then the sounds of 2 shots and then nothingness. Killing muggleborns before they get their letters, the voice continued. Why didn't anybody else ever think of doing this? Because Hogwarts keeps the book locked up tighter than a Gringotts bank vault. Even our man inside only got a look at a few names, or we'd be making a clean sweep this year. There was silence for a moment, and the sound of a shoe kicking soft flesh. Won't this alert the Dark Lord's enemies? A few muggle deaths? Muggles die all the time, they murder each other, hit each other with cars, it's a wonder that they haven't all killed themselves off already. Nobody is that lucky, the other man muttered. Besides, we've got people in the Muggle Police Department who will swear that this is the result of ordinary Muggle crime. Police. Like Aurors, but stupider. I could hear the sounds of the 2 men moving around. Well, we've got 3 more to take care of tonight, and then we'll call it for the evening. You want to go get a crawler in Hogsmeade? Sounds good. A moment later there was a strange popping sound, one that repeated itself a moment later. I knew better than to simply assume that they were gone. I waited 5 more minutes before I cautiously opened my eyes. I was in a dingy alley that wouldn't have been out of place in Brockton Bay. There were 2 people lying on the ground less than 10 feet from me, their faces had expression of pain and terror. I grimaced as I stood up. It wasn't until I pushed myself up that I realized that I had both of my arms. Looking down, there wasn't the stump that I had expected. Instead there were thin, twig-like arms that had none of the toned muscle I was used to, hard-earned by my years first as a supervillain and then as a superhero. What the hell? I muttered. My voice was high-pitched and childish, and it didn't sound at all like my own. I walked over to the woman and dug through her purse. I found a compact soon enough and flipping it open, I grimaced. I didn't recognize the face that stared back at me. I was still a brunette, but that was as far as it went. My new face was actually better looking than my old one, although whether that would survive puberty was anyone's guess. Somehow I was in the body of a child. The last thing I remembered was killing Scion and then the sound of 2 gunshots, followed by blinding pain to the back of my head. I reached back, and there were no injuries, not in this body. Was I actually a child who had fantasized a life as a superhero? I certainly couldn't feel any of the insects around me, and the one thing I'd learned in my former life was that there were always insects everywhere. It didn't matter. People had tried to kill me, and they claimed to have people in the police force, who would presumably be watching if they made any mistakes and missed anyone. I dug through the woman's bag after rolling the man over with some difficulty and pulling out his wallet. The couple was Nigel and Camilla Scrivener. They were the right age to be the parents of this body, younger than my dad, and handsome and good-looking respectively. I could even see a resemblance between them and the face I'd seen in the mirror. Neither had a cell phone. I rifled their wallets for money, and all I found were pound notes. A check of their addresses showed addresses in Great Britain. A quick check and I found that they had £400 between the 2 of them. I pulled the rings off the woman's fingers and the earrings out of her ears. It was ghoulish, but without my powers I didn't have a lot in the way of assets to help me survive in this new world. I was assuming this was a new world because the dates on the driver's licenses were wrong. These people were far too young to be born in the 1960s, so either I'd gone back in time, or I was somewhere that hadn't quite caught up to the 2010s. Taking the man's keys, I cautiously made my way to the alleyway. It was nighttime, but there weren't many people around. There were only a couple of cars on the street, and checking showed me that the key fit into one of them. It was a Volkswagen Rabbit, a tiny car, and the steering wheel was on the wrong side. There weren't any cell phones in the car, but there was a map. Looking at the addresses on the people's driver's licenses, I checked the street signs and tried to figure out a route. If the map was right, we were in London, and it looked like we lived 5 miles away. I could walk that. In training I'd done that all the time. However, that had been in my old body, with weapons and with my powers. I had none of that, and a 9 or 10-year-old child walking through the city in the middle of the night was a good way for me to get killed, again. Grimacing, I slipped into the driver's seat, and I put the key in the ignition. The car turned over just fine, but my feet barely reached the pedals, and only if I scooted forward to the end of the seat. It was awkward as hell, and as I shifted the car into gear, I had to remind myself to drive on the wrong side of the street. I was careful to avoid major highways, and yet by the time I reached the apparent location of our home, I was drenched with sweat. We apparently lived in a first-floor flat. The keys worked just fine, and I let myself in. I ransacked the place. As much as I was tempted to stay here, it would only be a matter of time before the people who had attacked this body's family would realize that only 2 bodies had been found. They'd come looking here first, and then they'd check child services. Child services wasn't really meant to prevent assassinations. This was going to be hellishly difficult. In my old life, even at the beginning of my career I'd been 15. I'd been old enough that I could get an under-the-table job, and I'd been able to move around without raising a lot of questions. Here, I wouldn't be able to rent a hotel room, use most services, and if it was part of the school year, I'd have to watch out for truant officer. I wasn't sure how much £400 was, but I suspected that it wasn't that much. In some ways it was worse that I was in London than in Brockton Bay. Brockton Bay had been full of abandoned warehouses, and other spots where it was easy to find places to sleep. London was a lot more financially successful, which meant fewer places to hide. I needed to somehow find out who was coming after me, and what they wanted. Why were they murdering children, and what were muggles? Was I in the past of my own world? Newspapers piled up by the door suggested that either it was sometime in August 1991 or these people were terrible housekeepers. I couldn't find anything in the house dated after that time, so my working theory was that I was sometime in the past. There were no references to parahumans in any of the newspapers either. There should have been. Scion had first been seen in 1982. Parahumans had been a major fixture of life since that time, and I couldn't remember ever seeing a newspaper that didn't have at least one story about them. Here, even with a week of newspapers, there was nothing. So I loaded up the biggest backpack I could find. It was a hiking backpack apparently owned by the father. It had a sleeping bag, and other things that I thought I might need. In some ways, this was going to be the hardest thing I'd ever done. No powers, no allies, only a little money and a few pieces of equipment. Of course, I'd faced the biggest monsters my world had to offer, and I'd come out on top. I set out into the night. Numb. It had been a long night. Finding a place to sleep and hole up had been my first priority, but it hadn't been easy. The girl's parents had lived in a strictly middle-class area, and I'd had to drive around for a while before I found a neighborhood that had parks that were overgrown and not well maintained. I'd have to ditch the car soon. While I had the credit cards from the wallets, I didn't know whatever passcodes they used, and it didn't look like very many gas stations let you pay at the pump. I spent 3 hours searching the area before I found an abandoned storm drain. It looked as though the drain hadn't seen any water in a long time, and the back of it was blocked off. The grate in front of it was loose, and I managed to pry it off with my tools, enough to make my way inside so I could set up my camp and sleep. This wouldn't be a good place to stay once the weather got cold. I'd have to find some place more secure by then. But it was the best I could do for the moment. It was an uncomfortable night, and I had nightmares about the fight against Scion. I woke to feel something crawling on my hand. It was a ladybug. Staring at it, I couldn't feel a sense of loss at the thought that I would never be able to feel the swarm again. I'd been the master of insects, and now my mind felt empty. I focused. It was a fantasy, but part of me hoped that I could somehow will my power back into being. For 2 minutes I strained, but despite all my efforts, I couldn't feel anything. It was like trying to lift something with an arm I no longer had. The ironic thing was that I would have rather kept my power and not had the arm. I felt a moment of crushing depression. If I really was in another world, and in another body, the odds were that I would never see anyone I had ever known again. I wouldn't see Rachel or Lisa or Dinah or Brian again. I'd be forced to relive life from the time I was a child, and until I found out who had killed me, I wouldn't ever be able to rest or relax. I let myself stare at the metal sides of the culvert blankly for 10 minutes. However, my stomach growled, and I realized that ruminating over things I couldn't control wasn't going to help me. Peeing behind a bush wasn't ideal. If I was going to do this for long, I needed to find a better solution. For the moment it was all I could think of. Next was breakfast. I couldn't risk cooking anything. People's senses of smell weren't good, but they could detect fire easily enough. Fortunately I'd brought food with me. It had taken a couple of trips from the car to carry what I'd brought from the flat. It didn't amount to much. It was just canned foods that I could eat without heating. I'd brought a hand can opener too. Opening the can, I tipped the beans into my mouth and grimaced. Bottled water wasn't all that good warm, but I had known better than to bring milk or anything that could spoil. Finishing the can, I gulped down half a bottle of water, and then I carefully slipped out of the storm drain. I checked the outside carefully before I slipped out. The sun was high in the sky already. I moved underbrush behind me, and I slipped the grate back into position. From here no one could see any of my stuff. Half my money I kept on my person, and the other half was hidden in the backpack. That way if I was mugged, or if the pack was found I wouldn't lose everything. I was carrying a Swiss Army knife. I'd have preferred a switchblade, but there hadn't been any that I could find in the dead people's flat. I hadn't found any mace or pepper spray either, and I wasn't even sure whether they'd been invented yet, or whether they were even legal on this side of the pond. It was summertime, which meant I probably didn't have to worry much about truant officers. The one advantage I had was that this wasn't 2013. It was 1991, and if Dad was to be believed, parents had been more lenient about letting their children out to play alone. In my day, no parent would have allowed their kids out until they were at least a teenager. Of course, given that the streets of Brockton Bay were filled with murderous gangs, that made a lot of sense. But in most places in the United States, parents pulled their kids in and didn't let them out. This was an earlier, more innocent time, and I could use that to my advantage. I had no idea how to find the people who were trying to kill me. They'd used some unfamiliar terms, talking about muggles, Aurors and Hogsmeade. I couldn't be certain whether these were Britishisms that I didn't know, or whether they were something more sinister. My best bet would be to hit the library. There probably wasn't an internet I could check, but if there was, maybe I could find something there. I'd seen a hotel nearby, and a library. Their proximity had been part of the reason I'd settled here. It was too late to get breakfast at the hotel, but tomorrow morning, I'd try to slip in and mingle with the groups of tourists getting the free continental breakfast, or whatever it was called over here. No one would expect a child to be homeless, and they wouldn't notice me slipping food into my pack for later. Even if it was just cereal, it would help to extend my food. It was farther to the library than I'd realized while I was driving. One of the first things I was going to have to do was figure out some method to transport myself around the city. Walking would take up all my time and it would expose me to more danger. Even something as small as a skateboard might help, but I really needed a bicycle. I slipped inside the library, and to my relief there were other children there. I blended in quickly, and I quickly found the British dictionaries. There were no mentions of Mudbloods or Hogwarts or Hogsmeade. The latter two sounded more like places than names. "Miss," I began, talking to a librarian. "An American?" she asked. Apparently my accent hadn't changed with my body. I don't know why I thought it might. "My parents are visiting here from Boston," I said. "And I heard somebody talking about a couple of towns, Hogsmeade and Hogwarts. Have you ever heard of them?" She frowned. "No, I haven't." What followed was 30 minutes of frustration as we searched through maps and reference books. In the internet age, it was a search that could have been done with a few clicks of a keyboard. Ultimately we found nothing. "I'm sorry, dear. Someone must have been having you on, or maybe you misheard them." "That must be it," I said. "I must have misheard them. Either I really had misheard, or these places were secrets. Where was I going to get more information? I didn't have anything to go on. They had people in the police department, but I had no idea whether those people were coroners, beat cops, or the police chief, or maybe all three. I hadn't gotten a look at either of the two men, and they hadn't dropped any convenient clues. I was at a dead end. My next step would be survival. I'd need a way to make money, something that wouldn't seem out of place for a 10-year-old to do. Transportation was next. I had vague recollection that London had a subway system, possibly called the Tube, and I knew they had those weird 3-story buses. Public transportation was supposedly better in Europe than in the States. I needed to learn my way around that system, and I needed something portable that I could use to travel in the spaces in between. Finding free food would be a bonus too, but I could hardly ask a librarian. For one thing, she would likely call child services, and for another thing I would likely have to use this library again in the future. It had a real bathroom that I could use to do a sponge bath in, and it was nice to use the restroom without having to hide behind a bush. It suddenly occurred to me that there might be one avenue of investigation. The men had planned on killing 3 other families. If I could watch the news for the next few days, I might be able to figure out some sort of common factor in the deaths. I stole a newspaper from an old man on my way out, and I headed south. I'd seen a bulletin board for a car boot sale. When I'd asked the librarian about it, she'd told me that it was something like a flea market, an informal gathering of people in a field where they brought things in their cars that they wanted to sell. It sounded ideal for me. I had £200 on me, and it might be enough to get me items I might need to survive. There hadn't been any bicycles in the flat, or I'd have tried to take one. It was probably too much to hope that someone might have a good deal on one now, but it wasn't like I had much else to do. It was a 2-hour trip. I was already tired by the time I reached the place. I was going to have to take up jogging again. This body was in worse condition than my original one before I'd gained my powers. It was thinner, without the small pot belly, but it had a lot less muscle tone. Without video games or computer screens, how had this girl gotten so flabby? The flea market was larger than I would have thought from the librarian's description. It covered the space of maybe half an acre. It made me a little nostalgic for the Lord's Market back at home. I wandered around, looking carefully for anything I could use. Back home at events like this there always seemed to be someone selling knives and swords. There was nothing like that here. Was it illegal, or was there some other reason? There weren't any guns either, but I knew those were illegal. Even back home I wouldn't have been able to buy either one as a 10-year-old. A bicycle was at one stand. It was bright and pink, which wasn't ideal when you were trying to hide it, but it was cheap, just £30. As near as I could tell, a British pound in 1992 seemed to be worth anywhere between $3 or $4 in 2013. I didn't like spending that much money, but while I could have stolen a bicycle from another kid, it would have possibly gotten police attention that I couldn't afford. I was leaving the swap meet when I noticed a large, heavy-set man following me. Was he with the people who had attacked me, or was he another sort of predator? I couldn't be sure. The swap meet was on muddy, grassy ground, and I hadn't ridden a bicycle in a while. If I tried to ride on this kind of terrain, I wasn't sure whether I would be any faster than he was. I knew how to fight, but this body was weak, and I wasn't sure how well it would stand up to a man who was 4 times my current weight. Pepper spray would have been ideal, but there hadn't been any at the swap meet. There were people around still, although many of them were beginning to pack up and move out. I could call out for help, but that would raise questions about where my parents were. I could lie and say that I lived nearby, that might be the wisest course. The one advantage to being a 10-year-old girl was that people would look out for you. They would try to help. The only question was whether I wanted that sort of help. In this situation, the bicycle was as much a hindrance as a help. It was an older bicycle, and heavy. I saw an artist who was using spray paints on an old vanity. "Hey, lady," I said. "Could I pay you to help me?" "What?" "I just bought this bike, but I don't like the color. I'd be willing to pay you to help me." The woman smiled and we dickered for a little bit. I kept an eye on the man, who was pretending to look at some cheap art in the corner. She spent the next hour working on the bike, and I paid her £10. She was happy to offer me something to drink, and we sat and chatted. Apparently it would be another 30 minutes before the paint dried enough to touch, and 1 or 2 hours before it was dry enough to handle, and a full day before it was fully dry. I simply needed it to not be a bright pink, and I needed an excuse for the man to go away. The woman agreed to hold my bike for me for a couple of hours, and I slipped away. The man began following me again, and I ducked away. I spent the next 30 minutes trying to lose him, but the swap meet wasn't that large, and I wasn't that hard to find. I was crouched behind a table staring at him as he walked by a trash bin. There were bees flying around the bin, apparently one of the stands was selling lemonade, and people had been throwing the leftovers inside. The bees had been attracted by the smell of the sugar. If I'd had my powers, this would have been easy. I would have sent the bees directly at the man, and he wouldn't have even remembered that he was after me. I could almost imagine the bees stinging him right in the eyes. That would keep him from following me. A bee swooped in, and a moment later the man was screaming. I stared, my mouth wide. Had I done that? It hadn't felt like my usual swarm sense, but I'd felt something. People were gathering around the man, and I quickly moved away. I returned to the woman, took possession of my bicycle, and I left. She'd painted it in a camouflage pattern. With luck I'd be able to hide it in the grass and it wouldn't be noticed. If not, I'd have to hide it in the bushes. It took me a little time to get used to riding a bicycle again, I hadn't done it in years. But what had taken me 2 hours of walking was an easy 30 minutes of riding, and I knew that once I got used to it, things would probably go even faster. The bicycle had a basket on it, too, which meant that I might be able to carry things from the grocery store, assuming that I could find one. I spent the rest of the day exploring the neighborhood. Finding a Little Caesars was a bonus. I'd heard they'd pulled out of Britain in my world. Here, either it hadn't happened yet, or it wasn't going to happen at all. I bought an entire medium pizza for the cost of a McDonald's meal, and I ate as much as I could before giving the other half to a homeless guy on a street corner. I had no way to preserve it, and there was no reason for it to go to waste. I hid the bicycle under the bush, and as I went to sleep in the culvert that night, I stared at the beetle that had decided to take up residence with me. After an hour of trying, I finally made it stand up, and begin to dance. It was horribly clumsy, nothing like the refined elegance of the powers that I'd once had. I couldn't control more than a single bug at a time, and whatever feedback I was getting from the bug was even worse than its limited senses would suggest. It was like trying to use your arm when it was numb because you slept on it. It was clumsy and would barely follow your commands, but you could still do some things with it. I felt much more optimistic. I was up earlier the next morning, in time to reach the hotel and pretend to be one of the children of the guests. I ate a hot meal, and I looked over a newspaper that someone had left. There were headlines screaming about 3 murdered families. Part of me felt guilty. Could I have helped them in some way? Most of me was more pragmatic. I knew better. In this body, with no powers and no weapons, I'd have just been murdered again. I couldn't even have warned them. There were addresses, and I'd bought a map at the swap meet. I'd just have to check out the sites of the murders so I could find out if there were any clues to the people who had murdered me. Or else. I'd taken classes in lockpicking while I worked for the Protectorate, but I'd never thought I'd need them. It had always been so much easier to simply send a swarm up under the door to open it from the other side, or to use the bugs that were already in the room. Because of that, I was more than rusty, and picking the lock in the back garden of the first house took me more than 45 minutes. Even this, the third house, was taking me 20 minutes. It was frustrating, even though I could now control a single bug that wasn't nearly good enough to get through the door. His vision and other senses weren't good enough for me to simply use him to remotely scout the place out either. In my former life I would have used thousands of bugs, my vision and other senses a composite of all of their senses. Bug's vision wasn't particularly good anyway, and my new connection was tenuous. Eventually I felt the lock click under my hand, the pieces of wire I'd found finally doing the job. I grimaced, and looking around I slipped into the house. There wasn't any blood. That didn't surprise me. These people had supposedly died in a car accident along with their 10-year-old child. They hadn't even been on my radar, but I'd noticed the story about the accident and I'd drawn my own conclusions. A single murder or even two could go under the radar, 3 would be a pattern. The newspapers had thought it strange that 2 other young families had been dying of natural causes. What I was looking for was a reason why they were being targeted. If there was a common thread between the 3 of them, it would go a long way to helping me to determine where the others might strike next. This was the 3rd house, and the other 2 had been a bust. They'd all seemed like ordinary people, family pictures on the wall, toys, and other things. If I'd slipped a few more valuables in my pack, who could blame me? It wasn't likely to do them much good, and even the food in their pantries was likely to go to waste by the time the police finished their investigations. So I drank their milk and I ate the cheese in their refrigerators, luxuries that I wouldn't get in my little culvert. I checked bank books and passports, looked through records, everything I could to see any single clue that would give me the hook that I needed to lead me to the next step. There had been clothes at one house that fit me. I hadn't taken as many with me as I should when I'd left my flat. I'd even risked a quick shower. I slipped any jewelry or valuables I could into my pack. I still wasn't sure how I was going to pawn them, but I had a few ideas. The £400 I'd gotten from my parents wouldn't last forever, and it wasn't like I could get a job. It was humiliating. I'd been a superhero and before that a crime lord. Now I was reduced to being a grave robber and a burglar. I was checking their mail, when I heard the front door open. I froze, and then I carefully began to move. There was a large picture window leading out to the back garden, with floor-length curtains, and I slipped behind those, careful that my feet didn't stick out. I slipped my pack behind the other side of the curtains. It was helpful that I was small and thin. The muggles haven't checked here yet. I heard one voice. They were busy with the other 2, the muggles here just died in a car crash, so going through everything wasn't a top priority. It seems suspicious, 3 sets of Hogwarts kids dead in one night, and another missing. Muggles die all the time, but I don't like it. You think somebody is targeting them? The other side likes to pretend they don't know anything about Muggle life, but they know enough to fake a death or 2. Well, they'd stick out, wouldn't they? Purebloods like to pretend that they don't understand Muggles, so much that they intentionally dress like they've never seen one. There's been some complaints by the Obliviators about the problems it's causing. It's not like half of them don't live right in the middle of the Muggles, not everybody can live in Hogsmeade, the second voice said. They just don't want their pureblood friends to know that they've rubbed elbows with them. Well, the older ones still remember how Muggles used to dress, and they think none of it changes. It's not like Muggle fashions don't change every 20 years or so. I think it's more like every 10 years they change, the second voice said. Hell, you can get all kinds of things cheaper from the Muggles, you know some of those rich bastards are tighter than a goblin on tax day. They've got to be getting some cheap Muggle crap on the sly. Well, it's a little over our pay grade. We're just here to make sure there isn't anything incriminating for the Muggles to find. The last thing we need is for some Muggle aura to find an acceptance letter. I thought the boy hadn't gotten his letter yet. That's the funny thing, all of these kids have birthdays in August. They're the last lot to get their letters, and it was the professors who alerted us about what to look for when they noticed the letters not being sent out. Aren't these supposed to be hand-delivered anyway? They can't deliver to the dead. So why bother here? This one knew a half-blood. They aren't supposed to, but sometimes kids share toys, chocolate frogs, cards, the usual things. What do you think a Muggle aura would do if he saw a chocolate frog jumping around? Investigate. He'd give the Obliviators even more work. It's best to head these things off before they become problems. You put the Muggle repelling charms up, right? What do I look like, an incompetent? Just get to searching. For the next several minutes I stood as still as I possibly could, worried that one of them would notice that the drapes were moving in a way they shouldn't. The time stretched out, although it couldn't have been more than 30 minutes. Eventually, the 2 men met back at the bottom of the stairs. Find anything? No. It looks like it's clean. I closed my eyes and tried to reach out to any bugs in the area. My senses still weren't that good, but I finally locked into a housefly. Houseflies were nearsighted and they couldn't focus, but I didn't dare even try to peek out from behind the curtains, and I wanted a look at these guys. I still regretted not getting even a peek at the men who had killed the Scriveners and the other. Now, I'd never know who they were even if they walked up to me, not until I heard their voices. I strained, and felt myself making the connection. It took a moment for me to force the fly to move, and then it took a moment for me to realize what I was seeing through the poor vision of the fly. Luckily I'd had years of experience in seeing through the eyes of insects and I was able to make a reasonable guess at what I was seeing. It looked like two white men wearing long coats, most likely trench coats of some kind. When I'd been in control of the swarm, I'd been able to compensate by using different kinds of insects to compensate for each other's visual weaknesses, but here I only had a single bug, and mostly everything was a blur. I forced the fly to get closer to them. I might be able to identify his face, but it was like looking at someone's face without my glasses on and squinting. There were no guarantees that I would recognize him. Part of me wanted to peek out from behind the curtain. Even a single glimpse might be enough to recognize both of them later. But if I was able to see them, they'd be able to see me, and the human eye was designed to see movement. I didn't dare move. I kept my breathing slow and shallow, not wanting to alert either of them to the fact that I was here. Want to have a drink at the Leaky Cauldron? I hear that Tom's got some of the new stuff from France. I've got to file a report, but I'll meet you later. Fine. Then there was a sudden explosion, and it looked like the man further away simply vanished. A moment later, the one the fly was close to did as well, and the fly was pulled inevitably toward the place where the man had vanished, its body tumbling uncontrollably as the second crack sounded. I flinched as I heard the sounds. They reminded me a little of twin pistol shots, which given that I'd been shot in the back of my head twice in my last life was understandable. What the hell? There weren't any para-humans in this world, not that were talked about. I'd been looking, both in the library and in the newspaper. It was possible that I had missed something without the internet, but even if it was true, what were the odds of there being two teleporters in the same place? By definition, para-human abilities tended to be unique. The entities that had granted them were interested in seeing what we would do with them, and they hadn't seemed to like to repeat themselves, not exactly. No two para-humans had exactly the same power, although some were very similar. Worse, the way they were talking, there was an entire community, and some of them were engaged in working to keep the secret. I didn't know what obliviators, but it sounded like they had people who made problems and probably people disappear. That there were at least two sides wasn't a comfort when it was possible that neither side was actually good people. Just because the Empire 88 weren't quite as bad as the Slaughterhouse 9 didn't make them heroes. They were still Nazis. Would the other side want to kill me to cover up the murder of my family? Making me disappear would be a good way of keeping me from talking, especially as I had already disappeared myself. Moving out of the country might be my only option, and even that depended on how large their organization was. It couldn't be that large. The more people you were trying to keep secret, the harder it got. They'd used terms that I didn't understand. Muggles seemed to refer to the larger community, and it didn't seem complimentary. There was a certain casual racism about it that suggested that these people kept themselves separate from the rest of the world, even if the two men had said that almost all of them lived among us. How that could have been accomplished I wasn't sure, but there had always been groups that had tried it, the Amish, certain Jewish groups, others. Usually it tended to be related to religion. The last thing I needed was to deal with a cult of para-humans. On my world the Fallen had been some of the worst. Endbringer worshippers and fanatics. Religious fanatics couldn't be reasoned with, they did crazy things like suicide bombing and kamikaze attacks. What was a chocolate frog anyway? Some kind of rare species that they were keeping hidden? Why would that arouse suspicion with the authorities? Police officers weren't zoologists. They'd look at a brown frog and think it was weird, but they'd move on pretty quickly. They kept talking about purebloods and half-bloods, and muggleborns. It almost sounded like powers were genetic here, passed down from generation to generation. Scion had only appeared in 1982, which was hardly enough time for bloodlines to have appeared. So these people had powers that didn't come from Scion or his wife. What did that mean? Were they mutants, like in my dad's old comics from before real superheroes had put the publishers out of business? There were too many unanswered questions, and while this had filled in a few blanks, it had created 10 questions for every one it answered. It hadn't gotten me any closer to finding out the things I needed to know. Who was trying to kill me, and why were they targeting children who were born to ordinary people? It sounded like an ethnic cleansing, but for that to be true there had to be actual ethnicities involved. They'd mentioned some places. The Leaky Cauldron was apparently a bar or a pub. Hogsmeade was a place where no normal people lived, which was probably why it wasn't on the map. How did you hide an entire city, though? I'd never heard of a stranger power strong enough to cloak an entire village. Maybe they used a different name around other people and simply didn't let muggles buy in? Even so, there would be ordinary people driving through all the time on the way to somewhere else. The way they were talking it didn't sound like one of those creepy religious compounds. This was the second group that mentioned letters. Were these some kinds of death notes? Was killing people before they received their letters a form of cheating? I had so many questions, and very few things that I could act on to get more information. The one thing I couldn't do was let the second group know I was around, or they'd send their obliviators to deal with me. The one thing that might be useful was that they'd suggested that members of this group, whatever it was, didn't fit in. There would be deliberate oddities in how they dressed, and that would be something I could watch out for. I couldn't depend on it, of course. If some of them were in the police department, that meant that some of them were able to fit in reasonably well. I waited 10 minutes behind the curtain, my fly buzzing around the whole time. I had no guarantee after all that they had actually teleported. What if they'd simply gone invisible with a weird side effect? I'd seen weirder on my own world after all. It probably wasn't a problem. This species of housefly had excellent hearing, and I could hear my own breathing just fine. Still, stranger abilities were by definition strange. People who could become invisible might be able to become inaudible too. Nightmare images of slipping around the curtains only to face a psychotic murderer on the other side went through my head. I carefully slipped my knife open before I slipped around the corner. I really needed to find out what weapons were legal to carry in this country, not that it bothered me a lot to carry something that wasn't legal, but because the legal weapons would be easier to get a hold of. It would also let me know what to expect from the enemy. Getting out of the house was easy. I didn't even steal any more food other than a jar of pickles on the way out. I'd parked my bicycle down the street, and as I slipped through the back gate, I kept an eye for any watchers. I felt imaginary eyes on me on my way home. I tried using every trick I knew to lose a trail, doubling back, making quick course changes. None of it was very good on a girl's bicycle. There were no crowds for me to get lost in, and little I could do about my lack of speed. Taking up jogging again would be useful for my endurance, but I was struggling to keep enough food as it was. In situations where food was scarce, calories count. Still, I got home shortly after dark, and I spent the rest of the evening practicing my bug skills. I finally managed to control 2 of them at once, even if it was still like juggling instead of easy like it had once been. If I'd used the bugs to fly around outside looking for people trying to sneak up on me, no one could blame me. The only thing I could do now was to keep my eye out for people and things that didn't look right. These people deliberately set themselves apart from normal people, possibly so they could identify each other. I could use that. That night my dreams were twisted and distorted. I saw Sion destroying the entire world, all worlds once again, and this time I wasn't there to stop him. Instead I was being stalked by teleporting men in brown trench coats. Pass. The homeless man I'd shared pizza with 2 days before handed me the travel pass. I handed him back a 5-pound note. Any problems? I asked. He shook his head. I looked at the pass. It was a season pass that would let me use the buses and the tube. The cost made me wince, but it would give me the kind of freedom that my bicycle alone wouldn't. I'd found a tube entrance in the opposite direction from the library. It wasn't far from my culvert. London had the kind of public transportation system that Brockton Bay never had, even in its glory days, and with it, the entire city was open to me. That meant more opportunities to seek out places to get free food, but also to find places for entertainment. As it turned out, the hardest thing about being homeless was sheer boredom. There was only so much time you could spend in the library, especially since I couldn't check any books out. I couldn't even speak in front of anyone who was a police officer, because they'd probably ask for my passport. I'd been trying to fake a British accent, but Nigel the homeless guy thought it sounded terrible. Apparently I sounded like Dick Van Dyke in Mary Poppins. In my previous life I'd gained many skills. I'd learned how to fight, and to move silently. I'd learned how to intimidate people, although when you were backed by a swarm of millions of stinging insects, that wasn't all that hard. I'd never had to use other accents, and I wasn't really sure how to go about it. My best bet was simply to listen to people, keep my mouth shut and try to talk like they did. You ready for the next part? It worried me, trusting Nigel even this much. I'd spun a story about how my poor mum was in the hospital and I was on the run from an abusive stepdad. I wasn't sure how much of it he believed. The only important thing was that he not go to the police, and that he help me. He nodded. I handed him a couple of pieces of jewelry that I had stolen, and together we walked to a pawn shop. Nigel had his ID, and I made sure only to give him pieces from my original family's jewelry box. Hopefully if we got caught I'd be able to argue that it was part of my inheritance, and within my rights to take it. He came back out with £200 30 minutes later. It was possible that the pieces might have been worth more, but I doubted it. The other undersiders had fenced jewelry before, and you never got anything close to their value when you did. He handed the money over without question though, and he seemed grateful to have it. I slipped it into a fanny pack that I wore under my shirt. It was another thing I'd stolen from the second house I'd been in. It was wide enough that it could fit a book, but far too shallow. It was perfect to put money in, and since I didn't have a wallet and it fit in the front I was less likely to get pickpocketed. My biggest risk was that someone would grab my backpack, which had some of the jewelry I'd stolen stuffed in it. I had it stuffed under some clothing and other crap, hoping that no one would notice. I might be able to get more later, I said. We'll have to use another shop, though, so as not to arouse suspicion. You are a strange little girl, Nigel rumbled. He had a deep, rich voice and he was black with a beard that was speckled with grey. I wondered what had led him to be out on the streets, but I didn't ask. We got another pizza and split it, and then Nigel showed me how to make a hobo stove. It was made using a tin can, or cans up to the size of a paint can, although he warned me not to use anything that had toxic chemicals in it. We parted amicably, and I felt a lot better, especially once I'd retrieved my other goods from the half-dozen hiding spots I'd put them in. I quickly found that life was a lot easier with the travel pass. Buses and subways really did reach a lot of the city, and there were now places I could access that I never would have before. There was a Sikh temple that offered free food to anyone. I didn't dare go there too often because they would likely call child services if they thought I didn't have anyone. It was nice to have a free meal though. Museums were easy, they weren't part of my overall plan so much as they were a way to help fill the endless days. I went to the market and would buy foods that were just about to expire, usually these were cheaper. The problem was that they usually were in batches larger than I could eat before the insects got to them. For 3 days I explored the city, and then I started to notice them. It started with a woman who was wearing her dress backwards. She looked as though she'd rather be anywhere than where she was, but she was buying things at a shop. Then there was a man who looked like he belonged in the 1950s. His clothes were outdated and he didn't even seem to be wearing them ironically. I tried to follow these people, but they always vanished shortly after I did. Once I became aware of it, I saw more and more people like that. There were a surprising number of them on the tube. They all looked like they were tourists from the way they looked around and whispered to each other, but they all had British accents. It felt very strange and discomfiting. The funny thing was that the people around me didn't seem to notice a thing. Either these people were so common that no one noticed anymore, or there was something else going on. My control over insects grew. After 3 days I was up to 16 insects at a time. It was still a minuscule number, but it made tracking people a lot easier. I could follow 2 sets of them without looking as though I was following them. I was in the West End looking through bookstores. While the proprietors kept giving me suspicious looks, no one stopped me as I leafed through books that no 10-year-old would have bothered with. I was hoping to find something, anything about the people who I was trying to follow. Surely with as many of them as there were someone would know something? Had their obliviators murdered everyone? Even that would have been noticed. People went missing every day, but usually it was for understandable reasons. They were being followed by an abusive boyfriend, they had a drug habit, they were unstable. I stepped out onto Charing Cross Road, and I noticed another couple walking by. Their clothes were just as outlandish as the others I had seen, but again no one seemed to be taking notice. It was almost as though there was some kind of stranger effect, one that no one was able to see through but me. Was it because I had powers? I sent a small swarm of insects to follow them, while keeping a few to watch behind and around me. I followed them at the edge of my range, which was more than a block away. They moved into a building, and I cautiously approached it, my heart skipping a beat as I saw it. It was nestled between a bookstore and a record store. It looked old and strange compared to the more modern buildings around it, almost like it was something from another century. Considering that London itself was full of buildings like that, it wouldn't be a surprise, except that this one looked much, much older. It was a tiny, dingy-looking pub. There was something strange about the way people looked at it, their eyes slid away from it, as though they couldn't see it at all. It didn't have a sign out front. I felt reluctant to step inside, I was a minor after all, and going into a bar would draw attention that I didn't need. Yet this was the first lead I'd had in 3 days. I felt for my knife in my pocket. It was definitely illegal to carry around in Britain. I'd found that out on my last visit to the library. They didn't allow mace or pepper sprays either. Not allowing people the tools they needed to defend themselves was hard to comprehend from an American viewpoint. Taking a deep breath, I slipped inside the pub. It was dark and shabby, but the moment I stepped inside I knew I was in the right place. The people here were all dressed in ways that were subtly wrong, with some actually wearing black robes. There were old women wearing outrageous hats, and men who were playing a kind of chess. It took me a moment to realize that the figurines on the chessboard were actually moving by themselves. The man behind the bar looked at me. He was bald, with dark skin and he didn't have any teeth. "Just got your letter, did you?" "There's still been a few stragglers." My face froze, and I clutched my knife in my pocket harder. "Where's your parents?" he asked. "They thought I could handle it myself," I said, shrugging. While I wasn't much at acting, I'd learned how to bluff with the best of them. He scowled. "That's not smart. The alley is safe enough most times, but the big rush is over with and there aren't so many kids there now. You'll be fine as long as you stay out of Nocturne Alley. That's not for the likes of you." Gesturing, he stepped out from the back of the bar. "You'll need help to get through until you get your wand, then you can do it on your own. If you've got muggle money, take it to Gringotts and they'll change it for you." At my expression, he looked around and leaned toward me. "Having muggle money isn't something to be ashamed of. People don't like to talk about it much, but I'm guessing you're a half-blood from the way you're dressed, and because you aren't with one of the tour groups the professors sponsor for the muggleborns. I nodded as though I knew what he was talking about. He led me to the back of the bar, and I tensed. I had 2 bees hiding on the nape of my neck, ready to attack and at least try to sting his eyes out, but it might not be enough. He paused, and then turned to me. This is important to remember, once you get your wand I don't want you to come back and keep asking. It's the 3rd brick up, and the 2nd across. The bricks were low enough that I could reach them. He tapped one 3 times and the wall opened out into another world. It didn't open in a mechanical way, the brick quivered as though it was alive, and then a hole appeared in it that grew larger and larger. The large archway led out to a cobbled street that twisted and turned out of sight. I forced myself to look unimpressed and stepped through, and the hole vanished behind me. There was a stack of large metal pots, cauldrons according to the sign in the nearest shop. One shop had a sign advertising dragon livers, but I couldn't understand the prices. Another sold owls. Why owls instead of other kinds of birds I had no idea. There were shops selling broomsticks, and telescopes, bat wings and newt eyes. It was all a little overwhelming. It was like Salem, Massachusetts had taken witch mania to heart and had a shopping district entirely dedicated to stereotypical witches. It was a little tacky as far as I was concerned. Yet the people here didn't look like they were humoring their children. They didn't look like they were shopping ironically. There were adults unaccompanied by children, most of them in fact, and they seemed deadly serious in the things they were buying. Furthermore, there were signs that things weren't as they seemed. I could see a little boy gesturing at a toy broomstick that was floating behind him without any obvious strings. There were things in windows that were moving that should not have moved. Everyone here had that distinctive look about them, and there were a lot of people wearing black robes. There was something about their expressions, though, that was worrying. Everyone seemed tense, as though they were looking over their shoulder. When I'd been a villain in Brockton Bay it wouldn't have registered with me at all. In a city ruled by gangs everybody looked like that. But I'd been a hero in Chicago for 2 years, and I'd seen how people looked who didn't live in a war zone. These people were tense, and I wasn't sure why. Eventually I reached a large white building with a guard standing out in front. In my world he would have been defined as a case 53, a para-human whose powers had warped his body into something inhuman. Here those supposedly didn't exist. He was shorter than me, swarthy, and with inhumanly long hands and feet. He stared at me rudely as I looked at the inscription on the doors, warning against thieves. Is this Gringotts? I ventured a guess. I'd heard the Aurors talking about goblins and money, and the bartender had told me to get money changed here. He grunted and nodded. With my bugs keeping a careful eye on him, I walked past him, slipping inside the building. It was taller and more magnificent than any of the other buildings, and the inside had a lot of marble. I'd seen places as nice in Chicago, but never in Brockton Bay, which had been on the decline for decades. There were a huge number of tellers, possibly 100, all of whom seemed like they were hard at work. All of them were goblins, if that was what the guard outside was. That made it clear that he wasn't just some kind of strange Case 53 anomaly. Like para-humans, no Case 53 had the same deformities. Yet all of these people seemed to be formed from the same cloth. They were all small, they all had basically the same skin tone, and they all had hands that were outside of the human norm. Their feet were presumably the same, but I couldn't see them behind the counter. I cleared my throat and spoke to the first goblin that didn't have a line. I'm here to change my money, I said. He sneered at me and pointed at the stall at the end. Talk to Gorloke. Last goblin against the south wall. I saw goblins weighing out gemstones the size of glowing coals. The value of just one of those gems was mind-boggling, and I wondered if they were real or some kind of replica. If they were real, then each gem was worth at least $1 million, and that was if their quality was low. He had a stack of them that he was weighing, which probably represented enough money to get my dying city back on its feet. How much money did these goblins control? I'm here to change Muggle money, I said. I didn't say into what, because I didn't know. The goblin stared at me for a moment, then gestured for me to take a seat. Not knowing how much I would need, I slid £200 across the counter. Hopefully this wasn't a huge mistake. He handed me back a stack of coins. Can you explain the exchange rate? I asked. He was obviously used to this question, even though his eyes narrowed at me. Nuts are the smallest denomination, he said. 29 nuts makes a sickle. 17 sickles make a galleon. And how many galleons to a British pound? I asked. 5 pounds to the galleon currently, he said. The number changes sometimes. He'd given me 39 galleons, 15 sickles and 58 nuts. I hesitated. Do you buy Muggle jewelry? His eyes almost seemed to gleam, and he nodded. I felt uncomfortable, but I pulled my backpack around. I looked around. Is there somewhere else we can do this? I'd rather people not see what I've got. He grunted. First witch with sense I've seen in a while. Flipping a sign up onto his post, he stepped down and around the bar they were all sitting at. He gestured for me to follow him, and he led me through one of the many doors. Witch has jewelry to sell, he said to an older goblin. There were goblin guards in the room, and the goblin had a jeweler's glass on his eye. He looked up and glared at me. You saw the sign out front, he said. Trying to trick us is the same as trying to steal from us, and no one steals from Gringotts and lives. It's possible that some of it might be costume jewelry, I said. I looked at him. But if I find out that you've cheated me, well, I've got a long memory too. He grunted. At his gesture, I handed him my backpack. Half my jewelry was buried behind the bush near my culvert, leaving it inside the culvert had seemed foolish. I can give you a third of what a muggle jeweler would charge you, he said. Muggles like to overcharge, and they don't like to buy back, but we've got some use for it. I nodded. It was nothing less than I'd expected. If he'd told me he was giving me full value, I'd know he was lying. The fact that he didn't ask where I'd gotten it was worrying. He didn't seem to care whether I'd stolen it or not. I'll give you 600 galleons for the lot, he said. I stared at him for a moment, trying to do the math in my head. 600 galleons would be the same as 3,000 pounds. That wasn't bad, all things considered. I'll take it, I said. I could always transfer the money back to British money if I didn't find things to buy, and I still had the other half buried. Taking the money, I was now 640 galleons richer than I'd been earlier today, whatever that meant. I wouldn't know how rich that made me until I actually went out and shopped. Shopping. I'll take two. The old man stared at me as though he hadn't heard what I'd said. He'd just led me through a whole involved process of trying out different wands, and I had to admit that there was a certain thrill when I felt something moving through me with this one. I still didn't even know what these were for, but the bartender had said I'd need one to get back here, and so here I was. The fact that every person on the street carried one suggested that it was more than just a key. At 8 galleons it was cheap even if that was all it was. I certainly wasn't going to let a possible tool go to waste. The wand chooses the wielder, he said again. You can't simply take two. I asked. Why not? Wands develop an affinity for their owner. As you grow in your powers, the wand grows with you. Switching wands on a whim would stunt that growth. And when mine gets broken. I'm a child. Things get broken. Even if it's not me doing the breaking. Memories of my mother's flute flashed through my mind. I'd been stupid, taking it to school when I was being bullied, but I'd never expected them to defile it the way they had. Living out in the open the way I did, there were no guarantees. I could be mugged, attacked by dogs, or simply be unlucky and trip, and the wand would snap like the piece of wood that it was. Ollivander looked shocked. A witch does not break her wand. I believe in being prepared, I said. So I'd like a spare. I won't use it unless something happens to my main wand. He looked at me darkly, then sighed. Paranoid, I'd call you, but the way things are going for muggleborns these days perhaps you aren't being foolish. Oh. I asked him. I haven't seen as many muggleborns heading for Hogwarts this year as usual, he said. And it makes me question why. There are whispers that you know who is back. Who? I shouldn't say anything, he said hurriedly. He looked toward the front of the shop, as though he expected someone there to be listening. I knew there wasn't, because I had bugs on the front and back entrances watching. I could hardly tell him that, of course. If it's dangerous, that's all the more reason you should tell me, I said. Otherwise, how will I defend myself? He hesitated, then said, there are ugly aspects to our society that people don't like to talk about. There are people who don't care for muggleborns, and 10 years ago there was a war among our kind about just that issue. Who won? I asked. You wouldn't be allowed a wand if the other side had won, he said. But they never really went away. They simply went quiet. And they aren't so quiet now. There have been rumors, he said. No one really knows. But no one really wants to risk bringing the bad times back by asking. He must have seen that I understood from my expression, because he stepped back and hustled to get me another copy of my wand. As he bustled around, I looked outside the window at people shopping. I still wasn't sure I should even be here, but the wands were cheap enough that it was worth it just for that. Blackthorn, 10 inches with a dragon heartstring, very flexible. That will be 21 galleons. I thought that they were 7 galleons apiece, I said. The first one is subsidized by Hogwarts, he said. 14 is the true price. I'd heard the name Hogwarts bandied around a few times, but I still hadn't found out what it was. I hadn't dared to ask, because that might reveal that I wasn't supposed to be here. Fine, I said. I handed over the money. I slid one wand into my backpack, and the other into belt. It wouldn't fit into my pocket, and my arms were too short to hide it up my sleeves. Maybe some kind of holster? Without saying anything else, I left all vendors. The old man had creeped me out, given his tendency to stare just a little too long and to make cryptic pronouncements. I wasn't sure what to make of his assertion that wands were semi-sentient. I hoped that it was just a marketing ploy, because if it wasn't, then was owning one a little like slavery? Wandering around, I saw a lot of products that I couldn't ever see a need for. Why would I buy a cauldron, or the parts to dozens of disgusting animals? I was heading for the nearest bookstore when I stopped. Gamble and Japes seemed to be a joke store. While it was possible that I wouldn't find anything useful, it wasn't impossible that these people might be stupid enough to actually sell things that could be used as weapons. Stepping inside, I looked around. One thing I'd noticed about these people was that it seemed like they had a lot of tinkers. On my world, para-humans with the power to build technology were considered some of the most dangerous capes around. Here, there were products of whatever power these people used everywhere. There were floating broomsticks and moving chess pieces. There were 1,000 different products, all scattered around without any seeming rhyme or reason. I looked carefully through the products. A lot of it really did seem to be useless. What was I going to do with artificial poop that turned back into rubber with a command word? With a telescope that gave the user a black eye? Some of the pranks seemed to be mean-spirited, and all I could think was that my bullies would have loved a store like this back when I was in Winslow. They'd been forced to limit themselves to the usual pushes and shoves and spilled food, at least until they'd shoved me into a locker filled with 2 week-old tampons and other medical waste. I could see that sort of escalation in some of the pranks this place sold, and it didn't give me a good feeling about these people that the shop seemed to be very successful. Who would buy something like this unless they were bullying people? It didn't say good things that business was so good with such a presumably small population. After 5 minutes of browsing, I froze as I found one that seemed really interesting. Peruvian instant darkness powder. I asked the proprietor. It looked like a black rock, not like a powder at all. Throw it, and it will shroud your target in darkness. How dark? Impenetrably dark, the man said. He was younger than the wand maker, maybe my dad's age. He won't be able to see his hand in front of his face. I have to advise against using it at the top of stairs or in other dangerous places. It was almost as though he was telling me exactly how to murder someone. Was he an idiot, or was he actually promoting using his product for killing? How much is it? 10 galleons, he said. At my look, he said, we have to import it from Peru. It lasts a while too, depending on prevailing wines and the like, up to 15 minutes. I'll take 3, I said. And these marbles work to trip anyone, even on unlevel ground. They're enchanted to seek out the person who steps on them and to make them flail around comically before falling down. We used to sell banana peels that did the same thing, but there were issues with quality control. I'll take 3 sets of those, and some of these firecrackers. Are they legal to use in London? Not for children, so you'll have to stay out of muggle areas when you use them. Carefully, I picked out the fireworks that looked like they were the most dangerous. They reminded me a little of my dad's reminiscences of the good old days when fireworks were strong enough to blow people's hands off. Hopefully these Tinkertech fireworks would be just as dangerous. Even if they weren't, I could probably use them as a distraction. I had enough control over my insects that I could probably use them to light one while I was somewhere else. I nodded, and I stuffed my purchases in my backpack. The clerk looked uneasy as he handed me my receipt. You aren't planning to do anything illegal, are you? I'm just a kid, I said, smiling. It didn't reach my eyes. He didn't look convinced. If anything, he looked even more anxious. He staggered back as I moved around him toward the door. Watch your step, I said as I left, waving. As I passed through a number of other stores, I didn't see anything I would need. Robes might help me fit in here, but where would I keep them? Buying a cat or a snake or even an owl would be irresponsible when I was living out in the wild. The bookstore was where I really needed to go, but I stopped into a shop called Baron's. It was here that I really found myself getting excited. It was a shop filled with chests and containers of all kinds. Some weren't enchanted at all, while others were larger on the inside. They sold wizarding tents too, some of which had indoor plumbing and showers. I really wanted one of those, but there was no way I'd be able to set one up in the middle of London without someone noticing and coming to investigate. Even if I could, the cheapest tent would cost more than half of my original stash. They had chests that expanded on the inside too, including some deluxe models that expanded on the inside to the size of a rather largish house. Unfortunately, they also came with a price tag that was as much as a house. Even if that wasn't true, I still didn't have a place to put it. It occurred to me that what I really needed to do was to find a warehouse that I could break into. If I could do that, I could set up a wizarding tent inside and no one would notice. There was no point in buying anything here until I could find a place for it though. Still, the thought of plumbing and showers whenever I wanted was almost enough to make me pony up the money immediately. The woman saw the look of disappointment on my face, and she looked down at the fanny pack at my waist. From the expression on people's faces I'd learned not to call it a fanny pack. I still wasn't sure what I should actually call it. I don't suppose you know of any stores that sell stuff like this second-hand? I asked. She frowned. There's a couple of stores in Nocturne Alley, but it's not safe for someone like you to go there. Could everyone tell I was a muggleborn just by looking at me? Did I look like a tourist? I was going to have to work on my act. It's just. I really need something like this, but these prices are a little steeper than I can afford, I said. I looked up at her. I may have to risk it. You shouldn't, you really shouldn't, she said. Her saying it made me want to visit it even more. It sounded like it was what the bad parts of every town were. The place where pawnshops and petty crooks were found. However, there was an undertone to her voice. If this was where the genocidal wizards were congregating, it might not be wise for me to go there, at least until I was able to increase the size of my swarm. She must have seen something in my expression that she didn't like. The woman bit her lip, and then looked around. There was no one else in the store. I could enchant that for you, she said. I'm really not supposed to, the ministry regulates these things, but there's a workaround that helps avoid breaking the secrecy rules. Oh. Your bag will be able to hold up to 600 pounds, she said. But to muggles it will appear to be empty. I can even throw in a charm so that whatever you ask for is always at the top of the pile. How much will it weigh? I asked. I struggled to keep the growing excitement off my face. This was something that would be a game changer for me, but if I let her know how badly I wanted it, she'd overcharge me. Telling me that it was semi-illegal was most likely a marketing ploy to drive up the price. Still, if I could afford it, I was going to buy it. I couldn't afford not to. Nothing, she said. Not more than the bag itself anyway. Should I have it done to my backpack instead? That thing will be a lot more convenient than the bigger bag, and a lot less likely to get stolen, especially if you hide it under your shirt. You won't be able to fit anything larger than the mouth of the pack inside, but you can always carry with you. The things inside are protected from each other, they don't jumble together or break. You can even keep your wand inside. Can living things survive inside? As long as the air holds out, she said. She looked at me curiously. Are you planning to put a cat or Niazel in there? I shook my head. I was just curious. I'd never weighed any of my swarms, but I had a feeling that 600 pounds of bugs would be a fearsome amount. If this worked out, I'd probably be back for a couple of more. How much? 70 galleons. At the rate I was going to be out of money by the end of the day. It didn't matter, though. I still had the rest of it buried in the bush, and this would make my life so much easier. I'd be able to keep all the food inside, and all my other goods except for my backpack. How long would it take? 3 hours, she said. Done. I handed over even more money, and I was out, feeling lighter than I had in a while. It wasn't a wizarding tent, but it would solve a lot of my problems, and if I could find a place to put it, I could get one of those too. It would be like getting my life back. While I could stand living outdoors, I hated feeling unsafe. When winter came, I was going to be in trouble, and the wizarding tents were climate controlled. These people seemed to believe that they were wizards and witches. I couldn't argue that they seemed to have powers, but magic didn't exist. More likely these were just para-human powers channeled through a set of backward beliefs. It might even be that these people weren't powered by passengers like I had been, but were some kind of mutation. There were a lot of them, and they all seemed to have similar powers, so that seemed the most reasonable explanation. They'd cloaked their powers with a lot of myth and legend, which suggested that these people had had them for a while. Hopefully, whatever I found at the bookstore would answer questions that I was having without my having to arouse suspicion. Reaching the bookstore, I slipped inside. Looking for your Hogwarts books? The teenage witch behind the counter asked. We've still got a few stacks left. First-year books are on the far end. We've got the whole set. I followed her directions to a table where the books were stacked up in groups. Standard book of spells. I doubted that would do me much good, considering that I was a para-human and not actually a witch. A History of Magic sounded like exactly the book I wanted, though. Magical theory might be all right. The books on herbs and potions didn't sound like anything I'd ever use. The books on fantastic beasts might be useful. I'd seen enough strange creatures to be curious about them. Had they been created by the wizards like the animated chess pieces and flying brooms? We'd had biotinkers at home, but they typically used their powers to create things far worse than dragons and unicorns. Maybe the goblins were biotinkered by the wizard too. The History of Magic might clear some of that up. It was probably best to buy the whole set so as not to arouse suspicion. My fanny pack had a mouth large enough to slide the books into. I'm going to look around for a bit if you don't mind, I said. I stayed for several hours, but realized that I needed to get my pack before that store closed. I returned, and spent more money than I had to on books, shoving them into the fanny pack as fast as I could go. I then emptied out my backpack into the fanny pack, and shoved the backpack in there too. By the end of the day I was exhausted. I barely caught the last bus home, and the walk back to my culvert seemed to take forever. I didn't have a tenth of the endurance I'd had in my adult body, and the thought of sleeping back in a hole when I'd seen wizarding tents was dispiriting. I froze as I turned around a corner and saw a tall man leaning down and staring into my culvert. He was thin, with sallow skin. He had shoulder-length, greasy hair. They'd found me. I reached into my fanny pack, and began to pull out the things I was going to need. Snape. Miss Hebert, the man called out. I stopped, my hand gripping the darkness powder in my pouch tightly. Running would have been a better option, but until I knew how they were tracking me it might be useless. The fact that he knew my real, original name which there was no way he should known was more than a little concerning. No one should know me by that name, no one in this world. As far as I could tell, the girl whose body I was wearing was named Millie Scribner. Had Cauldron sent someone for me? That didn't seem likely. In the last minutes of the battle against Scion I had used up the Doormaker's powers, and Cauldron no longer had the ability to simply open doorways to other worlds. They didn't seem like the kind of people who would care much about me anyway. Their leader had shot me twice in the back of the head. This was a member of the wizarding community, and he should not know my name. All 16 of the wasps and bees I had collected flew out from behind me and circled around. I needed to keep him talking for long enough to get them into position. They wouldn't do a lot of damage, unless I was lucky and he had an allergy, but they'd distract him long enough for me to use the darkness powder and the tripping marbles. It might be enough for me to get away. We were out in the open, but there were a dozen different escape routes I could use. I'd mapped them out in my head when I'd found this place. The last thing I'd wanted to do was to be trapped inside a culvert when the people who were trying to kill me came back. I'm not sure I know anybody by that name, I said cautiously. Why do you want to see her? He stood and stared at me. There was something about the look in his eye that I didn't like. I am the professor of an exclusive school, one which she has been invited to, he said. May I have your name? My mother always told me not to talk to strangers, I said. And yet here you are, he said. There was something about the way he spoke, it was very precise. I'd read a little on the bus back. From what little I knew, wizards used their wands to create any number of powers. They were like mini eidolons, able to create and maintain any power at all. Unlike him, they weren't able to do just anything, only abilities that they had been trained to do. The important thing that I'd gathered from it was that they needed their wands to do just about anything. The man had a wand in his hand, and I had to treat it like it was a loaded weapon. There were two different options for me: stay as far away as possible so that it was harder for him to aim, or close in and try to get it from him. I couldn't tell what kind of martial arts training he might have had. It was possible that he might not have had any. People tended to be lazy, and if they had a certain power they tended to rely on it overly much. It was only people who had sub-par abilities like I'd once had who were forced to work harder. Bug control hadn't even ranked on the scale of superhero and villain abilities, but I'd made it terrifying. My reputation alone had been enough to get me out of some scrapes. I no longer had that, and I was going to have to work with my wits. We'd both been silent, staring at each other for a moment. You are an annoying child, he said. I've been told that, I admitted. More than once. I'd be happy to give that letter to her. I stepped forward, my eyes never leaving the wand he had in his hand. If he lifted it I'd dodge to the right and lunge forward, depending on my bugs to distract him long enough for me to get the wand. So you do know where she is, he said. He glanced back at the culvert. It would seem that she has fallen on hard times. By the time he glanced back I had already closed half the distance between us. Her parents had an unfortunate accident, I said. Met with some dangerous people and didn't come out alive. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? He stared at me. It would seem unusual for a child to come out of a situation like that unharmed. Some people are lucky, I guess, I said. I was almost there. I had the darkness powder in one hand, and I was easing the pocket knife open with my other. It wasn't easy. Swiss Army knives were hard to open at the best of times, and one-handed in the dark was even harder. However, I finally felt it slide open just as I got within arm's length of him. A cut to his wrist and he'd drop the wand. I'd step inside his reach, and the knife would slice the femoral artery in his thigh. The shock and blood loss would most likely keep him from being a threat after that, but only if I could catch him by surprise. This new body was small and weak and didn't have the strength or reflexes my old body had. I am Severus Snape, he said. He stared me in the eye for a moment, and I felt the beginnings of a headache. And I am here to offer you admittance to Hogwarts. What? I asked. So you aren't here to kill me? He glanced down, and he must have seen the glint of the knife. Mr. Snape stepped back and slowly put his wand away. I am here to make an offer. There was some concern when it was found that some of the other prospective students had met with unfortunate accidents. Accidents, right, I said. I chuckled sarcastically. Whatever makes you people feel better. We were alone, I was sending some of my insects out to the limits of my range, and they weren't detecting anyone else. He might have been arrogant enough to think that he'd be able to take a muggle child by himself, but I'd already survived one attack. His eyes narrowed. What do you know about what has been happening? I overheard them planning to kill 3 more kids and their families, I said. Before they got their letters. And you chose not to go to the police. He knew enough to call them police instead of whatever the hell word the others kept using. Despite that, he still chose to walk around in robes. They said they had people in the department. He straightened up. If this is true, then Hogwarts is the safest place in Great Britain that you can be. Hogwarts. That's the school, I said. Yes. You are a witch, and Hogwarts will teach you how to reach your potential. Me? You are saying that I'm one of you people. He stared at me. I wasn't sure why I hadn't made the connection before. All of the other dead had been members of this race, wizards or whatever they called themselves. It stood to reason this was why Millie Scrivener had been targeted. It explained the feeling I'd gotten when I'd handled the wands. I'd been quick to explain that away as sales tactics, or as something inherent to the wand itself, especially since Ollivander had been so insistent that it was the wand that chose the wielder. You know who my people are, he said. And what they can do. I've seen some of the things they can do, I said grimly. So why would your people be trying to kill me if I'm one of you? Some people believe that this sort of power should be reserved for those who have enjoyed it for several generations. They fear that newcomers will prove to be corrupting influences on their way of life. So they are racists, I said. How does that help me? Hogwarts is the one place they will not dare to attack you, he said. Also, it is better than a hole in the ground. I stared at him. Did I believe him? I couldn't be sure. My impression of the wizards was that they were arrogant enough to believe that a normal human child wouldn't be worth trying to fool. Normally, they'd be right too. In my world, people gained powers when they triggered, it happened when they'd had the worst day of their lives. It wasn't unknown for it to happen to children, and so people were a little more guarded around children. Here, apparently people my age were considered powerless, even by the wizarding community. How did you find out my name? I asked, challenging him. There is a magical quill, he said. Whenever a child's magic first manifests itself, the book writes their name in a book. For most children, that happens early, and letters are sent out to them on standardized dates, giving them plentiful time to prepare for their journey. He hesitated. Some people are late bloomers. Their magic doesn't manifest until that last month. If it does not happen until September, then they have to wait another year. I don't have any magic, I said. The quill does not make mistakes, he said. Have you not had unexplained things happen around you? Been able to push your will onto the world? My bugs. I felt a sudden shock go through me. I'd been assuming that I'd been getting my powers back, slowly but surely. But it didn't make sense that the connection in the brain to the alien intelligences that gave us our powers would exist in an entirely new body, not in a world where the shards hadn't been giving people powers. I wasn't getting my powers back. I was mimicking them with this magical power, whatever it was. According to the book on magical history that I'd schemed, records of wizards went back 5,000 years, long before Scion had ever gotten close to this planet. Maybe, I admitted reluctantly. But I overheard some men saying that all of the children had birthdays in August. Children with birthdays in September are not accepted until the next year even if they do have their magic, Snape said. He paused. You don't seem surprised at the existence of magic. Most muggles have more questions. Have you been exposed to the magical world before? It meant that someone had either seen the book or whatever list they'd copied from the book to keep the students organized. While I would have expected the students to have been kept in alphabetical order, it was possible that they'd been kept by birth month. I'd seen stranger organization schemes during my trip to Diagon Alley. I followed some strange-looking people and found Diagon Alley, I said. I pulled out a wand. Bought a few things. For once he seemed flabbergasted. You've been rather resourceful, he said finally. But we should get you to safety. My bugs were hearing distinctive cracking sounds in the distance. Had I been followed back here, or had he? There was a good chance that whoever assigned him to come get me had my name on a list somewhere. That meant that my best bet to finding the people who'd done this was in Hogwarts itself. He'd heard the sounds, and while he was trying to look cool and calm, I could see his fingers tightening on his wand, and a sudden stiffness to his posture. Whoever was coming he didn't want to meet, at least not with me in tow. All right, I said. He held out his hand, and a moment later I felt the world contract around me as though I was being squeezed by a tube. Strider's teleportation ability was a lot more pleasant. We were suddenly standing on a huge lawn that sloped upward. To my right was a dark forest, and I could feel that it was full of insects, even if I could still only control a few of them. Up the slope there was a castle. There are anti-apparition spells that protect Hogwarts, Snape said. To prevent wizards from simply operating inside. No moat? I asked. Not being able to teleport inside was nice, but if I could walk up to the door and blow it off its hinges, it wasn't that good of a protection. Hopefully there were other things protecting the castle, or I'd have to rethink my decision in coming here. I knew better than anyone that a school was not necessarily a safe place. He glanced at me, but didn't deign to reply. We started walking up the slope. You know that you have a mole in the castle, right? I asked. I overheard the two men who killed my parents saying that they'd gotten the names off a list in Hogwarts. He stiffened, but didn't say anything. How'd they know I was staying in a culvert? I asked. No one followed me. Was there a master list that had all the names and the addresses on it? From his body language I could tell that there was. He handed me my letter, and I scanned it. It was addressed to Taylor Hebert, Northeast Culvert. I hadn't known the name of the park. That was really specific. Apparently I was going to have to buy a whole lot of the crap that I'd turned my nose up at, cauldrons, robes and the whole bit. Luckily I'd already bought the wands and the books. I gather you're accepting the invitation even if you believe that the Dark Lord has agents inside the school? He asked. I was getting winded on my way up the slope. It had been a long day, and this body was dreadfully out of shape. I was going to have to restart my running and build up my endurance again. It would seem prudent, now that I know you can track me wherever I go and someone here is looking at the book that has my location, I said. I didn't get all of this, just the wands and the books. Wands. For breakage, I said. At his look I shrugged. I'm a child. Most children who break things do not plan ahead, he said. Unless it is deliberately done, and often even then. They also tend to prefer to pretend that they are older than they really are, unless they see some sort of gain. I don't trust people, I said. And if the wands are this important, isn't a spare a good idea? Buying a second wand had actually been an impulsive decision. I'd been in denial about the feelings I'd had when I'd finally found the right one, but there had been a kind of strange euphoria when I'd felt that power in my hand. I was going to have to watch myself. In my old body I'd just barely been an adult. Now that I was in a preteen body, I also had a preteen brain. I'd still have an advantage over other children my age because I'd been through these experiences before. Having to go through puberty a second time wasn't something I was looking forward to. The only thing that would be worse would be not going through it, because one of these genocidal wizards got to me. I was going to have to watch my step at this school. In my old school, half the kids had been in gangs, but only a quarter of them had actually been carrying weapons at any particular time. If this really was a school for magic, then every child would have a weapon in his pocket, and all of them could try to kill me. I suspect that you will be a headache to whatever head of household who has to deal with you. That's not my concern, I said. I've got people trying to murder me, and so I really don't care what anyone says. You won't be allowed the knife in school, he said. I held up my wand. No weapons allowed. The wizarding world frowns on its students being stabbed, he said. No matter how satisfying that might be. For that matter it's illegal to carry in Muggle Great Britain as well. Well, things are a little more lenient where I come from. You defend yourself or you die. I wasn't aware that the United States were so violent, he said. His United States probably wasn't. Mine was a post-apocalyptic hellhole, and that was before the apocalypse had actually started. We reached the top of the rise, and I finally got my first good look at the castle. My breath caught in my throat. I'd seen other worlds and things no person should have to see, but I'd also been raised on Disney just like every other little girl in America. Because of that, castles had a special place in my heart, and this one did not disappoint. I couldn't help but stare at it. Welcome to Hogwarts, Snape said. Eavesdropping. She fully intended to stab me, Snape's voice said. I was sitting outside what was apparently the principal's office, although apparently he was called headmaster here. Hopefully he was better than Blackwell had been, letting the popular kids get away with everything and punishing the other kids. My bugs were listening into the conversation. It wasn't that I didn't trust Snape, although of course I didn't. But if this was the place where people got the information to get their killing sprees started, I needed all the information I could get. I'm sure it wasn't that bad, Severus, an older man's voice said. She knew where to stab me to best incapacitate me. That's not normal for an 11-year-old child. Her mind didn't even feel like that of a child. It was difficult to read anything other than surface thoughts, and I was only able to get bits and pieces. There was silence for a moment. If she was Tom, you wouldn't have been able to read anything at all. Did you learn anything else? The deaths of her parents didn't bother her in anything other than an abstract way. It was as though she didn't care about them at all. He'd read my mind. I felt a chill go down my spine. In my old world, mind reading had been thought to be impossible, and discovering that it wasn't was horrible. I'd been able to beat people in the past because I was smarter and a better planner. If they knew all my plans just by looking at me, then I wouldn't have any chance at all. I'm sure that she was just in shock. We saw a lot of that during the war, the other man said. It will come to her in time. Giving people the benefit of the doubt will be the death of you, Snape said. Not everyone can be redeemed. And if I'd felt that way about you. Snape was silent for a moment. It's not normal for a child to be thinking about how to make me bleed to death. I'd suspect that some of your students might disagree. There was a sound of expelled air, almost like Snape was trying to suppress a chuckle. More importantly, what if she is right? Snape said. It is a serious accusation that muggleborns are being targeted using information from this school. It's possible that it could have been a member of the board, the other man said. If it had been a member of the staff, I would have expected there to be more deaths. That would depend on how much access they had, Snape said. Given that only a few people had access, it should be easy to work out who was involved. The fact that there have only been 4 attacks suggests that someone got a quick look at a list. Are we sure that there have not been more attacks than the girl knows about, perhaps some who have already received their letter? That would provoke the kind of response that Tom doesn't want. A few muggleborns die before they get their letters. Well, most wizards think muggles live short brutish lives anyway. But attacking Hogwarts students would risk turning the populace against him. Snape was silent. It seems risky to depend on his political acumen given that children's lives are at stake. Showing concern about the students? How unusual. Especially since none of them will be your direct responsibility. They are all of our responsibility. Snape was silent for a moment. Then we must find out who this leak is. If it was a member of the board, we can take action, but having a member of the staff be contributing to the deaths of students, that's unacceptable. I'm sure it would surprise many of the students to hear that. I spent far too much time and effort trying to keep the dunderheads alive to let all my work go to waste, Snape snapped. Then finding out who was involved will be part of your task, the older man said. I will make other inquiries. We will discuss what we have found after the beginning of the school year. Snape grunted in acknowledgement. Well, that leaves us with the problem of young Miss Hebert. What are we to do with her? The older man sounded cheerful, despite the topic they'd just been discussing. Either he didn't really care, or he was good at hiding his emotions. Leaving her out in the muggle world for the next week will probably result in someone being killed, Snape said. She seems quite resourceful, the other man said. Finding Diagon Alley based on the tiny number of clues available to her, astounding. I wasn't talking about her, Snape said dryly. Although it is possible that the Death Eaters will track her down. All they have to do is send her a letter by owl and then follow the owl. Regardless, I think you are right. Given the danger the muggleborns are in, and the likelihood that they will go after her, she should not return to the muggle world. I will make inquiries as to a wizarding house that might be willing to take her. Preferably one that does not have other children, Snape said. He hesitated. There is something seriously wrong with her. There are children who have natural affinities for occlumency, you were one of those if I recall. Given the trauma she has been through, we should give her the benefit of the doubt. It's not the occlumency that bothers me. It's the sociopathy. Weren't you telling me just last week that children are natural sociopaths? The other voice chuckled. It takes time for their moral development to, mature. I'm sure she will be fine. I was panicking by this point. If they knew what I was thinking, then they'd know that I didn't belong here. I'd hijacked the body of one of their children. While it was true that she wasn't using it at the time, would they consider that a crime? Would they try to exorcise me? Perhaps it is best if you stay out of her mind for the time being, Severus, the other voice said. It's not polite to look where you aren't invited. Is that something you are planning to abide by yourself? Snape asked. Because you are a better legilmen's than I, and you might be able to find out just what is wrong with her. I see no reason to violate the privacy of a young girl's mind, not when we have bigger issues to deal with. We have 3 dead muggleborns with their families, and 1 missing. Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hannah Haywood, and Sarah Hamilton all need justice. Millie Scrivener is still missing. We should have Miss Hebert speak to the Aurors. Tom always had sympathizers in the office, I have reason to believe that he has more now. So we are to follow this investigation entirely on our own. Snape sounded doubtful. Surely there are members of the Order who can be trusted. They are being watched, Dumbledore said. We must be discreet. Do you have any idea who Tom has spying here? Half the children in my house I am sure, Snape said. Possibly some of the staff members. Perhaps you can get information from Tom himself. He has only spoken to some members of the inner circle, Snape said. I do not happen to be one of them. There are rumors about what he had to do to reconstitute himself. Yet reconstitute himself he has, Dumbledore said. And his forces are gathering even as we speak. I need you to speak to as many of your old contacts as possible to find out about who is perpetrating these murders. They may not be willing to talk, Snape said. Do your best. The other man's voice was firm and didn't seem like he expected an argument. I didn't hear one from Snape. Snape was a double agent in Tom's organization? If wizards could read minds, how did that even work? From what the other man had said, Snape was able to resist mind reading somehow, by what sounded like natural skill and training. Yet if I was a criminal mastermind, I wouldn't trust anyone who wouldn't let me read their mind. I'd insist on it, even if I had to force them at weapon point. Or I'd just kill them. Having someone you couldn't trust at your back was a recipe for disaster. Whoever Tom was, he was an idiot to trust someone who could hide what he was. Still, if Snape and the other man weren't going to invade my privacy, that still left the matter of the other wizards. Could all of them do it? If wizards had to learn spells, then maybe only some of them could. It would have to be something I would learn as quickly as possible. It made sense that not all wizards could do all spells, or otherwise there wouldn't be such a thriving trade in places like Diagon Alley. Certainly, almost everyone can cook, or at least make a sandwich, and yet restaurants still exist. But convenience wouldn't be much of a factor if everyone could simply make anything they wanted. Some wizards had to be better at some things than others, or there wouldn't even be an economy. Every wizard would be able to provide everything they needed for themselves. I heard the door beside me open, and Snape looked out at me. I was sitting on the floor, leaned up against a wall. "So you haven't chosen to set fire to the entire building," Snape said. "I am pleasantly surprised." Looking up at him, I said, "I'm just sitting here doing what you asked. You can ask any of those guys." I pointed at the moving pictures. Truthfully, they creeped me out. If I understood Snape's explanations, they were simple mental clones of people who had actually lived. How did that work exactly? Did the wizards make a copy of the mind and place it in the paint? Wouldn't that make wizarding paintings the perfect interrogation technique? As long as you could paint a picture without someone knowing, you could theoretically torture their painting for whatever information you wanted, and depending on how sentient they actually were, maybe even be somewhat more moral than ordinary torture. Regardless, all they would have seen was me sitting on the floor, my back against the wall with my eyes closed. Unless they could see magic, of course, there were a lot of things I didn't know, which meant that I was going to need a crash course in magic before any of this went any further. "The headmaster is ready to see you." I stood up and I stepped past the gargoyle. Was the gargoyle like the paintings, or was it somehow more sapient because it was three-dimensional? It had stared at me suspiciously the whole time I was sitting there. Stepping onto the moving stone staircase, I grimaced. If this school was the safest place in the wizarding world, then the other places had to be death traps. I'd already seen moving staircases, and if OSHA had any sway in Britain, or the wizarding world, the whole place would have been shut down before it even started. My father worked with the dock workers, and while they'd had their arguments with the Occupational and Safety Administration, he had to admit that a lot of their rules made sense. Stairs should have rails, and small children shouldn't be sent plummeting to their deaths. While having paintings watch over the children was creepy, it wasn't like they could do anything to save anyone. As we reached the actual office, I stepped inside, and then looked around. It was a large circular room, with knickknacks and odd items everywhere. Dumbledore was apparently like a lot of old people I'd known, an avid collector of strange things and unwilling to let any of it go. There were portraits of old men and women on the walls, most of the people in them were asleep. There was a bird in the corner. It snapped at the air and ate one of my bugs. It turned to look at me, and then it coughed violently. It made a choking sound and then it suddenly caught on fire. "What the hell?" It fell over, and the fire was burning merrily. I stared at the corpse, which collapsed into ashes faster than should have been possible. The sad thing was that I knew exactly how long it took a body to go from living to dead and then to ashes because of fire. "Fox is a phoenix," an old man said. He was sitting on a high-backed chair. "His life cycle includes burning to death and then rising again. His species is essentially immortal." "I know how he feels," I muttered. The man looked like Gandalf. Was that deliberate? Did Lord of the Rings even exist in this universe? "I understand that you have had quite the experience," Dumbledore said. "And that you have been very clever at surviving things that most grown wizards would not without their wands. What else could I do?" I asked. "Lay down and die. And yet you continued trying to look for your parents' murderers, despite the clear danger that would be involved." "They were after me," I said. "I had to find them first. Even a wizard would die from a knife in the back, and they had to sleep sometimes." He didn't flinch, which meant that either he wasn't reading my mind, or he was a better actor than I'd thought. Still, that was an amazing act of bravery from a girl who had no power but her own wits and her own determination. "What happens to me now?" I asked. "You will stay at Hogwarts until the end of the week. You will then be taken to London, where you will board the train with the rest of your classmates." "Why would I do that if I am already here?" "The train ride is an important opportunity to bond with your classmates. It helps to create friendships that may last for your entire lives." "I'm not that interested in making friends," I said. I'm here to find out who is targeting me, and I'm going to make them pay. Revenge is never the way to achieve happiness, Dumbledore said. It only causes more pain. I stared at him. It was like he wasn't even listening to what I was saying. Was stopping a mad dog revenge, or was it simply prudent? What made him think that these people were going to stop killing muggles and muggleborns? Unless someone stopped them, it was only going to get worse. Snape got it. Unless I was mistaken, he'd been a double agent in the other organization, which meant that he'd seen and probably done horrible things. I knew what that was like. There were things that I'd done that I still had the occasional nightmare about. I'd done them for the best of reasons, for the greater good, but I'd never liked them. Fine. I'll give up on the whole thing and leave it to the adults, who I am sure know much better than I do. Dumbledore smiled at me, but I could see that Snape wasn't buying it. Excellent, he said. While you are here, you will have access to the approved sections of the library, and the dining hall. You will be staying in one of the Gryffindor rooms, perhaps those are rooms you will be spending a lot of time in over the next 7 years. I could hear Snape snorting next to me. What did that even mean? The paintings will keep watch over you. I would ask that you stay out of the Forbidden Forest. Despite your unusual survival skills, there are a number of creatures in the forest who are known wizard killers. The library would be useful. It would give me a greater sense of this world that I'd stepped into, even more than the school books that I'd bought. I would like for Madame Pomfrey, our Mediwitch, to examine you, to see that your adventure in the Muggle world didn't leave any continuing problems. Just what would a witch healer be able to determine about me? Was I really some kind of zombie, reanimated, but not really alive? Or was something else going on? Maybe I really was Millie Scribner, and Taylor Hebert's memories had overridden hers. Or maybe Taylor Hebert's soul had possessed her, although I wasn't sure if I really believed in the existence of a soul. My stomach clenched. If they discovered that I really wasn't who they thought I was, what would they do with me? Dumbledore must have seen my sudden look of anxiety. Many Muggleborn students worry about visits to the healer. I can assure you that you will not be subjected to any injections or other intrusive tests such as the Muggles tend to do. It will be entirely painless. Somehow I found that hard to believe. Pomfrey. She shows evidence of repeated exposure to the Cruciatus curse, Madame Pomfrey said. Enough that I am surprised that she is still sane. I have seen Aurors who were never the same again after similar levels of exposure. I'm not entirely sure she is sane, Snape muttered. Madame Pomfrey ignored him. There are signs of dark magic exposure that I haven't seen before. It is similar to what we see in people killed with the killing curse, except that of course it must be a less efficient variant since she is clearly alive. Is there any indication that she was abused otherwise, especially over the last few days? Snape asked. None. She's a little dehydrated, and a little sunburned, which is surprising given our climate. Where did you find her? Living in a hole in the ground in central London, Snape said. I would have expected her to be covered in insect bites at the very least. I saw none, Pomfrey said. And nothing wrong with her that a little nutrition and sleep in a good bed won't fix. Her mind, however, I can't imagine what that kind of torture would do to an impressionable young girl. Warped her, Snape said darkly. I was lying on a hospital bed. I would have liked to say that there weren't insects here for me to use to eavesdrop with, but there were. Apparently magical healing didn't require the same level of cleanliness that Muggle healing did. They were using something to muffle their conversation. It was creating a strange sensation. Half my bugs were outside the circle and could hear nothing, while the other half were inside, and they could hear just fine. I felt a sense of relief. Madame Pomfrey's inspection really hadn't been invasive. It had mostly involved her running a wand up and down over my body, like a piece of equipment from Star Trek. The fact that I wasn't actually a zombie was a relief. For all I'd known, it was possible that I could have started rotting sooner or later, and then what would I have done? This meant that I was clear to move on to the next part of my plan, which involved doing as much research as I could over the next week. I needed to find out what the limits to legilimency were, and what an occlumens was. I needed to get a general idea of what the capabilities of most of the wizards I was likely to meet were. I'd fortunately bought the 1st through 7th year books, claiming that I was buying for a rather large family. Even when I hadn't thought I had magical power, I'd bought the books just in case. Learning what spells the wizards were studying would be an indicator of which spells they were likely to use. I'd been wrong to dismiss the books as useless outright, and I'd bought them for fear of missing something and because they were cheap. Just from speaking to her, I don't see any signs of mental trauma, but it's likely that some will crop up over the next few days. Seeing your parents murdered in front of you has to be terrifying for a young girl. The fact that she was able to survive and even thrive is remarkable. Indeed, Snape said. She doesn't have any other friends or family that she can turn to? Pomfrey asked. Snape shook his head. She gives me the impression that her parents have only moved here recently, and that she had no close family back in the States. Otherwise we'd been dealing with the Macusa about taking her to be educated in Ilvermorny. I can't recall ever having an American at Hogwarts. That won't be the problem, Snape said. I have a feeling that letting her attend here will be like setting a piranha on goldfish. You must be exaggerating. She's just a little girl. She looks innocent, Snape said. But don't be fooled. She'll be a Gryffindor for sure, as brave as she was. Wandering around London on her own, surviving for several days. Without their wands, I'd imagine a lot of fifth years would do worse. Not all of the brave are in Gryffindor, Snape said stiffly. He gestured and the strange silencing field he was using disappeared. Snape strode over to my bed. I will take you to your room, he said. We will return to Diagon Alley tomorrow to complete your purchases. What if I don't have any more money? I asked. There is a fund provided for those without means. However, I suspect that you are not the type to have spent all of your money, despite being a child. I shrugged. Maybe I don't want to spend my money on fancy pots and weird robes. Antagonizing him wasn't the best idea, but he was so stuffy that I couldn't help myself. Besides, when was the next time I actually got to be a child? Once school started, I was going to have to get serious and work on finding out who wanted us all dead. Tom seemed like a prime candidate, but I couldn't ask him about it without revealing that I had been listening in. I suspected that was an ability not shared by most wizards, and would be best kept under my hat, at least as well as I could in a school filled with mind readers. You will do as directed, he said. He gritted his teeth. I slipped out of bed, and back into my sneakers. I took a final look around, and we made our way out of the hospital wing. It said something about the safety of this school that there were so many beds. The place looked like they were ready for a war, which suggested that having a school where 100% of the students were armed might not be as safe as Snape and Dumbledore were trying to make it out to be. The hospital wing was on the first floor, and we went through a long hall that led to stairs going up. Is there really a rule about having knives at school? I asked. I was interested in what he had to say. I'd turned the knife over in the interest of not causing problems, but I'd suspected he'd been lying the whole time. He was silent for a moment, then admitted no. You just didn't want me to stab you. You will learn far worse ways to hurt people than stabbing, he said. But it would be preferable if you did not start with that. Will there likely be a lot of classmates that I will want to stab? His face turned dark. Wizarding children are no better than Muggle children, in some way they are worse, because they have more ways to express their natural tendencies. Tendencies to bully. He glanced at me and didn't say anything. I won't stand for that, I said. I don't like bullies, whether they are students or teachers. It's likely that you won't have much of a choice. Older students have skills that make them much more dangerous than a Muggle of equivalent age. There are ways to stop that. Even the wizarding world frowns on killing or maiming other children, Snape said quickly. If teachers would do their jobs, it wouldn't be necessary for more extreme measures to be taken, I said sweetly. Besides, Madame Pomfrey said that she could completely regrow bones. Should I be concerned that this is the first thing you asked her? I was just curious, I said. What with all the moving staircases and all, I was a little worried about falling. Given that many of the children at this school will have parents who were sympathizers of the last Dark Lord, I would suggest that you try to blend in and not cause too many problems, Snape said. The first response of many of the more privileged students would be to make complaints to their parents about the dangerous Mudblood. Mudblood? I asked. It's an offensive term for the muggleborn, Snape said. Its use marks the user as someone who does not care for them. If they don't come after me, I won't come after them, I said. I can tolerate words, but I won't let anyone bully me. I'd made that mistake in my first life. 3 girls had made my life hell for more than a year, they'd been the cause of my getting powers. In my world, powers came from having the worst day of your life. Letting them get away with bullying hadn't worked. Ignoring it hadn't worked. They'd just escalated until they had put me in the hospital. Our conversation drifted off as we walked up floor after floor. By the 4th floor my energy was flagging. By the 6th I felt like I was going to drop dead. Had this girl whose body I was wearing never done any exercise in her life? He led me to the Gryffindor dormitories, which were at the top of a tower on the 7th floor. There was a common room with a roaring fire, reached by climbing a mahogany staircase decorated in crimson and gold. There was a lion over the mantel of the fireplace, and it seemed very cozy. It was one of the tallest towers in the castle, and I wondered if all of the students had to climb this much just to get to bed. If they did, physical education might not be as important. Will I be allowed to spend time on the grounds? I asked. Why? Snape asked. I want to start running, I'm terribly out of shape and I need to get stronger. Wizards don't run, he said. They should, I said. They'd live longer. Whether he caught the double meaning in what I'd said or not, he seemed to simply ignore the questions. You will required to stay away from the edge of the forest and out of the lake. There are creatures in the lake and some of them are not entirely tame. If the people trying to kill me knew I was here, they'd be able to get me while I was out on the grounds. There were probably more protective spells than I knew about, but I couldn't depend on that. Yet trying to run around inside the castle, with its shifting stairs would be a recipe for disaster. I'd need to stay close to the castle. It's probably best if you do not stray too far, Snape said. It was possible that working on my strength and endurance might not be helpful at all. Yet I suspected that being able to dodge would be important no matter what magic was like, and without physical endurance, slowing down would happen sooner than later. Were spells like heat-seeking missiles, or was it like guns, where the person who aimed better and missed less often was the winner? I didn't know, and not knowing was likely to get me killed. The stairs leading up to the girls' dorms are enchanted so that should boys attempt to climb them, they will turn into a slide. Male prefects may bypass this in emergencies. Is it the same with the boys' stairs? Snape looked at me assessingly. It looked like he wanted to lie, but he knew that I'd test it out the moment he left, and so he simply shook his head. That'll be useful, I said. He showed me the bathrooms. Shockingly, there were no showers, but only baths. That seemed dangerous to me. It would be relatively easy to drown someone and make it look like an accident. Although actually showers had the risk of slipping on soap and breaking necks, so it might be a wash. With 4 beds to a room, it looked like I was going to have roommates. I hadn't slept in the same room with anyone, outside of wartime since Emma. The fact that I'd be sharing a room with 3 other 11-year-olds wasn't promising. Any other child, and I'd ask if you needed someone to check in on you. It can be frightening for some of the younger ones to be home for the first time. So you don't think you need to check in on me? I know I do, he said. But not because you are afraid. Compared to the hole I found you in, this must seem like a castle. It is a castle. Precisely. I stared at him, giving him a flat, unamused look. One should not encourage bad jokes. I'd learned my lesson with Clock Blocker. Lights out is at 10 p.m., he said. And you should not leave the dorms before 6 a.m. I am sure that you are planning to ignore these rules, but once the term starts, the halls will be patrolled. And they aren't now? So anyone could break in and attack me? So how is this place any safer than where I was? The professor has taken steps so that you can't be tracked here. I hadn't noticed him doing anything. Snape must have noticed my expression. As headmaster, Professor Dumbledore has options that are not available to the rest of us. He can, for example, lift the anti-apparition spells that cover the castle in the event of an emergency. So as long as nobody is in the castle who can call their buddies and let them know I'm here, I'll be fine. At least here you aren't in a hole, Snape said. I'll be the judge of that, I said. He was silent for a moment. It's unusual for an American to be selected for Hogwarts. It means that you first found your magic in Britain. Your parents were visiting. I shrugged, keeping my eyes down. You know how it is. I don't really know a lot about why they came here, they didn't exactly explain it to me. I have a hard time believing you didn't eavesdrop, he said. I looked at him sharply. Did he know I'd been listening in on his conversation with Dumbledore? Had I given myself away, or had he peeked in my mind like he'd promised not to? My father and mother were some of the best people I ever knew, I said. For once I could speak with sincerity. She was a professor, and he worked as the head of hiring and spokesperson for a labor union. I didn't want to get too specific, because if he investigated my background he'd find out that the people I was talking about didn't exist. Or even worse, they actually did, but were still 4 years away from having their first and only child. I'd seen Earths before where there were supposedly copies of people I'd known. The idea that mom and dad were just an ocean away was painful, because they wouldn't really be my mom or dad. It would be a constant reminder of what I'd lost, what I'd never have again. Get some sleep, he said. Breakfast is normally from 6:30 to 8:30 in the morning, but with just staff attending, it will not begin until 8. Lunch is at noon, and dinner normally ranges from 6 to 8. With only staff available it will be held at 6. Ah, food. The one thing that an 11-year-old would be concerned about. Do you need something now? He asked. I shook my head. I'd eaten at Diagon Alley. After he left, I chose a bed, and began pulling the things I'd need out. I loved my fanny pack, it would hold an entire wardrobe and all the books, and once I got a chest, I'd be able to fill it with other things. The first year spell books were written in an easy-to-read fashion. Some of it was because it was written for 11-year-olds, but I remembered having read harder books when I was that age. Of course, you always wanted to make your instruction manuals easier to read than you had to. The military did it because no one wanted to be struggling over wording while bombs were flying around. The spells they were planning to teach first years were useful as weapons. Making fire was always going to be a favorite. Levitating things was a good way to drop things on enemies. You could sever a neck with a spell meant to sever clothes. The ability to give someone a cold didn't seem that useful, but I was going to reserve judgment. It would make torture easier for one thing. Hold their mouth closed and then use the spell to fill their nose and lungs with mucus. There would be a certain degree of panic involved. The locking and unlocking spells would be useful back in the real world, but if every first-year student knew how to do them, then locks were either entirely useless or protected by stronger magics. There was a spell to make an emergency flare, which might be useful in coordinating troops or for actual emergencies. There was a spell to turn your wand into a flashlight. A smokescreen spell looked really useful. I tried a few spells and wasn't able to get anything to work, but it was possibly because I was tired. This body didn't have the endurance I was used to, and it was frustrating. I needed to get it into shape, and going to bed at 9 p.m. didn't figure into any of my plans. It happened though. My sleep was disturbed though, by dreams of strange alien creatures with spindly arms and legs and oversized heads and eyes. They had bat-like ears and all night they cleaned and cleaned and cleaned. Bait. Getting fitted for robes wasn't any more fun than it had been in my last life. It wasn't even all that different. The proprietor used a magical measuring tape, but Perian had all of her clothing move by themselves. Still I stood and pretended that it wasn't terribly boring. Despite what Snape had said, I hadn't gone down to the great room for breakfast. Instead I'd found a simple meal waiting beside my bed when I'd woke up. There had been more than I could eat, but a letter from Madame Pomfrey told me to eat everything, because I was a little malnourished. Apparently pizza and Sikh temple food hadn't been enough for me. I closed my eyes and focused my senses on the bugs around me. I found Snape on the other side of the shop. He apparently had one of those silencing fields up, and he was talking to a white-haired man. They had deliberately turned themselves so that no one would see their faces or lips. Was lip reading a skill known by wizards, or was Snape just being paranoid? He is back, the other man was saying. He had a narrow, pointed face and hair so blonde that it looked white. He carried a walking stick with a snake's head. I found myself wondering if I would be allowed a walking stick like that at Hogwarts. I'd carried a collapsible baton in my life as a supervillain and superhero, and using a stick was something I was skilled with. You've seen him yourself? Snape asked. The Yaxleys and the Carrows have. They have been reaching out to the others and have been going out on hand-picked missions for the Dark Lord. Like eliminating mudbloods before they can get to Hogwarts. Snape asked. That seems foolish. It's likely to attract scrutiny before the people who need to be in place are back in power. I don't know anything about that, the other man said. Although who cares if a few mudbloods go missing? The important thing is that it's only a matter of time before he calls us all back to service. It doesn't sound like the Dark Lord's plan, Snape said. It's too petty for him, and he usually had his eye on the bigger picture. There have been some rumors that he isn't the same man he was before he vanished. The other man looked troubled. If his sanity is worse than it was before, it won't bode well for any of us. Bellatrix is bad enough, but she can't match him for power. I wouldn't mention those fears to anyone else, Snape said. You know how he reacted to unpleasant news when he was himself. The white-haired man shuddered. Well, there's nothing that can be done about it now, he said. It's best to take no action until you see which way the wind is blowing, Snape agreed. Lest you face the displeasure of the Dark Lord himself. It seemed strange to me that everyone was so afraid of someone named Tom. Tom the Dark Lord didn't seem to have much of a ring to it. Hopefully he had another name. I understand that your son will be attending this year, Snape continued. Yes, the other man said. He will do the Malfoy family proud. Ah. Malfoy. Learning which of my classmates were the children of Death Eaters wasn't going to be easy, but I was going to have to make a list. I doubted I'd ever be able to fully trust any of them. Anyone could be subverted, but the children had most likely been taught racial hatred from the time they were born. It was difficult, but not impossible to overcome that kind of upbringing. Theo had been the son of Kaiser, and he'd heard white supremacist rhetoric his entire life. Of course, Theo admitted that his father had only given lip service to the ideology, which may have made it easier for him to escape the ideas. Still, in the end, Theo had been a hero. It meant that I couldn't automatically count any of the children out, even if their families were members of the group that was trying to kill muggleborns. I had little doubt that those who bought into the ideology would make themselves known to me, especially since I was capable of listening in on them without them knowing about it. Both men were silent for a moment. This is the year that Potter is supposed to attend, Malfoy said. I do not want to talk about that, Snape said. He sounded irritated. The Dark Lord will undoubtedly have plans for him, once he's gotten enough pieces in place. I understand that you have strong feelings about the boy. I have no feelings about him, Snape said. But contempt. The Dark Lord will be pleased. Are you here to get new robes? I have a wayward student I have been required to shepherd, an orphan. Dumbledore has commanded it. A mudblood? Malfoy asked. Does it matter? Snape asked. As long as she is supposed to be under my protection, I will be held responsible. I will have to be seen to defend her, lest I be seen as incompetent, or worse. Ah, Malfoy said. He seemed to lose interest as the proprietress approached. The silencing field around them vanished. Snape headed back toward me while Malfoy completed his transaction with the woman. It surprised me that Malfoy would get robes from the same shop as a poor orphan like me. In the regular world, the rich hated rubbing elbows with those who were their lessers. Maybe the wizarding population was so small that there simply weren't that many shops to be had. I'd asked Snape on the way to Diagon Alley how many wizards there were in Great Britain, and he'd told me that there were approximately 10,000. That would give a worldwide estimate of perhaps 1 million wizards, assuming the demographics were the same everywhere. In my world, there had been one para-human per 8,000 people in urban areas, and one in 26,000 in rural areas. There had been approximately 700,000 para-humans in the entire world, and so wizards were somewhat more populous. The fact that they had been able to keep themselves secret was mind-boggling, and had to involve some sort of stranger effect. Para-humans had changed the entire history of our world, and because we knew of another world, Earth Aleph, where there had been fewer of them, we had been able to see just how much of a difference they had made. "Is she done?" Snape asked. "She is. I'd been forced to buy 3 pair of plain work robes, a pointed hat, a pair of protective gloves, and a winter cloak. On Snape's advice, I'd paid a little more for the gloves to have them in dragon hide. He said that potions class often involved caustic chemicals and cheaper gloves often led to grief. He'd also dragged me off to get cauldrons, another item he insisted I pay more for than the basic set. According to him, some potions were caustic enough to burn through the bottom of them, and cheap cauldrons were likely to result in injury. If that was true, then why did they even sell the cheap ones? Was that something that pureblood families told their children about, increasing the chances the muggleborns would get hurt? As we left the shop, I slipped back into my hooded sweatshirt, and pulled the hoodie up. Snape looked down at me approvingly. While the hoodie would identify me as a muggleborn, it would also hide my face, which would be useful. Whoever had killed my host body had apparently spent some time doing so, and they'd be likely to recognize my face. Personally, I thought Snape and Dumbledore were foolish to bring me here. I'd already been here before and I could have just as easily given Snape my money. All my being here did was tell prospective muggle murderers that a child was being ferreted around by Snape. He was a double agent, so all they had to do was ask him about it, and he had to tell the truth, because there was at least one other agent in the school. Was Dumbledore using me as bait? He hadn't seemed like the type when I met him, but the best schemers rarely seemed like schemers. I didn't believe Dumbledore about it being a member of the Board of Governors. People like that wouldn't risk their position to kill 2 or 3 school children. They'd only do it for a large gain. Most likely it was a teacher, or someone no one would expect, like the janitor. I'd gotten a bog-standard school trunk. This was one item that Snape didn't seem to care whether I spent a lot of money or not. As I didn't have the money for any of the really fancy charms that I wanted, one trunk was basically like another. He wouldn't let me step near the joke shop. Although he made an effort to look confident, I could see that he was watching the crowds closely as we made our way toward the next store. "I presume you won't be wanting an owl." "An owl? A wizarding owl can find anyone in the world, they are used to send messages. The school has its own selection of owls, I assume that you don't have anyone you would want to contact." I shook my head. There was no one in the world that I needed to talk to. Besides, I suspected that it wouldn't be that hard to intercept a bird if I did. In any case, I didn't have the time or the inclination to take care of an animal. "Cats and toads are also on the allowed list of pets," he said. "But I suppose you have no interest in them because you can't weaponize them." I glanced up at him. "You don't think?" "I can think of 3 different ways." I was lying, of course. I could only think of 2. He stared at me for a long moment. "But I'm looking forward to a stress-free next several years," I said. "Since Dumbledore assured me that the adults were going to take care of all of the problems. I can't take points until I discover which house you are in, but lying is not appreciated at Hogwarts," he said. "Good thing we're not there," I said. "The headmaster thought that owning a pet might have a calming influence on you, given the deaths of your parents. So a cat is supposed to replace my parents?" I asked. "What kind of advice is that?" "You should probably offer me therapy." "Wizards don't have therapists," he said. "Color me surprised," I said. "Your culture would probably be a lot healthier if you did." He ignored what I'd just said. "I think we are done here. Is there anything in Nocturne Alley that might be of interest to me?" I asked. "I still have money left. Nocturne Alley isn't for the likes of you. The people who are after you are likely to be there." "That didn't exactly answer my question," I said. "I'm sure there would be a number of things there that you would be interested in. My duty as a professor at the school is to protect all of my students, and so I have to keep you from possessing them." "All right, then," I said. "Lead on." We returned to Hogwarts, and I proceeded to spend the next few days in my rooms or at the library. Food mysteriously appeared in my room, and so I spent the time studying everything I could. I found a few references to legilimency and occlumency, enough to know that I should avoid people's eyes. The really interesting stuff was apparently in the restricted section, which neither Snape nor Dumbledore had reason to lend me access to. I took up running early every morning, but I didn't see anyone else. I typically ran around the castle, although I stayed close enough that I could dart to the nearest door should someone come to try to abduct me. The rest of the time I spent exploring the castle. Given my ability to sense and control bugs, this was easier for me than it would have been for the average student. When you could sense the bugs in a secret passage behind the wall, you could use its senses to determine whether it was actually a secret passage, or just a walled-off space. Figuring out how to open those passages was a lot harder, especially since the portraits were always watching. I couldn't just go knocking on the walls. For one thing, if the staff knew where the secret passages were, they'd want to know how I knew about them. So I had bugs looking for trigger mechanisms and the like, but unfortunately, the wizards tended to use magic for that as much as they did everything else. As often as not there wasn't much in the way of a trigger. I'd simply have to keep an eye on those locations and see if I could see how people got through those locations. I made a simple map of the castle, noting all the secret passages that I could find, and I hid it in my fanny pack. My control over bugs continued to increase, doubling one, then again, and then yet again. By the end of the week I could control over 100 bugs at once. It was easier to control them as a group, the kind of multitasking I'd once been capable of gave me headaches, but even that was growing easier with time. The rest of the time was spent trying out magic. A lot of it was trial and error, apparently wand movements were just as important as saying the words, and pronunciation was important too. I managed to get the cutting spell to work, and the levitation spell to work, and I practiced those as much as I could. Either spell would be useful, and I suspected that older students would tend to take advantage of powerless first ties. I'd tried turning the other cheek in my last like, and all it had gotten me was burned. That wasn't going to happen again. Minor bullying probably wouldn't bother me that much, none of these children would have the emotional leverage to really hurt me, not the way Emma had. She'd known all my hopes and fears and she'd used it against me. But I wouldn't put up with being physically attacked. These were people who had attacked and killed children. Most likely it hadn't been the kids at school, but that wasn't guaranteed. There had been kids at Winslow that I was almost certain had murdered someone, possibly as an initiation into one of the gangs. Some of them were almost certainly the children of Death Eaters. I'd found that term in some of the histories, and I found it particularly uninspiring. If I'd been creating a name for my minions, it would have been something more like Deathbringers or Deadites or something. What did Death Eater even mean? Also, nobody mentioned the Dark Lord Tom in any of the books. In fact, they refused to use his name at all. Apparently there had been a taboo on his name, a spell that informed his people whenever his name was said, and he'd sent his merry band of terrorists to make people pay. Given the kind of power he'd had, I was surprised that he hadn't been more successful. He should have worked on getting more support from the populace before he attempted an uprising. The wizarding world wasn't like the non-magical world. My world was a lot more dangerous than this one, and even there not everyone had guns. Most people had been unarmed, and they'd be reasonably easy to round up and force to do what you wanted. Wizards were all armed, almost by definition. If you didn't have popular support from them, you'd never be able to take them over. Tom should have worked to take over the press, and to have infiltrated the government. He should have been like Coyle, and worked from within the government, even as he controlled the terrorist organization outside of it. A couple of false flag operations, and he could have pushed himself into a position of power without anyone realizing that he was a Dark Lord at all. A real Dark Lord would be like Palpatine in the later Star Wars movies, not that these people would have seen those yet. The man had become leader first, and then used his evil plans to consolidate total power afterwards. Working as a terrorist the way Tom had, that was just being an amateur. The week passed before I was ready, and on the last day I was forced to go all the way across the country just so I could ride on a train on the way back. While I'd never actually ridden on a train before, I doubted that it would impress me much. After all, I'd ridden in Dragon's Dragon Craft, and I'd been in assorted other vehicles. Yet I felt my stomach tighten into a knot. I was about to be surrounded by children, some of them children of the people who wanted to kill me. At the very least they might be spying for their parents, and at the worst they might try to kill me. Strangely enough, that wasn't the part that made me nervous. It was the fact that they were children. How was I supposed to interact with them? I wouldn't have any interests in common with even the oldest of them, other than magic, and they'd expect me to act like a child of my apparent age. I hadn't been all that great as an 11-year-old the first time around. I'd been gawky and awkward and overly affectionate. Now that I'd seen a war for the survival of all the worlds, fought Scion and the Slaughterhouse 9 and the Slaughterhouse 9000. Children were going to be as alien to me I was to them. Hogwarts Express. Why not apparate directly beside the train? I asked. Why risk being seen in Muggle London? It is risky to have multiple wizards trying to apparate to the same place at the same time, Snape said. Given that the platform itself is of limited size, the choice was either to create hundreds of portkeys keyed to different times, which was deemed overly complicated and expensive, or to simply have everyone show up in Muggle London. That actually made sense. What didn't make sense to me was requiring all wizards to show up in Muggle London at all. Why not have wizarding families teleport directly to the town near Hogwarts and just leave muggleborns on the train? We were walking into King's Cross Station. It was incredibly crowded, and very large. I didn't see any platform 9 3/4, but Snape had already told me the trick that was involved. I was unsure whether he was toying with me. Forcing me to run into a wall at full speed seemed like a cruel joke, but if it was, I'd find a way to make him pay. In any event, I saw enough children dressed inappropriately carrying large trunks that I had to wonder how the normal population didn't notice anything year after year. Even if it only happened twice a year, that would be enough for conspiracy theories to arise. How the wizards were going to deal with secrecy once cell phones were invented, I had no idea. Memory charms, and wasn't that a terrifying idea, weren't going to be enough once pictures were uploaded to the web. Snape stayed with me as I grimaced and shoved my cart with the trunk on it through the wall. He stayed behind, because if he'd gone first that would have left me alone in Muggle London, and would have been a good opportunity for me to be snatched. Strangely enough, I would be safer alone on the other side of the tracks. Wizards wouldn't ignore magic the way that Muggles did, and with so many parents around watching their children, attackers were unlikely to be able to get away with anything. That was the explanation Snape had given me, and it seemed sound enough. He didn't follow me. Presumably he didn't want to highlight the fact that I was special to any of the Death Eaters on the other side. I kept my hood up, and I stared at the steam engine on the other side. If I'd thought that people were dressed outlandishly on the Muggle side, this side was even worse. The steam engine looked like something from the Old West, and it was painted red. There were cats and owls everywhere, the cats moving around the hundreds of feet. I was suddenly glad I hadn't got one. It would have been easy to lose in a crowd this size, and Snape would have accused me of deliberately killing it. I managed to slip through the crowd and get my school trunk loaded onto the train. It helped that I actually didn't have anything in it. Everything important was in my fanny pack. That way it would be easier to maneuver around, and once I got to school I could pull the extraneous things out like clothes and school books, things that people were unlikely to bother with destroying and that would make more space for whatever else I might want to stuff in there. Even so, it was a struggle to get the trunk on board given my body's weakness, and no one seemed interested in helping me, including most of the adults. It didn't help that I didn't see many Muggle parents on this side. Apparently most of them stayed on the other side. Snape had insisted that we arrive an hour early, but even so the first few compartments were already full by the time I'd managed to get my trunk on board. I found an empty compartment in the middle of the train, and I took it. Somehow I doubted that it was going to remain empty. The door to my compartment slammed open as I was struggling to get my empty box up. I dropped it and turned to see a miniature version of Malfoy flanked by 2 other students. He looked at me and then sniffed as though he smelled something bad. He started to turn away. "Malfoy, I presume," I said. He stopped, and then turned back. "You've heard of me." "I've heard of your father," I said. "I wouldn't have expected one of you to know about my father." "Taylor Hebert," I said. "Mudblood." He froze and stared at me. "What?" "I'm a Mudblood." "Have you ever met one before?" He hadn't. I could tell from the expression on his face. It didn't bode well for the intelligence of his underlings that they seemed confused about the whole exchange. "I'm not sure." "Oh, I know what it means," I said. "And if anyone else calls me that, they'll likely regret it. But it doesn't bother me all that much. I know what I am, and I'm comfortable with it." He stared at me. "It's never a good idea to judge people before you meet them," I said. "A Mudblood can kill you just as easily as a pureblood, and maybe even easier, because they'd think of things that no pureblood ever would." "Are you threatening me?" he asked incredulously. I shook my head. "Absolutely not. If I was threatening you, I'd pull out my wand like this, and I'd mention that I knew the cutting charm." Casting the spell, I used it to slice the ropes holding my trunk together. "It's not recommended to use the cutting charm on human flesh, but it works just fine," I said, looking up at him. His face drained of color. Even his subordinates seemed to pick up what was happening, although he fat one still looked a little confused. "You know what the smartest thing to do with dangerous people?" I asked. "What's that?" he asked faintly. "Make friends with them," I said. "That way you don't wake up one night with them standing over your bed ready to do terrible things to you." "I'll keep that in mind," he said carefully. He was backing out of the compartment. "It was nice meeting you," I said. I smiled but it didn't reach my eyes. He was gone rather quickly, and apparently word spread, because it was a long while before anyone else slipped into my carriage. I'd resorted to using my trunk as a footstool since I couldn't get it into its space above me. I closed my eyes and reached out to the insects around me. I always kept a few on my person that I kept on at all times, but I shifted the bugs around me otherwise on a rotating basis. It was easier than actually moving the bugs, since there were always bugs everywhere, and even controlling 100 my abilities weren't as strong as I would have wished. My wand was on my lap, and I kept a few bugs in my compartment alert, just in case someone should try something. I then began to listen in on conversations in the other cars. Most of it was the usual inanities, people trying to catch up, people introducing themselves. I checked compartment after compartment and I didn't hear anyone plotting to murder their classmates. I wasn't sure whether I was pleased or disappointed. If I'd heard them plotting it would have made things easier, but maybe no one was actually plotting anything evil. I could hear Malfoy warning people about the crazy mudblood in the 5th car. I could also hear a rather annoying girl asking people if she knew the location of her friend's toad. The door to my compartment opened. "The toad is in the boys' bathroom in the 3rd car," I said without opening my eyes. I could see her gaping at me, and a moment later the compartment door slammed closed. 5 minutes later the door opened again, and the girl stepped into the compartment, followed by a rather portly boy. He was one of the few overweight wizarding children I'd seen, other than Malfoy, and I wondered whether it was because wizarding culture didn't include visits to Wizard McDonald's, or whether it was simply because I was an American, and from 20 years in the future when everyone was fatter. "How did you know?" the girl asked. "I know you haven't been out of your compartment in the past 20 minutes, but the toad was exactly where you said it would be." "Magic," I said. Technically, it was even true. I was able to see better with insect sight than I'd ever been able to with my old powers, when I'd mostly had to make do with hearing and touch. Insects have crap for sight. She stepped into the room. "My name is Hermione Granger. This is Neville Longbottom." "Thank you, miss," Neville said. I'd heard her annoying people up and down the train, and for a moment I considered dismissing her. However, I was going to have to spend possibly the next 7 years with her, and alienating her wouldn't get me any closer to my goals. Considering that she seemed to be socially maladjusted, it probably wouldn't get me much closer to my goals either, but even having another set of eyes might be useful. "Taylor Hebert. Are you an American? I thought only British children went to Hogwarts, it says so in Hogwarts a history." "You can't always believe what you read," I said. I opened my eyes and looked at her. The girl had a rather unfortunate set of front teeth, and a large mane of frizzy hair. I suspected she might grow up to be good looking in a few years, with the help of an orthodontist, but I'd been wrong about things like that before. Getting through the next few years was going to be a challenge if she kept acting the way she was. I'd had enough experience in pushing people away to know that she was likely to find the next few years to be rather stressful. "I've never met an American before. Did your parents come here for work?" That wasn't the kind of question I wanted to answer. If I told bits and pieces to enough people, it was possible that someone might collect them all together and work out that I wasn't who I was claiming to be. "You're a muggleborn, aren't you?" I said. "How could you tell?" she asked. "I'm so excited about magic. I've read all the books, and I've tried some of the spells at home." It suddenly struck me. I'd been struggling with my trunk, and I hadn't had to. I grimaced, pulled my feet off the trunk, and then pointed my wand at it. "Wingardium Leviosa," I said. The trunk obediently rose into the air, and I slid it into the overhead bin. I was going to have to be careful about being so focused on doing things the mundane way, or through my bugs that I forgot that I had other resources at my disposal. Hermione was staring at me, and I shrugged. "I forgot that I could do that." "Are you a second year then?" she asked. "You look like you're our age." "No, this is going to be my first year at magic school," I said. "The same as for both of you." "Then how did you already learn that, and make it look so easy?" she asked. There was a hint of jealousy in her voice. Apparently she'd thought that was going to be the smartest girl in her class, and discovering that she wasn't was going to be a huge letdown for her. It was never a good idea to base your self-esteem around a single thing. When that thing was knocked down, it was hard to get back up. "Practice," I said. Although I had no way of knowing whether this girl was going to be a talented witch or not, I had an 18-year-old mind, which had to be some sort of an advantage. It wasn't fair, but fortunately playing fair was never something I had bothered with. When you only have insects against people like Alexandria and Hook Wolf, the only way to survive was to cheat. "We aren't supposed to be learning that for a little while," Hermione said. "It'll be one of the first spells they teach us, I think," I said. "At least that's what I gathered from what I've read." "There's nothing about it in the books they assigned," she said. "You have to learn to read between the lines," I said. "And know how teachers generally do things. They tend to start with the easiest subjects first, and then move on to the harder ones. Wingardium is one of the easier spells, so." "You made it look so easy," she said. "And a whole trunk too." I didn't mention that the trunk was empty. Looking impressive was a lot easier if you didn't reveal all of your secrets. "Are you a pure blood?" I asked the boy behind her. The long-bottom boy was dressed in the slightly strange, off-putting way I was coming to associate with the pure bloods. I'd read about half-bloods, but I suspected that they found it easier to blend in with both sides. The purebloods made a point to not blend in. The boy nodded, but he kept his eyes down. Was he trying to avoid my reading his mind? To my great relief, what I'd read about legilimency seemed to indicate that it was a relatively rare skill. It was probably practiced more by the purebloods, though. I'd have to watch for any tells from body language. You're a muggleborn, aren't you? Hermione interrupted. The jacket and hoodie pretty much gave it away, so I couldn't give her a lot of credit for observational skills, but she seemed to be bright enough. She might even be useful, so I decided to be civil. I nodded. Both of them sat down, and I fought not to groan out loud. I'd hoped to be able to spend the rest of the train ride spying on the other children. Children were stupid, and if there was a plot, it was likely that at least some of them would be blabbing about it somewhere along the ride. I knew children were stupid, because I'd once been one. I'd trusted Emma, and that had been the biggest mistake of my life. I'd made worse mistakes, but all of my other bad decisions came from that one. Without Emma, I never would have been shoved in a locker. I wouldn't have had the worst day of my life, gained powers, and become a supervillain. I also wouldn't have become a superhero and saved all the Earths that ever were, but she had no way of knowing that when she betrayed me. Do you think people don't like us? Hermione asked, lowering her voice. You? I asked. No, she said, flushing. Muggleborns. I frowned, considering how much to tell her. Finally I decided that I couldn't leave her in the dark. People were trying to kill Muggleborns, and letting her go in ignorant was as good as putting a knife to her throat. Some parts of the wizarding world are prejudiced against Muggleborns, I said. Mostly purebloods. There are factions who think that Muggleborns don't deserve to learn magic at all. What? There is also a faction of wizard terrorists who have been targeting Muggleborns and their families, I said. There have been 4 families killed already. The color drained from Hermione's face. My parents. I don't think they're in a lot of danger, I said. The terrorists were targeting Muggleborns. As long as you are at Hogwarts, they are most likely safe. I had no way of knowing that, of course, but that was my suspicion. These people couldn't go after every mundane person in the country, and killing a Muggleborn's family while they were at school would only ensure that they were better guarded next time. If I were trying to kill the Muggleborns off, I'd simply follow them home from winter break, since they all ended up back in King's Cross Station. I might even introduce myself to some of the obvious parents waiting for their children to come back. Once I had their names, it would be easy to use an owl to find out where they lived. It would be relatively easy to slaughter many of the Muggleborn families before wizard law enforcement ever got wind of it. The impression I got of wizard law enforcement was that it was a lot like the law back in Brockton Bay. People in the rich areas got quick responses to police calls. People in poor areas, not so much. If you are worried about it, you can send them an owl when you get to school, I said. I closed my eyes again. Maybe Hermione would get the message and would give me a little time to spy. How do you know all of this? She asked. I listen, I said. Talking is great, but you learn a lot more by being quiet and paying attention to the people around you. Hermione was silent for a moment. Which house do you think you are going to be in? She asked. I'm thinking about Gryffindor, because that's the house that Dumbledore was in, and he's the most powerful wizard of the age. I barely kept myself from grimacing. She hadn't gotten the hint. I had a feeling that it was going to be a long several hours. Trace. As the train pulled to a stop, I breathed a sigh of relief. I wouldn't have thought it was possible for someone to talk for 8 hours straight, but Hermione Granger had proven me wrong. I now knew more about her family than I had about the families of any of my Protectorate team members. I'd learned about her expectations for the future, her hopes, her dreams, and even her tastes in music. The horrifying thing was that she reminded me of myself at that age, a naive, socially maladjusted chatterbox who had only had one friend. The fact that she was bright wasn't going to help her either. She'd already been bullied in her grade school, and she was hoping to make a new start at the new one. Most of the time I hadn't even said anything. I'd closed my eyes and pretended to nape while she and Neville had played some sort of wizarding card game involving small explosions. I'd need to find out how those cards were made. It might be possible to use a lot of them to deliver something more than a joke effect by either altering the spell, or simply rigging a lot of them to explode at once. As I listened into conversations all over the train, I also heard Neville starting to haltingly talk. He talked about wizarding entertainments and some basic wizarding news. He even brought out a wizarding newspaper, which I did open my eyes for to look over. There was nothing about the Muggle murders. Either the Ministry was concealing things or they hadn't made the connection yet. Neither prospect reflected favorably on them. People needed to know they were in danger, and one of my tasks was going to be to get the word out to Muggleborn families. The fact that the pictures moved was less of a surprise after a week at Hogwarts, but it was still a little creepy. I made a mental note of the appearances of some of the people whose pictures were inside: the Minister for Magic, Malfoy, some of the other governors of the school. Gringotts was celebrating its 517th year without a single robbery. I probably needed to set up an account there, once I got more money. I had a few ideas about ways to make money during the summer. That repair spell seemed like a good start, I'd work extra hard on it. I overheard my grandmother talking about the trace, Neville was saying. The trace? I asked. It's a charm that lets the ministry know if children under 17 perform magic, Hermione said. It's forbidden to use magic when you aren't at school. What? I asked flatly. I heard her say that the trace gets applied the first time a student gets on the train, Neville said. Before that, the ministry has no idea of whether we do magic or not, or at least not any more than they do for adults. They've got a lot of people watching for violations of the statute of secrecy. My fists tightened against my pants and forced myself to stay calm. That was why Snape and Dumbledore had insisted that I come here and waste time riding all this way, and I'd completely bought it. It took time for me to get my anger under control. Apparently younger brain chemistry was different enough that it was a struggle. Maybe it was because I'd thought I had a handle on Snape. He'd lied to me, and I hadn't known it. Of course, given that he was a double agent, lying had to be a particular skill of his, but still. Mostly, the trace was something I was going to have to find my way around. There hadn't been anything in the library that I'd seen about it, but they'd probably limited the information so that clever students couldn't find their way around it. Even legilimency and occlumency had only had passing references. I hadn't found anything about how to actually do either of them, and only the bit about avoiding people's eyes had been remotely useful. I suspected that censors had periodically purged the library of anything that the people in power considered to be dangerous. It was possible that they'd simply been moved to the restricted section, but I suspected that even that information had probably been purged. To get the good stuff I was probably going to have to go to Nocturne Alley. I stewed and fumed about it for much of the rest of the trip, especially when I learned that the ministry didn't care about magic performed around other wizards. It was supposedly done in the interests of secrecy, but it effectively meant that muggleborns had a disadvantage at school. Snape probably hadn't warned me because he'd figured I wouldn't have gotten on the train. He'd been right, of course. If I'd had to ride on the outside of the train to avoid the trace I would have. I wouldn't have enjoyed 8 hours in the wind, and it would have been dangerous, but it would have been worth it. The problem with being a child was that other people always thought they had the right to make decisions for you. By the time the train reached its destination I'd managed to calm down, although I still planned to let Snape know about my displeasure. We'd better change, Hermione said. We're supposed to be wearing our robes by the time we get to the station. I scowled. Wearing robes really wasn't any worse than some of the outfits Glenn Chambers had tried to set me up with over the years, although truthfully I'd refused to wear most of those too. Still, there was no point in sticking out any more than I already had. I started pulling my sweat jacket off, only to notice that Neville was blushing a bright red. What? Maybe Neville should step out of the room, Hermione said. It goes over our clothes, I said incredulously. Who cares? Despite my protestations, Neville insisted that we turn our backs when he changed. I kept some bug eyes on him of course, because getting stabbed in the back by an 11-year-old would be embarrassing. How did you get your robes in that bum bag without wrinkling them? Hermione asked. Bum bag, right. Magic, I said. I stuffed my hoodie into the bag. The look Hermione gave my bag was avaricious. She was probably wondering how many books she could stuff in one of them. The answer of course was about 600. The train slowed to a stop, and I used a spell to lower my trunk. Neville and Hermione's trunks were in a forward compartment. Apparently they'd been forced out by upper years but hadn't been forced to take their trunks with them. Hermione's trunk was incredibly heavy. I suspected that she'd filled it with books, and while I could understand the urge, she hadn't seen the Hogwarts library yet. We were told to leave it, that our trunks would be taken care of. If my trunk wasn't empty I would have been suspicious and upset. We emerged onto a tiny, dark platform. It was dark and cold. I still hadn't figured out where in England we were. Like many Americans my sense of geography was limited to the Western Hemisphere. A bellowing voice called out for first years. The man who was waiting for us was huge. In my home reality I'd have called him a case 53. No ordinary person was over 9 feet tall, and as wide as he was, he had to weigh over 1,000 pounds. He'd probably be slow simply because of all that mass, but just carrying that weight meant that he had to be incredibly strong. I'd have to treat him with all the caution that any brute received. Mind your step, the man was saying. First years. Follow me. We followed him down a dark trail. I could see the other students stumbling in the dark, but I could sense the area around us through my bugs. Hermione grabbed my hand, and I didn't pull away. Despite the fact that she was a chatterbox, she was bright, and might be useful over the next few years. It was a steep, dark path, with trees on either side. We came around the corner, and I could hear the other students gasping at the sight of Hogwarts. It did look pretty amazing in the moonlight, and part of me still wanted to squeal in delight. I crushed that part and threw it in a lockbox. We were at the edge of the lake now. In the dark, its surface was black, the moonlight reflecting off its surface. I've heard that the giant squid likes to eat muggleborns, Malfoy said. He was talking to a redhead and a black-haired kid in glasses. He glanced at me. But I'm sure it would make an exception for blood traders like you. They were on the other side of the group, and Malfoy probably thought I couldn't hear him. No more than 4 to a boat. The man yelled, and dutifully, we began to fill the boats that were arrayed in front of us. I ended up in a boat with Hermione and Neville, and one other kid I didn't know, another heavy-set girl who looked miserable in her robes. I'd listened in on her compartment on the train, and apparently some of the pure-blood girls had been making fun of her for the entire trip, not for being fat or ugly, but because she was apparently a half-blood. We reached a cliff and a curtain of ivy that I'd never seen before, and the large man told us to keep our heads down. We found ourselves in a tunnel, and moments later, the man was knocking on a large door. "Don't forget your toad," I told Neville absently as we stepped out of the boat. He'd left it in the boat, and he gathered it up gratefully. We entered the entrance hall. I'd seen it before, of course, it was larger than the house I'd grown up in. However, it looked a lot more impressive by torchlight than it did during the light of day. We were led into a small, empty chamber across from the hall. "The first years, Professor McGonagall," the man said. Professor McGonagall looked us all over. Her eyes narrowed as she saw me, and I suspected that Snape had been telling tales. She was a severe-looking woman, and she launched into a speech about the 4 houses and how once we were sorted, it would be our family. Wasn't that the spiel that every gang gave? That they were going to be your replacement family? I suppose that creating school-sanctioned gangs probably cut down on unofficial, outside gangs like we'd had in Winslow, but it seemed like a good way to get people to fighting. Maybe the British were just a little too genteel for that sort of thing, although that wasn't the impression I'd gotten from Snape. She suggested that we clean ourselves up before the sorting, and then she left with one last glance at me. I smiled at her. About 20 ghosts appeared and there were screams from some of the children. I watched them curiously. As far as I'd read, they weren't able to hurt us, but they'd make great spies and messengers with their ability to float through walls. One ghost with a rough turned toward us. They greeted us as a class, and made some sort of inane invitation to Hufflepuff. I noticed several of the ghosts watching me closely as they left, and I wondered if they'd been watching me since I'd gotten here. It would be just like Snape to warn everybody against me. "Were they staring at you?" Neville asked in a low voice. I shrugged. A moment later we were led out into the Great Hall. There were gasps as the other students looked up, and despite myself, I was impressed too. I hadn't seen the hall during the evening, and seeing the night sky above us was particularly impressive, as was all the floating candles. I'd have gone with Chinese lanterns were it me, mostly because I always thought they were cool, but it was impressive enough. Seeing the hundreds of faces staring at us, I had to wonder if any of them were already part of their parents' group. Had some of them already committed atrocities, and were they getting ready to do the same to me? Or were they just genuinely bored and curious and distracted in all the other emotions I saw on their faces? "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," Hermione said. "I read about it in Hogwarts a history." I saw several of the other children looking at her, visibly irritated by the tone in her voice. Had I been like that when I was younger? Oblivious to the effect that I was having on people? Was I still like that? "I know," Neville whispered back. "My Nan came here and she told me all about it." That was another advantage that the purebloods had over the muggleborn, they knew what to expect when they got here. I did hear the redhead wonder where the troll we were supposed to fight was. Professor McGonagall put an incredibly dirty wizard's hat on a stool. I'd worn cleaner clothes when I was homeless and literally living in a hole. The thing looked terrible. When it started to sing, I had to fight to keep my face stoic. The thing was creeping me out, it had a mouth on the front of the brim, were we putting our heads up its butt? Maybe just up its neck hole? I couldn't imagine any scenario where putting a dirty sentient hat on our heads was going to be a good thing. "The hat's 1,000 years old," Neville whispered. "It's been worn by every student that ever went to Hogwarts." Absently, I checked the hat for lice and other nasty critters. I didn't detect any, thankfully, although I wouldn't be able to detect birds or mice unless they too were infested. Apparently Neville was right, and we had to put on the hat. Malfoy looked like he was anticipating it, but a lot of the other students looked worried. I kept my face stoic. I didn't yet have a large enough of a swarm to push my emotional responses into the insects, but at the rate I was going it wouldn't be long. The one thing I couldn't do was to show fear. Children were little monsters, and while Emma, Sophia, and Madison had been outliers, I'd seen a lot of casual bullying in my days as well. There had been a lot of kids who had laughed when I'd been shoved in the locker, and a much larger group that had stood by and done nothing. Kids tended to pile on when someone went down, and they were vicious. They hadn't yet developed the ability to empathize with people, and their idea of morality was don't get caught. The fact that even most of the 11-year-olds were a little larger than I was did not help anything. I found myself thinking of them as being older than they were simply because they were the same size as me. I still felt like I was the same size as I was before, when I'd been awkwardly tall and a full adult. It was simply that the rest of the world felt like it was outsized. Kid after kid was called to the front and the hat was plopped on their heads. It was obvious that the hat made a decision quickly with most of them. With a few the hat took a little longer. They were going in alphabetical order, which meant I would be in the middle of the pack. Occasionally I would see McGonagall reach a point in her list where she would hesitate, and then clear her throat awkwardly. All the murdered children must have been scratched out. She had the grace to look somewhat upset about it, even if she didn't warn the children about the danger. Granger, Hermione, McGonagall called out. Hermione was staring at me as the hat was put on her head. The hat seemed to debate with her for a short time, and finally it called out, Ravenclaw. She'd been talking about wanting to be in that other house. I hadn't bothered to do a lot of research on the houses, because really, who cared what bedroom I slept in? I knew that Slytherin was the house where most of the racists stayed, and looking over at their table, I could see unfriendly looks directed in my direction. Soon enough I found myself next on the list. I forced myself to look cool and confident, even if underneath I was feeling anxious. A mind-reading hat seemed like an awfully convenient thing to have around if you were a Dark Lord. Simply have everyone wear the hat, and then have the hat narc on anyone who was planning to stab you in the back. Using it on 11-year-olds was confusing. What could they possibly be thinking that was of interest to anyone? Was the hat collecting blackmail information for the administration? Using children to spy on their parents might not be the worst idea, especially if they didn't know they were doing it. I'd simply have to let the hat know what would happen if it didn't keep my secrets to itself. Certain species of moths would lay 100 eggs in clothes each, and each larvae would hungrily devour cloth. An entire swarm of them would make for an entirely different sorting ceremony next year. Herbert, Taylor. McGonagall called out. It's a bear, I said quietly as I reached the stool. I took a deep breath, and then I climbed up on the stool, looking out at the sea of expectant faces. Then I set the hat on my head. Sorting. Reveal what I am and I will end you, I muttered in my mind. I sent an image of bugs munching away at the felt of the hat, destroying it even as I was dragged away screaming. I wasn't about to let a piece of magical tinkertech force me into whatever wizards used for a prison. After all, I was essentially in the position of being the monster is every movie about a possessed child. Was it possible for the wizards to exorcise me, and if they did, what would happen to me? A vicious little thing, aren't you? The hat said cheerfully. If it makes you feel any better, I do not read memories, I only read personality and desires. You're reading my mind right now. Your surface thoughts only, the hat assured me. It was decided to limit me this way a long time ago, lest wizards try to steal me to learn the secrets held in the minds of their enemies' children. I don't understand. Children see things, the hat said. Often things their parents do not want known. Placing all of those secrets in the mind of a hat would create an incentive for blackmail. At the very least it would give the headmaster power that he was never meant to have. So you only read my personality, I said. I wasn't sure I believed it, but I'd listen in on the headmaster's office to see if it had been lying later. If it was, I'd follow through with my threat. I can tell that you are an adult in the body of a child, the hat said. Interesting, this is only the third such case that I've seen in over 1,000 years. There have been others? I asked, suddenly interested. Knowing what had happened to them might give me a clue as to what might possibly happen to me. One I had arrested, the hat said. He was a predator attempting to harm the children of this school. One was Merlin himself, born again after being several hundred years old. The third I will not speak about. How did it happen? I asked. Was it an accident, or was it something that was deliberately done? We are here for your sorting, the hat said. There are people waiting. This is a discussion to be had at a later time. I can see that you are quite resourceful, so I am sure that you will eventually find me again. You won't out me to the staff. I sense no intention to harm any of the students, although you are quite pragmatic about what you are willing to do. I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. So the sorting. Very difficult. Children are easier to sort than adults. Their minds are unfinished, and still developing. They think that they are sorted into the houses based on qualities that they have, but that's not the case at all. Oh. Children are sorted based on qualities they wish to have. Some children wish to be seen as brave, some as intelligent. Some wish to think of themselves as loyal, and some wish to believe that they are cunning and ambitious. The truth is that elements of all houses exist in everyone, although some have very little of some and rather a lot of others. And me. You are very bright, the hat said. And you'd do well in the House of the Ravens. Yet you don't value knowledge for itself, but as a means to an end. You don't care whether you are seen as intelligent or not. People who are bright don't have to advertise, I said. It was something my mother had told me when I was young. You are very loyal, yet you have betrayed your closest friends, the hat said. I thought you couldn't read my memories. It is close to the surface, the hat said. I see flashes here and there, because those are the memories you associate with loyalty. You don't give trust easily. If you could see my memories you'd know why, I said. You are brave, but you don't care about glory, the hat said. Being seen as brave means nothing to you. Getting the job done is the important thing, I said. Brave or not brave, results are what matters. I'd rather supervise a group of smart cowards as brave idiots, as long as they were brave enough to do what had to be done. I'd given that speech to some of my recruits in the wards. Bravery meant nothing if you were dead and you failed. Sometimes you might have to sacrifice yourself, but only if the reward was worth your life. Things like destroying the slaughterhouse or stopping Scion had been worth that, and so from a certain point of view I'd been brave. Other than my first night with Lung, and a few other missteps, I'd never been stupid. Strangely enough, the best fit for you is the house that you will fit in the very least. The House of the Serpent is filled with people who are much like you. Don't compare me to that group of blithering racists, I snapped. Not all of them are, the hat said. Some just lack the cleverness to be in Ravenclaw, the bravery to be in Gryffindor, or the loyalty to be in Hufflepuff. You said it was desire, not character that mattered, I said. How they see themselves is what matters, the hat said. A child can be clever without seeing himself as being that way, or desiring to be seen that way. He can lie to himself, and wish to join a house he is ill-suited for. And what happens then? I try to dissuade them, the hat said. But unless it is completely inappropriate I give in to their wishes. All right, I said. Put me in Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff. What little I knew suggested that the Gryffindors were essentially the jocks, and the Slytherins were the people who were trying to kill me. I could probably have the Hufflepuffs following around by the end of the first year, and the Ravenclaws might take a little longer, but I'd get them too. That, Miss Hebert, is why I can't place you in either, the hat said, in an admonishing tone. I have a duty to this school. I am willing to allow you to remain as an adult because I can sense that you are not here by choice, and because you have nowhere else to go. I am not obligated to make it easy for you. Now wait, I said. You would have been a perfect fit for Hufflepuff when you were younger, the hat said. But life has forged you into something else entirely now. I'm not ambitious, I said. Aren't you? The hat asked. You rose to the top of your former profession. Whatever that was, in a remarkably short time. It sounded more and more like the hat was lying about the mind-reading thing. I did what I had to do, I muttered. I just fell into being a villain, and then into being a hero. Aren't the Hufflepuffs supposed to be hard workers? I'd heard Neville blithering on about how he thought he'd end up as a Hufflepuff during the 8 hours on the train. Any house can have hard workers, but you will never just be one of the rest, the hat said. You will always stand out. Slytherins are known for determination, for resourcefulness and cleverness, the hat said. Can you really say that those are not defining characteristics of your personality? I'll have to kill someone if you put me there, I said. You said you have to think about what's best for the student body. I haven't sorted a muggleborn to this house in 20 years, the hat said. Because I suspected that none of them would survive. You, though, are like a cockroach, you thrive in conditions where others would fail. I sent an image to the hat of thousands of cockroaches eating away at it. I could probably only manage 100, but they could probably do enough damage in 8 hours that he wouldn't be usable anymore by the next morning. I'm incapable of fear, the hat said pleasantly. I think it has to do with not having glands. I'm 1,000 years old, and if it's my time to go, I'm perfectly willing. A bribe, maybe? I asked. What might a hat want? Could it actually want anything? I'm a hat, Miss Hebert. I don't eat or drink or spend money. All I want is to perform my duty, have an occasional good conversation, and sleep. Was the hat suicidal? 1,000 years of having to root through the minds of 11-year-olds would have driven almost anyone crazy. I can't very well perform my duty if I am destroyed, the hat said. But I can say that I'm sending you to Slytherin. Damn it. It had said the last part out loud, and I could see hundreds of faces staring at me. McGonagall plucked the hat from my head and gave me a gentle push to get off the stool. I stalked over toward the Slytherin table, sitting down next to Millicent Bulstrode. The hat knew I was bluffing when I talked about destroying it. I needed to know what it knew about the body jumpers in the past, and I could hardly destroy the only being old enough to remember what had happened. There were strange looks coming from some of the older students, presumably they'd heard something of the nonsense Malfoy had been spouting. Malfoy was sorted into Slytherin shortly later. I noticed that he very carefully sat as far away from me as possible, leaning over to whisper to the boy sitting next to him. I could have tried to listen to him, but I was trying to control my own anger. The hat had figuratively dropped me into a nest of vipers. The Potter kid was sorted into Gryffindor. I'd read some kind of nonsense about him killing the Dark Lord as a baby. He didn't look that dangerous, of course, Bonesaw hadn't looked particularly dangerous either. Neville went Gryffindor. Apparently he still very much wanted to be brave. I didn't really care about any of the rest of them. I caught Hermione looking over at me from the Ravenclaw table. Apparently she'd been sure I was going to be sorted there, and she'd thought she'd have a ready-made friend. Thoughts of simply stealing the hat and leaving the school flashed through my mind, but it was still possible that I was in more danger outside than in. Food appeared on the table. It was a feast like I hadn't seen in a while. The food I'd been served in my room had been simple, but filling. This was a smorgasbord, multiple types of meat, multiple types of potatoes, vegetables. If they fed these children like this every day, it was a wonder that all of them weren't fatter than they were tall. The Slytherins at the table closest to me were staring. I don't think I'd heard the name Hebert, one of the older students said. Are you a half-blood? Mudblood, I said, stuffing my face with a pork chop. At the look of shock on her face, I said. What? I'm a Mudblood. Who gives a damn? Now all of them were looking at me. One of them said slowly. Are you a Yank? That's what she was going with? I suppose I could have tried lying and claiming to be a half-blood from America, but Malfoy had a big mouth and would quickly set everyone straight. Red, white and blue. The girl looked like she wanted to ask how I'd ended up being at Hogwarts, but her companion nudged her into silence. I spent the rest of the meal in silence. The meal ended as quickly as it began. Dumbledore was speaking suddenly. The Forbidden Forest is forbidden for a reason. I would also like to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Theodore Traverse. A distinguished-looking slender man stood up and gave us all a small nod. The third-floor corridor is currently under reconstruction after the unpleasantness last year. In related news, the Weasley twins are banned from Hogsmeade for the rest of the term. I heard loud groans from a couple of redheads on the Gryffindor table. And now the school song, he said. I quickly learned that wizards had not mastered the art of carrying a tune. And now it's time for bed. First years, a dark-haired witch called out. To me. We gathered around her. My name is Gemma Farley. I am a prefect. Michael here is the boys' prefect. If you have a problem, you come to us. However, I think it's best you not have any problems. I will now take you down to your quarters. The other first years were staring at me as we made our way downstairs. The entrance is guarded and requires a password, Gemma said. It changes every 2 weeks. It will be posted on the notice board inside the common room. You will not allow anyone from another house inside, and you will not let them know the password. She turned to us. Our house does not have a good reputation, and there are members of the other houses who would love to hurt us. The entrance to the common room is our first line of defense, and you will not let that be breached, or the entire house will turn against you. The password for this 2 weeks is purity, she said. The Slytherin common room was done up in green, with greenish lamps and chairs. The decorative skulls probably wouldn't have done their reputation any good. The window out to the bottom of the lake was spectacular though. There is one important rule in this house, Michael said. And that is that whatever you do, don't embarrass the house. Do what you have to do, but don't get caught. If you do get caught, we will not help you. Professor Snape realizes that there is bias against us by the other houses, so he prefers not to punish us in front of them. However, if you disappoint him, there will be consequences. He was looking at me with undisguised loathing. Girls, with me, Gemma said. I found myself in a room with 2 other girls. From the Gryffindor rooms I'd expected there to be more. Hi, I said. I'm Taylor Hebert. The Mudblood, the girl I did not know said. I remember. Tracy Davis. Millicent Bulstrode was staring at the both of us, looking like she wanted to cry. They stuck all of us together. What? We're half-bloods, she said. And you're a Mudblood. They didn't want to have to room with us. Didn't want to dirty themselves by having to stay in the same room with a half-blood. The first years weren't given a choice, I said. It was a decision made by whoever makes the decision. It's actually better for us. Did you really want to have to sleep in a room with 4 other people? I'd prefer to sleep with no one else, but that would have been racism too blatant even for this place. I had a feeling the purebloods would prefer to have separate water fountains, if this place even had those. I sighed and checked my bed. It was the one with the trunk, and it was the closest to the door. There weren't any obvious traps. Sitting down on the bed, I closed my eyes. We've got to teach her a lesson, Michael the prefect was saying. I can get around the stairs, and with any luck, she'll be out of this school by tomorrow morning. I could hear mutters of agreement from 2 of the other boys. I sighed, and I pulled a sock out of my fanny pack. I began filling it with galleons. The other 2 girls were staring at me. What are you doing? Millicent asked. Nothing important, I said. Have you girls ever played a game called marbles? It's a muggle game they play in America. Is this like exploding snap? Millicent asked. Because I don't like that. No, I said. Come over here by the door. I quickly showed them how to play, although neither of them seemed very interested. I heard Gemma calling out that it was time for lights out. Aren't you going to clean those up? Tracy asked. I'll take care of it in the morning, I said. The girls went to bed. I laid down, but I didn't take off my clothes. I sat in the dark and I waited. Fight. For the next hour I lay in the dark and listened to their whispered plans about what they wanted to do with me. There were 3 or 4 others who were egging them on, but who were not planning to join in. I took careful note of their names and faces. To their credit, most of the other Slytherins didn't seem to know much about it, they went to bed and stayed there. I had to suppose that even if a moderately racist Slytherin was annoyed by having a mudblood in the house, first years weren't that important to most upperclassmen. They were planning to catch me while I was asleep. Some of the things they planned to do to me were sickening, but they did not plan to kill me. They simply wanted to make my life in Hogwarts so terrible that I'd drop out on my own. That meant that lethal measures were likely off the table, and that made my job a lot harder. Hits to the head with a weapon could always kill, hit someone hard enough to knock them out, and you risked permanent brain damage or death. Yet many of my ordinary strategies would have to be changed. Even without the threat posed by their wands, their sheer size was a huge problem. They had a major advantage in reach on me, and I simply didn't have the strength or mass to manage a leg sweep on them. There wouldn't be any comparison at all between their level of strength and mine. They were each likely 4 times as strong as I was, and there were 3 of them. Furthermore, although my improvised blackjack was going to be painful, I didn't have any idea how many hits I was going to make before the sock split and the whole thing broke down. I'd used 6 pairs of socks, one inside the other, hoping to get more use out of it before it broke, but I still wasn't certain. I would have used more, but 6 pair were all I owned. I'd have to treat them like I was treating brutes, and I wouldn't be able to limit the damage I did as much as I would have liked because if I didn't do enough then they'd get hold of me. Surprise, skill, and the environment were my only advantages. If I'd had my extendable baton, I'd be less worried about this fight. As it was, well. Sighing, I got out of bed. It was time. What's going on? Millicent asked sleepily. I'd have to watch out for that, apparently she was a light sleeper. Nothing, I said. Go back to sleep. Walking over the door, I stood by the side of it. I already had bugs standing on top of the marbles, I'd experimented earlier and they were too small to trigger the tripping spells on the marbles. They were moving them into place. I had bugs on the boys, especially on their arms. They'd be like gunmen, aiming a weapon except that they wouldn't have to use 2 hands. I could hear the boys whispering now with my own ears. It was a sign that they weren't professionals. If they had been, I wouldn't have heard a thing until they were using the blankets of my bed to hold me down. Carefully I pulled the Peruvian darkness powder out of my pocket and I prepared to throw it down with my left hand. I'd spent a lot of time working with a cape whose power involved darkness, and so I was experienced in working in the dark. While I hadn't been with the Undersiders for years, I'd kept up my practice in fighting in the dark, or sometimes when simply surrounded by swarms of so many insects that no one could see anything. This was my element. The door opened, and my sap went down, smashing his wand. The entire world went black as the powder hit the floor and billowed out. A moment later I had brought my blackjack around again, smashing him in the knee. He gave a muffled scream and went down, sliding backward as the first of the marbles went out from under his feet, pushed by my insects. One body slid back against the far wall, struck by the first, and the third muttered something that sounded like Lumnose. It didn't help. With bugs moving the marbles out of my way, I stepped out onto the landing. The bugs still weren't as precise as I would have liked, but all I needed was for the marbles to move in and out of a general area. I ducked as a spell lashed out where I had been. Apparently I wasn't as quiet as I had thought. A hit to the wrist and I heard a crack. It sounded like the third boy's wrist was broken. I heard a scream, and then I leaped aside as the second boy grabbed for my foot. He was flailing around, shoving his friend off of him. I brought my sap down on his elbow, and I heard something else snap. The sap was slower than I would like. After every attack I had to spend precious seconds trying to bring it around to get it into position to attack again. I kicked the second boy in the head again and again. Normally I wouldn't have done that, but I was small and weak enough that it probably wouldn't do that much damage. Using the sap would have been lethal. With wrists and elbows broken, I doubted that the boys could attack with their wands. It was possible that they could use their offhands, though, and so I already had insects carrying their wands back into the room. You bitch! I heard the third one mutter. He was already getting to his feet. You can give up now and we'll end this, I said. I moved as I did so, as all 3 boys lunged for where they heard my voice. I'd already moved, skipping up the stairs as they slammed into each other. I brought my sap down again and again, hitting them in the shoulder blades, the clavicles, and the knees. Finally, I felt my socks give way, splitting and the galleons tinkling against the stone floor. My bugs moved the marbles to where they needed to be, and I heard a scream as the boys went flying backwards and down the stairs. This was the most dangerous part, as it was possible that they could break their necks on the way down. As they were mostly prone, I doubted that they would suffer that much damage. The remaining marbles moved out of my way, pushed by insects, and I stepped down the stairs and into the dim light of the common room. All 3 boys were bloody and I saw Draco Malfoy standing at the foot of the boys' stairs staring at us with his mouth open. I had my wand drawn. "Get Snape," I said. "The boys here had an accident." He stood there motionless. "Now!" I snapped. Malfoy was out the entrance in a flash, and I could hear him screaming bloody murder. All 3 boys were trying to rise to their feet, and I snapped out a Diffindo spell, cutting the arm of Michael's robe. The hem fluttered to the floor and all 3 of them froze. I pointed the wand out of them. "I could have cut your throats," I said. "It would have been easier, and less trouble for me really. This is me being merciful. I won't be again." I let that sink in. I could see color draining from their faces at the realization that I was telling the truth, although it might also be from their injuries. Snape was suddenly in the room. He hadn't changed out of his robes, he'd struck me as the kind to keep late hours, or maybe he'd expected something like this. "Put the wand down, Miss Hebert," he said. He had his wand out, but carefully not aimed at me. I had no doubt that he'd be able to snap it into place before I got a spell off. Unlike these 2 boys, he didn't strike me as an amateur. Professor McGonagall was there a moment later, holding a squirming Draco. "What's the meaning of this?" she asked. "These 3 boys need medical attention," I said coolly. "They were trying to get up the girls' stairs and suffered a fall. And I am to assume that the marbles I see on the floor didn't have anything to do with it?" Snape asked dryly. "I was playing marbles with my roommates by the door," I admitted. "I was going to clean it up in the morning. I didn't leave them out in the stairwell. My bugs were already pushing them back into the room, so it wasn't even a lie." "And the billowing clouds of darkness behind you?" Snape asked. "I must have dropped my Peruvian darkness powder when I got up to help them," I said. There was already a crowd of boys gathered by the stairs, staring out at us. "Your wand, Miss Hebert," Snape demanded. I handed it over, stepping carefully around the boys, although I doubted that they would do anything in front of 2 teachers. If they would, things were far worse here than I thought. "Severus?" McGonagall asked. "Priori incantato," Snape muttered. Cutting spell, Wingardium, cutting, 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 cutting. "I did not cut these boys," I said. "You can check. I've just been practicing." I said this as much for the benefit of my audience as for Snape. One of the most important things about becoming a warlord was developing a reputation. I couldn't afford to have any of the Slytherins watching to be able to lie to themselves and think it was an accident. At the same time I couldn't simply admit that I had beaten the boys with a sock full of galleons. Some of the boys peering out of the hallway were now staring at me, and I could almost see them connecting the dots in their minds. "Why have you been practicing the cutting spell so diligently, Miss Hebert?" Snape asked. "You wouldn't let me have a knife," I said, shrugging. "How else was I going to cut things?" "She's an 11-year-old girl," McGonagall said, shocked. "How did they bypass the defense on the stairs?" The fact that they were standing around discussing this instead of giving the boys immediate medical attention actually boded well for me. The looks McGonagall was giving the boys were not friendly at all. "Mr. McCutcheon was a prefect," Snape said. The tone of his voice suggested that the past tense was intentional. "I see," McGonagall said disapprovingly. "We'd best get them to Poppy, and then we'll wake the headmaster." I held my hand out, and Snape reluctantly handed me back my wand. "I will need their wands as well, Miss Hebert," Snape said. "For the investigation." I nodded, and as I made my way up the stairs in the blackness, I gathered up the galleons that had spilled out on the stairs. I was impressed that the Peruvian darkness powder still hadn't dissipated, maybe I'd gotten my money's worth after all. 2 of the wands were still intact, and 1 was broken. "Go back to bed," Snape snapped at the waiting boys in the hall as I returned. He gestured, and Draco quickly ran to the stairs to join the staring crowd. "I will speak with all of you in the morning before breakfast, except for you, Miss Hebert. I will need you to come with me to speak with the headmaster, and I suspect that we are going to have a long night." A moment later, all 3 of the boys were levitated into the air, and we were walking through the nighttime halls. "I expected more discretion from you, Miss Hebert," Snape said in a low voice. McGonagall was walking in front of us. "What else could I do?" I asked. "You knew that something like this was going to happen or you wouldn't have been dressed and ready. Aren't you supposed to protect students? It's generally best to let things sort themselves out," Snape said. "How did that work out for you?" I asked. Looking at him, with greasy hair and teeth the way they were, I could only imagine how it would have been for him when he was younger. The look he gave me was cold, and I immediately lifted my hands. I'm just saying that if you stopped people from hurting each other you might do a better job of turning people into productive citizens. The wizarding world isn't like the muggle world, Snape said. There aren't as many protections here as there are there. Those who don't learn to protect themselves will be in trouble. There was a stiffness in the way he held himself that said it might be personal for him. I probably wouldn't have noticed except that I suspected that I knew how he felt. An ordinary child probably wouldn't have noticed because they tended to barely see their teachers as human. I remembered being shocked as a child the first time I'd seen a teacher at a grocery store. It had never occurred to me that they had personal lives outside of school. It was like I'd thought they were wheeled into a closet and plugged in to recharge. Snape wasn't even that old, in his early or mid-30s, he was younger than my dad. He'd had a life before he'd gotten into the double agent business, most likely he'd gone to this school. He'd probably been bullied. How he couldn't understand that bullying had to be stamped out I couldn't understand. I'd done some research on the subject when I'd worked at the Protectorate, during my minuscule amounts of free time, and I'd been surprised to learn that bullying was worse in rural areas than in urban areas. In the cities, you could be anonymous. You could float from one neighborhood to another, and get away from the bullying that way. You could change schools. It hadn't worked for me, but a lot of kids did. In a rural environment, there often wasn't another school for 100 miles, and everyone knew everyone else. You couldn't change schools and you were trapped. Your reputation as a victim or a bully followed you, and it was hard to change. That was essentially the problem here. This was the only wizarding school in Britain, and the nearest one spoke French, which I did not speak. I could try to go to school in America, but I suspected that the authorities there would be a lot more diligent about tracking down my non-existent parents. They'd likely discover that I was a British child named Millie Scrivener, and they'd send me back. Or they'd discover that I was possessing her dead body and they'd do something worse to me. For better or worse I was stuck here, and while I could ignore certain kinds of abuse, I did not want to spend the next 7 years dodging attacks around every corner. The only way to stop that was to slap down anyone who attacked me hard and with prejudice. It's only going to get worse, I said. If they keep attacking me. If you don't stop them I will. Don't make threats, Miss Hebert, Snape said. I've given you more latitude than I would another student in light of your unique circumstances. I think you know that I don't make threats, I said. It was a lie, of course. I make threats all of the time. The difference was that I was perfectly willing to follow up on them. Have you heard about Azkaban? He asked. Not much. It's the prison our kind used to contain our criminals. We have no other prisons. It is guarded by creatures that drain every bit of joy from the prisoners, leaving nothing but agony and pain. Should they try to escape, the creatures devour their souls, denying them any hope of an afterlife. They call that the kiss, and it is the highest penalty wizard kind has. Snape looked absolutely serious. I fear that you are on your way to sharing a cell with some of the Dark Lord's worst, he said. And prolonged exposure to the Dementors will, as their name suggests, leave you mad. What if you don't have any? I asked. Any what? Snape glanced at me. Any joy for them to devour. Then they will dig deeper. They will steal memories of your father, of your mother. Happiness with friends, first loves, all of it will drain away leaving nothing behind but dust and bitterness. Well, that would be bad, I said. Would I be better off not remembering mom or dad? Would it hurt less, and would I miss them less, or would the joy be gone but the pain remain? From the way Snape was talking, I suspected that it was the latter. Were you any other student, I'd demand that you tell the truth, Snape said. What, you want me to say that I overheard what they were planning, so I waited in my room with a sock filled with galleons, Peruvian darkness powder, and marbles enspelled with a tripping jinx. Who would believe a story like that? I'm 11 years old. He stared at me. The story I'm going to tell is that they were trying to break into my room, they tripped over my marbles, and they hurt themselves on the way down the stairs. Nobody would believe that a girl my size would defeat 3 upperclassmen without any magic. If you don't consider Peruvian darkness powder and tripping marbles magic, what do you consider magic? Being able to blast them in the face with fire, I said. Or turn them into frogs. You can do things with frogs. He stared at me, and then he didn't say anything else as we headed for the headmaster's office. Meetings. The injuries were not caused by a fall, Madame Pomfrey said. These boys were repeatedly beaten with a heavy object before they fell. I have written out a list of all of the injuries. Would a sock filled with galleons cause these kinds of injuries? Snape asked. Pomfrey frowned. It would. I'd hardly think that an 11-year-old girl would have had the skill to do this much damage. The damage that was done to the joints was carefully targeted to cause pain and incapacitation without being lethal. If the boys were stuck with Muggle healers, it is likely that they would be permanently damaged. You did tell her that wizards could regrow bones, Snape said. Are you sure that she isn't protecting someone? Madame Pomfrey asked. Someone larger and stronger, perhaps. A Muggleborn in Slytherin? Snape asked. Who could she have possibly found that would be willing to go that far in protecting her? She hasn't had any contact with the wizarding world as far as we can tell. I wasn't in the room, I was sitting against the wall outside the headmaster's office back in my usual position, my eyes closed as I eavesdropped. They'd already called in my roommates for testimony and sent them back to their rooms. Millicent had essentially hidden under her covers, and Tracy had slept through the whole thing. Miss Hebert has proven herself to be quite resourceful, Dumbledore said. Apparently she as much as admitted to Severus what she had done before she told us the story she chose to tell. Why would she lie? McGonagall asked. Because the story she told is much more damaging, Snape said. First, it makes them all look like incompetent fools. Second is that she left their motives for entering her room suspect. What? McGonagall asked. Entering her room to teach a muggleborn who thought overly much of herself a lesson would make them a hero to the other Slytherins. But this way she has suggested that they were entering for other reasons. It casts doubt that will turn the entire female population against them. She's 11 years old. McGonagall said. There's no way she should know enough to even suggest. She's an American, Snape said. Some parts of their muggle culture are less protected than ours. I grimaced. Was he basically saying that Americans were sluts? My list of grievances against him was growing. I hadn't forgotten about the trace. It will damage their reputation in a way that a simple hazing would not, Snape continued. And will almost be more painful to them than the beating they were given. I thought you were exaggerating when you suggested that there might be trouble, McGonagall said. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I didn't think the fools would try to directly attack her this soon, Snape admitted. I expected them to insult her, and possibly for her to kick them in painful locations. He probably thought that because he'd taken my knife. If that was all you expected, I doubt you'd have asked me to be there, McGonagall said. I've learned to expect the unexpected with Miss Hebert, Snape admitted. And your presence would quiet any complaints about favoritism toward the muggleborn. If some of the students were children of Death Eaters, they'd undoubtedly complain to their parents about me. Having McGonagall there would give him cover to be more fair than he otherwise would have been. He'd be able to blame her for giving out punishments. My question is how she was able to move around in the darkness that well. McGonagall asked. Even transformed into a cat, my vision isn't good enough to pierce that darkness. It wouldn't surprise me if she forgot to mention that she'd somehow acquired a hand of glory, Snape said. That's dark magic, McGonagall said. Where could she have possibly found it? She was able to find Diagon Alley without being told about it. It may be that she was able to shop in Nocturne Alley without being snatched up. I think Miss Hebert should not be allowed to keep those marbles any longer, Dumbledore said after a moment's silence. Considering the potential for accidents in a school with as many stairs as we have. And what penalty should we assign her? Snape asked. For defending herself? If she was a Gryffindor I'd be giving her points, McGonagall said. We'd all be better off if she transferred to Ilvermorny or Beauxbatons, Snape said. As an American, I doubt she knows any other languages, Dumbledore said. Which would leave her ill-prepared for Beauxbatons. And she has no one back home. She has no one here, Snape said. Perhaps having a close encounter with a driven, spirited muggleborn will do your charges some good, Dumbledore said. Snape didn't say anything. He just stared at Dumbledore. Sometimes I think that the house system has done more harm than good, Dumbledore continued. Because it is easy to think the worst of someone you have no contact with. He said this like it was a revelation. At least at Winslow the gangs had sprung up on their own. The school hadn't assigned people to gangs. So you are saying this girl is an experiment? Snape asked. You don't think that sooner or later this is going to happen again? I couldn't tell if Snape was trying to defend me, or to defend the other Slytherins from me. Maybe he was doing both. No matter what happened, my situation put him in an awkward position, and it jeopardized his work as a double agent. There was a strange edge to his voice, along with what sounded like old anger. Had this happened before? I'd been a double agent before, and I understood that it meant that he could not be seen as being sympathetic toward me. With Tom on the rise, I think it's important that the young people hear other voices. Otherwise, it will be all too easy for them to fall into the vices of their elders. I could almost feel Snape's frustration from where I was sitting. We have an opening for prefect that I will fill tomorrow, Snape said finally, giving in. What else could he do when Dumbledore was the one in power? I couldn't get a read on Dumbledore. He wasn't actively against me like Blackwell had been, but he certainly wasn't doing a lot to help me either. That might be wise, Dumbledore said. Limiting their access to her, at least at night, might reduce problems overall. After what happened last year, the last thing we can afford is more strife. I've been telling you for years that separating the Slytherins and Gryffindors would make for a more harmonious teaching experience. And this year I finally agreed with you, Dumbledore admitted. We shall see how that experiment goes. I hope you choose your next prefect more wisely. I will endeavor to choose someone who will be less prone to temptation. Dumbledore said. Perhaps a half-blood. What shall we do with the boys? McGonagall asked. Expulsion shouldn't be out of the question. I fear that their families would not be understanding, Dumbledore said. And might in fact attempt to charge Miss Hebert with assault. As traumatized as she undoubtedly is, I suspect she would not do well in Azkaban. They wouldn't put an 11-year-old in Azkaban, McGonagall said, sounding shocked. I can think of 3 cases where it was done, Dumbledore said. Never for longer than 3 weeks, but that was all it took to ruin those children for life. Children are not meant to deal with that kind of torture. Perhaps suspension for 2 weeks, Snape said. Which would give everyone time to regain their composure. Considering what I know of their child-rearing practices, I suspect that their families will punish them much harder than we can during that time. Making them hate her even more, McGonagall said. That will happen regardless, Dumbledore said. If we expel them, they will simply join Voldemort's ranks all the sooner, which may lead to even more grief. Voldemort? Was that Tom's cape name? Suspension it will be, then, Snape said. Followed by enough detentions that I can make them understand the folly of their ways. Will you contact their parents? Dumbledore nodded. Then I shall take Miss Hebert back to her room. I dare say that going without sleep won't make her any easier to deal with. They all rose, and a moment later the door beside me was opening. Come along, Miss Hebert. I rose to my feet and followed him. I noticed that he kept his hand on his wand, and he was careful to keep me beside him instead of behind him. We walked for a couple of minutes before he said, I am surprised that you are not curious about the outcome of our meeting. You'd tell me if I was in trouble, I said. And if they aren't, I guess I'll know about it tomorrow. Very practical. Professor, I said. He stopped, and turned to face me. Could you fix my socks? I seem to have damaged them. Considering that I only own 6 pair, it wasn't a terrible request to make. He stared at me. Leave them out by the foot of your bed, and the house elves will repair them by morning, he said. Do they have to inform staff if they find blood on clothes? I asked. After all, I'm sure that people have accidents when cutting ingredients from potions. Then you will be sent to the infirmary, Snape said. I would consider it a favor if you tried to keep the blood to a minimum. Keep them off of me and I won't bother anyone, I said seriously. But if they keep coming after me while I'm trying to sleep, I won't have any choice but to make sure that they won't want to. You should not have any trouble tonight, Snape said. I will be placing additional charms on the entrance to the girls' stairwell so that should any of the male students attempt this again, I will be alerted. I nodded. And the female students? For the most part, I think you will find their methods to be less physical. He was saying that the girls Slytherins tended to be more like Emma and Madison than Sophia. I could work with that. So they'll be spreading rumors about me and trying to hurt my feelings. Assuming that you have any they can hurt, he said. But we both know you are quite resilient. They'll never love me, I said. But if they leave me alone, I'll be happy to simply focus on my studies. The only way I was going to be able to live in this world was if the Dark Lord and his followers were dead, or at least incarcerated. But without skills at magic, I wasn't going to be able to make that happen. Even with those skills, I wasn't going to be able to do it alone. I needed to make allies, and I couldn't afford to alienate anyone who wasn't already inclined to be against me. I will hold you to that, he said. You will have a difficult time in the coming days, but if anyone can survive it, I suspect that you can. I nodded. By the time I got back to my room, the girls were all asleep. It seemed as though my head had just hit the bed when I woke to the sounds of movement downstairs. Snape had summoned the entire class of Slytherins to a meeting, and I hadn't been invited. Last night, there was an incident, Snape said. I've heard you talking about it, and it is true. As of last night, 3 of your male classmates decided to invade the girls' dorms, abusing a prefect's privileges to do so. They were going for the Mudblood's room, I heard one of the boys mutter. He'd been one of those who'd been egging the others on. As of today, they are having bones regrown, Snape said. Miss Hebert had no injuries. The crowd was deathly silent. Sometimes I wonder what has happened to this house, Snape said. It was once the house of the ambitious, the cunning, and the clever. He stared down at the boy who had spoken. How cunning was it to charge up to the room of a muggleborn less than an hour after she arrived? What would it have gained them if they had succeeded in somehow terrorizing an 11-year-old girl? They acted like Gryffindors, and they paid the price for that. The Mudblood would be gone, the boy muttered. And is she? Snape asked. She's sleeping in her room contentedly while 3 fifth-years are in the infirmary with injuries that would have permanently debilitated a muggle. She got lucky, the boy said. Did she? Snape asked. How lucky would she have had to be to come out of encounter like that undamaged? 3 boys with wands went up, and 3 broken bodies came down, and she did not use her wand. There was a sullen expression on the faces of several of the people in the crowd, but others looked more thoughtful. Snape shook his head. If they'd managed to beat her, then they would have accomplished nothing. Now, not only are they suspended, but everyone knows that they are incompetent fools. The stench of that will never wear off. The headmaster and deputy headmistress are both aware of this incident, and they will be keeping an eye on the situation. After the events of the last school year, they have sworn to be less tolerant of outright assaults. I think that this incident will make them more tolerant of whatever horrors she decides to perpetrate. Because she's a mudblood. And because they still think she's a child, Snape said. And regardless of the truth, they will believe that she is defending herself. I could hear angry muttering from the crowd. Fighting her is ultimately pointless, Snape said. Should you win, you will be painted as a bully who picked on an innocent child. Lose, and you will suffer whatever fate she decides to give you, while she will walk away quite free. So we just have to accept her. She will never be one of you, Snape said. And no one can force you to interact with her outside of class. Should you be stupid enough to try to harm her, I am sure that the situation will resolve itself without my intervention. So you won't do anything? A stupid-looking boy asked. I saw several people around him grimace at the question. Apparently they were quicker on the uptake than he was. I dislike attending funerals, Snape said. I won't come to yours. A moment later he was gone, and the murmuring in the room grew louder. I heard several people shouting at several other people. She told me that I'd wake up one night with her standing over my bed, I heard Draco saying. And there's no ward on the boys' stairs either. I got up from bed and prepared for my day while listening in the discussions and arguments that followed. I was starting to get an idea of just who fell into what camp. Not all of the Slytherins were vocal blood purists, although some apparently were. The ones who were quiet, who looked uncomfortable when others started spouting racists nonsense, those were the people that I might be able to reach, even though most of them likely would be never brave enough to support me openly. Still, Snape had done what he promised, and at least tried to keep them from attacking me. If there were some who were too dumb to follow his instructions, then I'd have to do what I could to enlighten them. Classes. Because the girls' prefect was late getting my class schedule to me, I was one of the last people to slip into Transfiguration class. I saw an empty seat at the front of the class, and I saw Hermione Granger waving enthusiastically for me to sit beside her. There was another seat at the back of the room. It would have felt better to sit with my back to the ball, but I didn't want anyone thinking I was anxious or afraid about anything. I slipped into the seat beside Hermione. There was a cat sitting on the teacher's desk. I'd heard that McGonagall could turn into a cat, and the cat even seemed to have markings on her face like spectacles. How was your night? She asked. I've heard some disturbing rumors. I'm fine, I said. Some other people aren't. Hopefully they'll learn their lesson. Has our professor always been a cat? What? She asked. That cat is clearly the professor, I said. Hermione stared at the professor, who chose that moment to step off the desk and become a human. It was the fastest, and smoothest transformation that I'd ever seen, and I'd seen a lot of changers back in my home world. The entire classroom gasped. Transfiguration is some of the most dangerous magic you will learn here in Hogwarts, she said. As such, anyone who chooses to engage in horseplay will be asked to leave and will not come back. How did that even work? Would the student have to make up the work on their own time, or would they simply have an entire branch of magic that they didn't learn by the time they were an adult? The reading I'd done seemed to indicate that transfiguration was one of the fundamental things required to be a wizard. Presumably almost everything learned in the early years would be of use. It was a little like normal school. The basics learned in elementary school would be used by everyone, while classes learned in high school would be hit or miss. I knew people who hadn't done algebra in 20 years, and I knew people who used it all the time. McGonagall turned and with a wave of her wand transformed her desk into a pig. It snorted and stared at us, and I found my mind racing. Had she actually given an inanimate object a form of sentience, even if only a low form? Could the pig be eaten, or would it revert to normal, creating splinters in the stomach that would be fatal or even splinters in the bloodstream? Would that be a perfect form of assassination? I knew better than to ask any of those questions. While I enjoyed prodding Snape, I couldn't afford to alienate McGonagall or any of the other teachers. Transfiguration is a branch of magic that focuses on the alteration of the form or appearance of an object, down to its smallest fundamental parts, McGonagall began once she'd reverted the desk. You should pull out your paper and quills and begin to take notes. I grimaced. I'd tried writing with a quill in the past, and I had a tendency to blot the paper with ink. You had to redip the quill every 3 to 6 words, and I found myself balking at the inefficiency of it. I watched Hermione, who seemed to somehow have already picked up the trick, and I tried to imitate her. I found that I'd been holding the quill too far upright, which made my lines too thick to make for legible words. She held hers at a 45-degree angle. How in the hell had she already learned to write with these things? Transfiguration is very hard work, McGonagall continued. And it requires a mind that is much more focused than some of the other branches of magic. Sloppiness results in failure. It is important to make firm and decisive wand movements. Failure to do so will result in failure. There are factors to be considered with transfiguration. First is weight. Smaller objects are easier to transfigure than larger. The task grows more difficult the larger the object, until some objects are simply too big to transfigure. I wanted to ask what the upper limits were, but I figured I'd be able to find it somewhere in the library. Wand power is also a factor, McGonagall continued. Some wands are better suited to this kind of work than others. That does not mean that any of you have substandard wands. Wands are simply a tool, and some tools are better for some tasks than others. Concentration is the third factor. Allow your concentration to lapse, lose your hold on the mental image of what you are trying to achieve, and the transfiguration will either fail or be incomplete. For that reason, those who are better able to imagine the things they can create often have an easier time. Viciousness is a factor with living transfigurations, she continued. A highly vicious creature is much more difficult to force out of his form, and also to create. The fifth factor is more complicated, she said. And it requires some mastery of mathematics to understand. I glanced around at the people around me. They all seemed to be engrossed in the lesson, even Malfoy. It made sense. The Ravenclaws like to be seen as intelligent, at least according to the hat, and the Slytherins like to see themselves as being sly. I did catch some of them glancing up at me from time to time, only to hastily drop their gaze when they caught me looking at them. McGonagall spent the first half of the session laying out the theory behind transfiguration. I found it fascinating. I could see all kinds of possibilities to transfiguration, even given the limitations that had been laid out. The fact that food couldn't be created from nothing wasn't a surprise. The fact that it could be successfully duplicated was. What was the difference? If I had one hamburger and I made a second one, hadn't that second one come from nothing? Money couldn't be transfigured, but although McGonagall acted as though it was a law of nature, that didn't make much sense to me. What made more sense to me was that wizarding money was spelled not to be copyable. I'd have to try to see if Muggle money could be copied, not that I had any intention of becoming a counterfeiter. Even if it was possible, it was undoubtedly against the law, as it would endanger the whole secrecy the wizarding world depended on. It was apparently impossible to bring someone back from the dead. Even if you tried to transfigure a corpse into someone who was alive, the best you'd get was a zombie. No surprise there. Curse wounds couldn't be healed, even by transfiguration. The second half of the hour was to be dedicated to the practical portion of the course. Our first task was to change matchsticks into a needle. This wasn't something that I'd done before, and so I watched carefully as McGonagall went through the wand motions. It was complex, and I could feel the frustration of the children around me as they struggled with the spell. It was the first real spell we were being taught, and apparently even the purebloods weren't doing a lot better. I saw that Hermione's matchstick was shimmering, and I focused my attention on the match in front of me. They'd started with matchsticks because they were close in form to the needle. The changes she was asking us to make weren't that difficult. We needed to change the matchstick from metal to wood, and we needed to make it sharp. I found myself sweating as I forced myself to focus on what a needle was. Over and over I moved my wand. McGonagall corrected my wand movements a couple of times, and she moved around the room doing the same for the other students. Finally I felt my needle beginning to change. I looked over, and Hermione was doing the same. She was looking at me with an expression of triumph, before looking disappointed when she saw my needle. Her needle was silvery and somewhat pointed. Mine was of a dull metal, but it was sharp. I drew blood when I touched the tip of it. I felt a sense of satisfaction. I wondered if I would be allowed to get a supply of matches from the deputy headmistress to continue practicing. Not only would that let me get control over this ability, but there were things that could be done with a large supply of needles. Congratulations Ms. Hebert, Miss Granger, McGonagall said. She took our needles from us, and held them up to the class. You can see the difference that concentration and focus and sometimes point of view can make in a transfiguration. Neither got the transfiguration completely right, and it is obvious that they focused on different things. Miss Granger focused on changing the metal, while Miss Hebert focused on the sharpness. I could see that it was true. My needle still had the pattern of the wood on it, while Hermione's was more purely metal. Her needle was blunt, but mine was more functional. It's impressive that you both managed to accomplish it on the first day. 5 points to Ravenclaw and Slytherin. As far as I was concerned, Hermione was more impressive. She was actually 11, and her mind hadn't matured yet, and she was keeping up with me, and she'd already figured out how to use a quill. Hermione beamed, although she kept glancing at me. As we rose to leave class, she followed me outside. Is it true that a whole crowd of your classmates attacked you, and now 2 of them are dead? Not that I know of, I said. Unless they died in the middle of the night. I'm sure Professor Snape would have said something. So you were attacked, she said, looking scandalized. What did you do? I glanced around. Several of the other students were looking away, but they were obviously listening to our conversation. Who says I had to do anything? I asked. Aren't the girls' stairs guarded in your dorms? They are, she said. But I overheard Draco Malfoy saying that it was a prefect. I sighed, and I pulled Hermione into a bathroom. My bugs had already told me that no one was inside. As a hypothetical, I said. If a first year really did put 3 50-year students in the hospital wing, would she admit to doing it? Hermione stared at me. You've been to public school before, I said. She'd mentioned it once or twice during the interminable train ride on the way to school. What would happen if popular kids with a lot of friends get hurt by a kid they were bullying? What would the school do? Would they pat the kid on the head and tell him it was a good job? No. They'd punish the kid and apologize to the parents of the bully, because their poor little babies got hurt, I said. A kid who fights back isn't a hero, he's a problem. Is that what it was like in America? Is it any different here? I asked. Or are schools more interested in protecting themselves than their students? She stared at me for a moment, then her gaze dropped to her feet. I figured that someone like her would have some experience with bullying, she would have been too annoying to her peers not to have been. As an adult, she was somewhat less annoying to me, but that was only because I had a different perspective. So when that kid says that someone had an accident, you don't question them, I said. She looked up at me. It's really that bad? She asked. I nodded. It's that bad. I'm handling it, but it could very easily go bad for me. I need for you to support me in this, and in return I'll help you. Doing this alone was probably more than I could handle. I needed allies, and even if Hermione was only 11, she was another set of hands. 2 wands could do a lot more than 1, and if I could get her combat capable, maybe 2 could do a lot more than 1. Her lips tightened. It's not right what they are doing. I've had some of the girls look down on me in Ravenclaw. I think because I'm a muggleborn, but they mostly ignore me. They probably look down on her because of her personality, but I could work with this. It would increase her sense of solidarity with me, and it would make her more loyal. Better to be ignored, I said. Until you are ready to do something about it. Don't brag about how smart you are, them seeing it will be all the proof they need that their superiority complexes aren't real. We've got defense against the dark arts class next, Hermione said. I've got herbology with the Gryffindors later. Let's go, I said. We found the defense classroom without issue, and found seats. Already the class was dividing itself up by house, the Slytherins sitting on one side and the Ravenclaws on the other. How much worse would it have been with Gryffindors, given the hatred I'd overheard from some of the Slytherins last night? Professor Travers slipped into the room. I am Professor Travers, he said when everyone had settled down. And this is defense against the dark arts. Does anyone know what that is? The room was silent, with not even Hermione lifting her hands. In this class we will be teaching the magic you need to learn in order to not die, he said. That's what it breaks down to. There are all sorts of magics that can be used to kill you, and if I do my job right, they may not kill you as quickly as they otherwise might. Everyone was staring at him. I say that because there is no such thing as a perfect defense. Sometimes spells are designed that are superior to the ones commonly in use, but it's only a matter of time before someone designs a better offensive attack spell to get around that defense. Attack and defense are in a race, you see, and they challenge wizardly ingenuity. That is why you can never simply depend on one defense to protect you from everything. There are general defenses that will be generally useful, but those can be overcome. To survive you have to be flexible, and able to roll with the punches. Today, he said. We will begin with how to defend yourself against one of the most dangerous threats that face all wizards, muggles. What? I heard Hermione ask under her breath. Some of you may look at muggles as harmless. They have no magic, so how could they possibly hurt you? He shook his head. It's surprising how many wizards are killed every year by muggles. Their vehicles alone are a large cause of wizarding deaths. A shield charm has proven ineffective against a car striking at high rates of speed. Worse, most adult wizards aren't even capable of casting a good shield charm. Hermione raised her hand. Yes, Miss Granger, Hermione said. How can you claim that muggles are the most dangerous threat to wizards? Isn't that racist? Internally I sighed. Does anyone have an answer to that? He asked. Reluctantly I raised my hands. Yes, Miss Hebert, I said. It's a matter of numbers. Would you think a shark is more dangerous than a cow? Hermione stared at me, then nodded. But lots more people are killed every year by cows than sharks. The reason is that not very many people are around sharks, but a lot of people are around cows. The professor nodded approvingly. 5 points to Slytherin. It's much the same with wizards. A dragon is much more dangerous than a muggle, but outside the preserves, how likely is a normal wizard to see one? You will always have to deal with muggles, though. Even purebloods are unable to completely isolate themselves, as much as they would like to pretend to. Sooner or later you will have to interact with them. He paused and looked around at us. This class is not Muggle studies. If you want to know about Muggle culture, there is a class for that. What we are focused on today is how to defend yourself in the unlikely, but still possible event that you come face to face with a hostile Muggle. He continued, not all Muggles are dangerous. Most of them are completely harmless. The problem is that there are so many of them that inevitably some of them are. Often it's difficult to tell the difference, although there are some possible tells. Today we will be going over those signs. Again, not all Muggles who display these signs are bad. It's simply that the odds are increased when they show these signs. Once we discuss that, we will discuss some counter strategies that can be used. Hermione calmed down, although her face was still a little flushed. We both began to take notes. Brooms. Flying class was to be held out on the lawn, and I wondered what sort of safety precautions they were going to take. Back in the States, even in a hellhole like Winslow, they were very cautious about the risk of injury from school activities for fear of lawsuits. I wasn't worried for myself. Despite my body's weakness, I'd flown before, on the back of a giant beetle, and using a jetpack. I'd had some experience with this sort of things, but I was fairly sure that some of these kids wouldn't have. All I saw was 2 lines of brooms, and a professor. We lines up on one side, and the Gryffindors came a few minutes later. This was the first time that I'd had a chance to really get a close look at them outside of meals, and they were roughhousing with each other as they came out onto the lawn. They were laughing and shouting at each other, and there was none of the quietness that I saw with the Slytherins. If they'd been in a restaurant, I'd have been tempted to put a fly in their soup. I saw a dark-haired boy in glasses staring at me, with a redhead whispering in his ear. They both stared at me unabashedly, not that their classmates weren't doing the same thing. The others, though, at least pretended to look away when I looked at them. It was 3:30 in the afternoon, and the sky was cloudy and grey. The Slytherins had wisely chosen the newer-looking brooms. They'd tried to push me over to an old-looking broom, but I'd made sure I got one of the better ones, and no one was willing to push me on the matter. I didn't like the look of some of the brooms the Gryffindors were using. Neville waved at me and I nodded to him. One of the other Gryffindors whispered in his ear, but he shook his head and continued waving. Good for him. Madam Hooch barked at the Gryffindors to hurry up. Stick your right hand over the broomstick, and say up, she said. Willpower seemed to be a component to these things, and so I willed the broom to come up to my hand. It snapped upwards into my hand. I noticed that the same thing had happened to the dark-haired boy and a few of the others, but most of them were having trouble. Madam Hooch had them repeated until everyone had control of a broom, and then she showed us how to mount it. There should be some sort of safety mechanism, otherwise riding on a broom was suicidal folly. What happened if you slipped off, if your hands got slippery, or if you got a splinter? Most likely there were protective charms on these things, because otherwise, no one who wasn't suicidal would get on one. She blew her whistle, and Neville shot up into the air. He was out of control, it was obvious, and quick look at Madam Hooch showed that she didn't have it under control. Her face had turned white, and she didn't have her wand out. I didn't have a lot of options. Even when I'd been at full power, my bugs couldn't have carried someone of his weight, and if I were to try to fly up and catch him, I doubted that my body would be able to hold him. Most likely we would both slip off out brooms. That left magic, and there was only one spell that I had that would be useful. I let my broom drop, I pulled out my wand, and I shouted, Wingardium Leviosa. The levitation spell would not affect a human being, but it could affect clothes. Neville was at the upper limits of what I could probably lift with the spell, but if I could slow him down at least, then I might be able to save his life. Grimacing, I saw him struggling as his clothes pulled tight, and his entire weight rested on them. The weight was distributed over his entire body, but I was still afraid that his clothes were going to rip, leaving him falling and nude. The broom dropped away from under him, it fell with a crash, shattering on the lawn below. I let him drop, probably faster than I should have. I could hear a ripping sound from where I was. I dropped him heavily onto the lawn, and I saw him hyperventilating. It looked as though he was having a panic attack. That was well done, Miss Hebert, Madam Hooch said faintly. I wasn't aware that Mr. Flitwick was teaching that spell on the first day of term. We haven't had his class yet, I said, dropping my wand. I studied ahead. 10 points to Slytherin, she said. I think I'd best take Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary to get a calming potion. I noticed that she pointed her wand at him, and the bugs I had near him heard the sound of clothing repairing themselves. She turned to the rest of us. None of you will touch your brooms until I get back, on threat of expulsion. With that, she was gone. Did you see his face, the great lump? Malfoy said. I could see the Gryffindors bristling, and it looked like they were spoiling for a fight. The last thing I needed was to have to hurt someone because we got into a brawl out onto the lawn. The older kids knew what they were doing, and deserved whatever I could do to them, but these were just kids. I don't need a broom to make you fly, I said testily. His mouth snapped shut, and he paled. The Gryffindors who had been about to say something stopped and stared at us with wide eyes. I noticed that the dark-haired kid was staring at me more intently than the others. Was that a sign of intelligence, or did he need his glasses prescription changed? Pansy Parkinson said, "You can't talk to him like that. Do you know who his father is?" I turned and stared at her. The color drained from her face, and she looked down at the ground. I nodded. After what just happened, anybody who even thinks about touching a broom is crazy. Forget about what the professor said. I don't know any healing spells yet, and it would be very easy to break your neck. I don't save idiots either. Who are you calling idiots? The red-haired kid shouted. Anybody stupid enough to get on one of these death traps without supervision. Personally, I'd be writing to your parents about the poor quality of the brooms here, I said. Look at those things. I pointed at some of the worst-looking brooms. My guess is that the spells on those things aren't working right, which puts all of us in danger. Isn't that what Malfoy should be writing his father about, since he actually has some pull at this school? Malfoy stared at me, then nodded slowly. Yeah, Malfoy, a boy whose name I didn't know said. Isn't your dad a bigwig here? Can't he do something about this? I could almost see Malfoy's chest swell at the attention. He nodded slowly, and then more enthusiastically. If you see something that should be changed, you go to people who can do something about it, I said. If they can't do anything about it, then you do something yourself. Malfoy picked something up off the ground. He dropped this. What a stupid thing. What is it? I asked. A remember all. It tells you that you've forgotten something, but it doesn't tell you what you've forgotten. I frowned. Well, I can see how that would be of limited usefulness. He probably didn't get it for himself, though. It sounds like the kind of thing parents force on us. He's being raised by his aunt, the redhead said defiantly. Lost his parents in the war, hurt by you lot. Well, certainly not me, I said. I'm from America, and even if I wasn't, I don't think anyone here was there during the last war. Their families then. He said. So because there were people in their families who made some bad decisions, they should pay for it. I said. So you should have to pay every time one of your brothers plays a prank. I'd heard people talking about the notorious Weasley brothers. I wasn't sure which one this one was, but the line between pranking and abuse was very thin. Emma and Sophia and Madison had used the just joking excuse more than once, and teachers had bought it. I was going to reserve judgment until I saw examples of what they were doing. Was it an actual good sport, or were they using it to humiliate and hurt people who were less powerful than them? I'd have to convince them that it was important to punch up instead of down. You think I don't? He asked. You want to be judged as your own person, don't you? Yes. He said, sounding a little less hostile. So why not give them a chance? If they turn out to be bad people, then you can treat them the way bad people ought to be treated. If they turn out to be good people, then you've made a friend. He scowled, and I heard mutters from all around me at the idea of being friends with Gryffindors or Slytherins. It was barely at the end of the first day of school. How had they already brainwashed these kids into hating each other? It had to be the families who had gone here in the past. The muggleborns didn't know enough to know any different. Undoubtedly they would learn, though, and then they'd pass it on to their own children. So you're saying we should all be friends? The dark-haired kid asked. Potter, the killer baby. Why not? I said. We'll have time to kill each other when we're older, but why should our parents' wars have anything to do with us? Easy for you to say, I heard Pansy Parkinson say. You've got nothing to lose. That's true, and if people want to bring war to my doorstep, I'll be happy to oblige them, I said. But I'd prefer not to have to kill anyone, yet. All of their eyes were on me now. There are going to be people who try to pressure you into one side or the other. Some of them may be in your own families. But if you don't make your own choices, then you aren't any better than a house elf, a slave. What would a muggleborn know about it? Pansy asked. You don't know anything about us. Has anybody tried to tell me? I asked. The Gryffindors were looking at me like I'd grown two heads. House unity in Slytherin normally caused them to keep disagreements within house, leading the other houses to think that they all agreed with each other. I suspected that this was part of the reason that the other houses thought poorly of them. Madam Hooch came rushing back to us, looking relieved that no one was up in the air. The rest of the lesson was rather tame after that. I caught the Potter boy looking rather disappointed. Presumably he'd wanted more acrobatics and horseplay, but as far as I was concerned, this class was already insanely dangerous for 11-year-old children. Keeping it tame enough for a 5-year-old seemed wise. The day ended with a meal, and I headed for the library. I found Hermione there. I heard about how you saved Neville, she said excitedly. I didn't think that the levitation spell was supposed to be strong enough to lift an entire person. It almost wasn't. You need to talk him into losing some weight, I said. Or learn how to fly better. They said you moved like lightning. She said. I shrugged. I suspected something bad was going to happen, and so I was ready for it. She lifted her notebook, and underneath I saw an entire box of matches. At my look, she flushed. I wanted to get better at it before the next class. Do you want some? I nodded, and I spent the next hour transforming matchsticks into better and better needles. I found myself in competition with Hermione, odd as it was. I found that by changing my image of the needle, I could change other things about it. By the time we were done, I had a pile of needles in front of me, and Hermione had a pile in front of her. My needles had gotten to be better and better metal over time, until they were indistinguishable from real needles. Hermione's, by contrast, had gotten sharper and sharper. I sensed Draco Malfoy hiding behind a bookcase. Can I help you, Malfoy? I asked. He stepped out from behind the bookcase, and he gave an uncertain look at the pile of needles in front of me. I'm getting ready for Halloween, I said pleasantly. I doubted that he got the joke. Can I talk to you? He asked. Glancing at Hermione, I said, it looks like you are alone, he said. I shrugged and rose to my feet. Turning to Hermione, I said, if he goes missing, you didn't see anything. For once she was quick on her feet. See what? She asked. Stepping 2 bookcases over, Malfoy took a deep breath and faced me. Why did you do that today? Do what? With the brooms, he said. Making me look good. Did I do that? I asked. I thought for a moment. I've heard you bragging about your family in the common room. Do you really think anybody cares about that? He stared at me as though I was crazy. My father is not here, I said. Most of these kids have never met him, and hopefully they never will. They've met you though. What do you mean? He asked suspiciously. If I started bragging about what my Muggle family accomplished, what would you think of me? That you were an idiot, he said. Who cares what your Muggle family did? It's different among our kind. It's not, though, I said. People care about what you can do for them. That's it. They don't care how rich you are or how nice you are. They care whether you can make their life better. He stared at me. Right. So what have you done for them to brag about? I asked. It's just the first day, so the answer is nothing. So you've got power and influence, use it. What? If you get the school new brooms, then people will really believe that you have the kind of pull that you say you do. I'm not sure. He began. How much do school brooms cost? I asked. He shrugged. Enough that your father couldn't easily afford 20 of them. I asked. He shook his head angrily. Of course not. The Malfoys are one of the oldest, richest. So you talk your father into it. Talk about how dangerous the brooms are, and how grateful the students' parents will be if he donates them to the school, I said. It will solidify your position with people as the guy who can get things done. He looked thoughtful. Nobody cares who your family is, I said. But they care about what you can do for them. He was silent for a moment, and then he nodded. This doesn't mean that I can afford to be seen around you. I shrugged. Do I look like I give a damn? He glared at me, and a moment later he was gone. Hermione stepped out from behind the stacks. I'd known she was there, of course, but it hadn't bothered me that she was listening. How could you say all that to him? She asked indignantly. About people only caring about what you can do for them. It's true, I said. People aren't all greedy and money grubbing. It doesn't have to be money, I said. Maybe it's just that you make them smile. Maybe you make them feel good about themselves. Maybe you support them emotionally, or you are fun. You didn't say that to him, she said, mollified. He's not ready to hear it, I said. It fits enough with his beliefs that he'll actually listen, and maybe take it to heart. Even if he doesn't, if the school gets better brooms, then we're all better off. And maybe I wouldn't have to spend the next 7 years hearing him brag about his family when he thought I wasn't listening. Why are you helping him anyway? He's a horrible person. He called me a mudblood on the train. He's been told that muggleborn are terrible his whole life, I said. Do you think that meeting one is going to change that right away? Well, no. But it's going to take a while for him to change his mind, I said. And the only way it's going to happen is if he meets muggleborns who challenge his preconceptions. It shouldn't be our job to teach him. She hissed. That's true, I said. But if not us, then who? Wizard society is full of people like him, and the only way we're going to change it is one heart at a time. You sound like my mom, Hermione muttered. Sometimes you sound like an old woman in a kid's body. I stiffened. Did she suspect something? But I guess maybe things are different in America. Things were different back home, yes, I said. Do you miss it? She asked. My family, I said. But I try not to think about it much. I had friends back there too. Other than that, not really. It was true. Brockton Bay had been a hellhole, and I'd been too driven about my work in stopping the slaughterhouse and saving the world to really enjoy Chicago. Hermione frowned. Are you just telling me things that I can accept, because you think that I can't handle more than that? I put my arm around her shoulder. Would you believe me if I said no? No. Good girl, I said. If I was right about what was coming, she needed to learn how to discriminate between lies and the truth, sooner, rather than later. Mail. The next 2 days passed relatively peacefully. I wasn't attacked in my bed, and while no one attacked me in the halls, no one went out of their way to associate with me either. Even my roommates seemed afraid of me. I didn't associate much with them, instead focusing on my studies. The next attack might not come for a while, but I couldn't depend on that. It was going to happen sooner or later, and I had to come up with strategies for that. The Gryffindors tended to stare rudely at me. The Slytherins pretended that I didn't exist. The Ravenclaw seemed slightly less afraid of me than the others, and I caught a couple of them whispering about asking me about the levitation spell, although they never did. Herbology was pleasant enough, and I could see the use for it. The Hufflepuffs didn't seem as dumb as the Slytherins kept whispering, but they also all seemed to shy away from me more than those in the other houses, so maybe they were a little less brave. Apparently Hogwarts greenhouses were separated by the danger level of the plants inside. I approved of this heartily. 11-year-old children shouldn't be dealing with man-eating plants. However, I found myself interested in what exactly was in those more dangerous greenhouses. I suspected that some of them might be useful. Sprout seemed to be a down-to-earth teacher. I wouldn't have any particular advantages in her class, but I doubted that I would need any. It struck me as one of the easiest classes, and hopefully the skills we learned there would translate to potions or one of the more useful classes. Astronomy though seemed like a waste of time. We had class during the day, with labs by night once a week. I couldn't understand why we were supposed to study it. All the other classes had practical applications for becoming a functional wizard. Astronomy, not so much. There wasn't any magic related to it, and wands weren't necessary. It was basically just a science class. If it had been me setting a curriculum I would have replaced it with a mathematics class, or something. It was all about learning the names of the stars and planets, and was pretty simple. Still, I felt I could be using my time more productively doing anything else. Looking through telescopes that night was mildly interesting, but it didn't feel like something I should be bothering with. The fact that this was a class they expected us to take for years bothered me. History of magic, though, made astronomy look positively brilliant. It was interesting being taught by a ghost, for the first 5 minutes, but it was soon clear that he was a terrible teacher. He essentially read from the book in a monotone voice, and the only one taking notes at all was Hermione. The problem was that it should have been one of the more interesting classes. It should have been like learning about capes in Winslow, a temporary bright spot in the middle of the day. Instead it was a terrible slog to get through, and while I wasn't falling asleep like some of the other students, I did find my attention wandering. I found myself listening to the second-year charms class being taught down the hall. It was a lot of theoretical work that I didn't really have the background for, but it was a lot more interesting than listening to a lot of racist claptrap about the goblins. Not that I loved goblins, but Bins really didn't seem to like them, and I couldn't understand why. There had been several goblin rebellions apparently, but the reasons behind them, once you looked past the wizard propaganda, seemed fairly sound. Wands were apparently forbidden to the goblins, something they resented, and with good reason. They'd been marginalized, and many of their career options had been curtailed by wizard bigotry. It wasn't surprising that they rebelled every few decades. The only surprise was that some enterprising Dark Lord hadn't promised them equal rights in return for their backing. He probably would have gotten it. Most likely, all of them had feared that doing that would have united their enemies against them. I was happy to get out of history of magic, and after listening to Flitwick teaching second years, I was already predisposed to liking him. Not only did he seem competent, but his class was actually useful. Presumably this class, Transfiguration, and Potions were the 3 classes that were the real meat and bones of what it was to be a wizard. The other classes seemed to be less useful. Stepping into the class, I saw the professor's head snap up. He was very short, about 3.5 feet tall, which meant that I was only a foot taller than he was. He would probably look a lot smaller once I got taller. I'd heard some of the Slytherins whispering that he was half goblin, and that it was a shame that he'd been allowed to teach at the school, but he actually seemed like one of the better teachers. Miss Hebert. He called out. His voice was squeaky. I heard about your outstanding use of the levitation spell yesterday. We aren't even supposed to be teaching that spell until October. It seemed like one of the more useful spells, I said. There were some other spells that I tried that I couldn't get to work. It's surprising that you got it to work at all, he said. It requires a precise set of wand movements. I experimented with it, I said. It didn't work at all with some of the other spells. Once I got it down, I practiced it over and over until I was able to do it every time. It will help once you learn the theory, he said. And once you understand the reason that some wand movements work with some spells and not with others, it will get easier to learn some of the spells. We will be going over the theory of wand movements this year. I nodded. If there's any books you can recommend to help me with self-study, I'd be thrilled, I said. Getting on the good side of this professor was important, and he was so friendly it was hard not to like him. If part of me felt a little suspicious because of it, I couldn't help it. McGonagall was strict, and Snape was an ass, but the kind of ass I could actually understand. Sprout seemed so harmless that it was possible that she was dangerous, but she wasn't exactly in a position of power. I'll get you a self-study list after class, he said. I've already been asked for one by Miss Granger, so I've already got the list made up. Trying to get ahead of me, how ambitious of her. Having him as head of house was going to give her a leg up with it too. I'd have to work hard to keep ahead of her, while I had the benefit of greater age and experience, those benefits would vanish as we got older. I'd never been as brilliant as she was when I was her age. I only looked that way now from the outside because of being an adult in a child's body. He clapped his hands. It's wonderful that we have so many ambitious students this year, and muggleborns too. We've got to prove that the purebloods are wrong about us, I said. Which means we have to work 3 times as hard to get the same credit. He looked uncomfortable for a moment. I'll be watching your progress closely. I nodded. Hermione stepped into the room, and we found our place at the front of the class. If I didn't have my bugs to give me eyes in the back of my head, I never would have sat with my back to everyone. It would leave too many opportunities for people to attack me from behind. However, sitting at the front had benefits. It told people that I was confident that I could deal with anything they'd throw at me, and it put me close to the professor, where they were more likely to see if something was done to me. That fact alone might keep people from doing anything in the first place, which was better than my having to retaliate. The one thing I couldn't afford was for every day here to become a running battle. My ingenuity and skill had limits, and sooner or later I would fail. A reputation for infallibility was important. Every person that was too afraid to attack me was one more day for me to get stronger. Eventually I'd be strong enough to not worry about anything except sleeping, and I'd read that there were spells designed to protect the bedchamber. It was likely that I'd have to get a lot better at magic to use them, which is why I was going to pay a lot of attention to charms. Flitwick spent the first half of the session on theory. He explained everything in a rather simplistic style so that even the slowest of my classmates could understand what he was saying. I'd heard his second-year lecture, which was much more complex, and so I knew he was dumbing everything down for the newbies. Even so, taking notes with a quill was unpleasant. I found myself resenting it more and more, and Hermione made it look easy. She'd explained to me that the Ravenclaws thought that wizards required quills to be used because they helped the hand get used to the same types of movements as wands. I thought that explanation to be a little fishy. More likely it was simple prejudice about adopting Muggle technologies. I was essentially living among the magical Amish. Even if strong centers of magical power stopped electronics, as Hermione insisted, I'd seen wristwatches working on some of the Muggleborn students. If clockworks worked, it was likely that ordinary pens or pencils would work just as well. Using the quill made my hand cramp, and that made me irritable. Thus once lunch came, I was sitting by myself at the table. Fortunately, the Ravenclaws and Slytherins tables were next to each other, and so Hermione sat as close to me as she could, and she occasionally called things out to me. I felt some of my bugs begin to die, and I looked up. Owls were flying into the room, and some of them were snapping up some of my bugs as they went to land on the tables. Pansy Parkinson had ostentatiously left a seat between me and her, but as an owl landed on my table, she looked over at me curiously. It lifted its leg at me, and I saw that it was carrying a letter in its claw. Snape had talked about my getting an owl, and I'd decided against it. The school had its own owls, should I need to send correspondence out, and I hardly needed a pet for some bigot to kill just as I became fond of it. I shook my head and kept on eating. There was no one in the world who knew me, so most likely the mail wasn't going to be something I wanted to read. It was probably a death threat, or some sort of racist diatribe. "You've got mail," Pansy said. "So. The owl comes, and you take your mail," she said. "You Muggleborn are so stupid. Don't they have mail where you come from?" "It's probably a bill," I said. "What could you possibly owe?" she asked. "What, do you have a gambling habit? Did wizards even have casinos? What could they possibly bet on that someone wouldn't use magic to cheat about? For that matter, were wizards prohibited from winning at Muggle games? It might break secrecy if every lottery winner was a wizard, but access to a lot of Muggle money would make even a wizard's life better." "Every day's a gamble," I said. "I'm still not opening that letter." The bird hopped up and down and looked at me angrily. Finally it dropped the letter and flew off. The letter sat on the table, sitting in a pink envelope without any writing on the outside. When's the next time a muggle like you is likely to get a letter? Pansy said. She scowled. Fine, I'll open it. She reached over and grabbed the letter before I could say anything. She opened the letter, and then frowned. She dropped it, and began scratching at her hands. Boils began to sprout up on her hands and she screamed. Looking over her shoulder, I saw that the letter simply said in big block letters, "You aren't wanted here, Mudblood." I could see the professors rising to their feet, so I quickly stood up and away. If she was going to explode, I didn't want to be anywhere near her. The other Slytherins seemed to be of the same mind, as those closest to us rose to their feet and quickly moved back. Snape was the first to reach the table. "Bubotuberpus," he muttered. He looked at me. "What happened here, Miss Hebert? Was that some sort of wizard curse?" "Pansy opened my letter," I said. "I wasn't going to." Snape pointed his wand at Pansy, and muttered some words I couldn't quite hear, even with my bugs. He seemed satisfied with whatever he saw, though. He glanced at it, and scowled. He gestured to Gemma, and said, "Please take Miss Parkinson to the infirmary, and take care not to touch her hands." Her hands were swelling up to the size of sausages. She was crying and wailing like it was the end of everything. I'd seen civilians menaced by Leviathan who made less of a production about it. Of course, most of them had been frozen by fear. Snape pointed his wand, and a moment later the letter levitated to be placed in a bag that he either conjured or pulled out from somewhere inside his robes. He was careful not to touch it. "Have Madame Pomfrey check Miss Parkinson for curses more thoroughly," he told Gemma, who was helping Pansy to her feet. Pansy started wailing louder. Hopefully she'd learn not to open other people's mail. Learning to put curses on objects seemed like a really useful skill. Maybe I could get Snape to show me what to study. I'd pretend that I was interested in learning about how to avoid cursed items, which of course I was. I hadn't known items could be cursed. I had an uneasy feeling that it was an oversight like this that was going to end up causing me more trouble than anything I could anticipate or plan for. "Curses are upper-level subjects," Snape said. "5th year and above. You will not be ready to use them for some time yet." Challenge accepted. While Snape was seemingly refusing my obvious interest in curses, he was also giving me a clue as to who my attacker was. Essentially he was saying that it had to be a 5th year or above, possibly a gifted 4th year, or a professor. While it was possible that the people who had killed my body had found out that I was here, I suspected that they'd have used something much more lethal. I would have expected that a professor would have been more lethal too. I couldn't see any reason for a professor to focus on me as a subject for attack. Most likely it was an upper-year Slytherin, and most likely a boy. The girls would have access to my room. If they'd wanted to trap something they could simply slip whatever they had used into my covers. The boys, however, were more limited, unless this was a statement, an attempt to show all the muggleborn what happens to mudbloods who thought too much of themselves. Still, it was a risky play. It ran the risk of getting the professors involved, and while some of them might be sympathetic to the pure-blood cause, the headmaster certainly was not. The smarter thing to do would be to wait until I was alone and ambush me in a deserted hallway where no one could hear my screams. Most children my age would be easily intimidated into keeping quiet, although surely not all. It had been one reason that I hadn't wanted an owl. Owls could be easily killed or held for ransom. Also, they ate bugs. "Miss Hebert," Snape said. "I will be escorting you to the headmaster's office." I sighed and grabbed a chicken leg. I'd barely even gotten to eat. "Pansy's going to be all right?" I asked. "She's not going to explode. I did not see any curses that would immediately endanger her life," he said. "I will, of course, check on her once I have seen you safely to the headmaster's office." I nodded. "While there are lethal curses that can be transmitted by objects, they are forbidden at Hogwarts," he said. He glanced at me, as though I was planning to immediately begin using them on the entire population of Slytherin. As if, I was probably going to have to wait until at least next year before I got strong enough. And so they'd get in trouble if they'd used them. I asked. "Not that it would bother me, since I'd be dead. Perhaps you should endeavor to stand out less." "I'm like a mongoose in a nest of snakes," I said. "I'll never fit in, and I'm going to have to keep moving if I just want to survive." "Potions. Miss Hebert, where would you find a bezoar?" Snape asked. "One of these?" I asked, pulling it out and holding it up. "In my pocket. If you are asking where they come from, it's the stomach of a goat. I'd been given one by Dumbledore, supposedly because they warded off poisons." Asking me this question was most likely intended to tell my classmates that I was warded against poisons, which might make them less likely to try. It might also simply make them try poisons that bezoars couldn't handle. Still, sending them a message that I was ready for whatever they brought might be worth the danger. "And what is it used for?" "Poisons," I said. "And keeping you alive." Snape stared at me for a second. He glanced around the room at my classmates, who were all watching the both of us intently. The Ravenclaws and Slytherins were all very interested in what had happened. What's the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, and they are almost as poisonous to the rest of us as they are to werewolves. And what would you use it for? Snape asked. Some sort of stimulant potion, I said. And the wolfsbane potion? It is called the Wide-Eye potion, Miss Hebert, he said. He turned to the rest of the class and nodded as he saw that everyone was taking notes. I am glad to see that not every student at this school is as foolish as a Gryffindor, he said. However, you will find that my expectations are correspondingly higher in this class. The entire class stared at him, with no one saying a word. He had a certain elegance of speech that made him mesmerizing when he wanted to be, and this particular group of kids were eating it up. Today we will be working on a boil curing potion. Recent events will make it clear why this is a necessary first step. He turned and began writing the ingredients on the board. I raised my hand. Yes, Miss Hebert. Are there any steps that we need to watch out for so that the potion won't explode on us? Hermione had said that Neville had been forced to go to the infirmary with boils, which seemed interesting. Presumably he'd made some sort of elementary mistake that had changed the entire nature of the potion, from one that cured boils, to one that caused them. That might mean that every potion was like that. It might not, but it was an intriguing avenue to explore. Do not put the nettles in until after you take it off from the fire, he said. Or you will regret it. A fool of a Gryffindor made that mistake yesterday. I'd heard vague rumors that Neville had been injured in class. I made a quick note. I looked up and saw him looking at me suspiciously. Did he think I was planning to make boil-making potion? Possibly as a way to get back at the people who had attacked me? Boils wouldn't be enough. Attacking in kind wasn't enough to be a deterrent. Although, dropping several boil-making potions in their bath might be doable. How diluted would that potion have to be before it didn't cause boils anymore? I wrote this down in the margins of my notes. It might be something I would have to experiment with, not in my own bathtub, of course. I'd also have to find out about how to clean the solutions effectively. Snape was watching me again. He set us to measuring out nettles and crushing snake fangs. As he came around to me and Hermione, I asked, is there any residual poison in these fangs? There is only one species of venomous snakes in the British Isles, Snape said. And we do not use their fangs for first-year potions. Undoubtedly, half the class would nick themselves and end up in the infirmary. Crush the fangs more finely, you wish it to be the consistency of granulated sugar, something you should be familiar with as an American. At least we don't boil everything, I muttered under my breath. He pretended not to hear me, and Hermione stared at me with wide eyes. I had a suspicion that she would consider talking back to a professor tantamount to throwing dynamite into the middle of class. I was being unfair, of course. The food at Hogwarts was actually quite good, although I still couldn't understand how the students weren't all the size of actual whales. There wasn't any sort of physical education requirement, and every meal was a feast. The students around me ate heartily too. It wasn't that they had some sort of supernatural restraint. Did magic require calories? Who would I ask? If maybe Hogwarts food was magic to be non-fattening. It seemed to work, whatever they were doing. Snape seemed to have criticisms for everyone except Draco Malfoy, who seemed to preen. He looked at me triumphantly as his potion turned perfectly clear. My potion with Hermione was the second best out of the bunch, but it was still a little cloudy. I suspected that there were some steps in the process that hadn't been adequately explained, and I could see that Hermione was frustrated, especially by the looks Draco was giving her. She was going to insist on getting every potion right. I, on the other hand, would be interested in getting them wrong. Unconventional potions, created through mistakes in the process, would be devastating. This potion alone would be interesting, and it took almost no time to make. The most difficult thing would be testing out the resulting potions. I might have been better off having class with the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs if they were as stupid as Snape seemed to think. They'd probably have a lot of creative mistakes. Of course, Snape seemed as prejudiced against the Gryffindors as the rest of the school was against the Slytherins. I already knew who'd sent the letter. Bugs had senses of smell that were fairly acute, they used it to track down food. Different insects had different senses of smell, but Bubotuberpus had a distinctive smell that all of them could identify. Although the culprit had been careful not to touch any with his bare hands, he'd been around it enough that the scent had lingered on his robes. That was something my bugs could smell, although it wasn't something that I could take to Dumbledore. I'd doubled my number of bugs I could control again. I could now control somewhere around 250. That would be enough to carry potion vials, although I wasn't sure that I wanted to risk revealing them to the world for something like this. On the other hand, I might be able to get away with it if I was clever. Working on a distribution system might not be that difficult. I'd have to make sure that I was somewhere in public when it happened. If the people attacking me thought that I had CO conspirators, it would drive them crazy looking for them. They might tear themselves apart trying, which would keep them from focusing on me. Was it worth the risk of my being discovered? I suspected that wizards probably had easy ways to deal with bugs if they knew about them. Once they knew that bugs were a large part of my arsenal, they'd get rid of them, probably using some kind of charm or shield I'd never heard about. Still, hitting people with a sock full of galleons wasn't going to be enough to drive the people who wanted to hurt me off for long. I needed to send a message and I had to do it in a way that even the slowest of the Slytherins could understand. Finally, I decided. I needed the kind of uncertainty that this was going to create. I needed people to assume that I had someone protecting me, so that they'd spend more time trying to figure out who that was than attacking me. We should go talk to Neville, I said to Hermione. Her eyes lit up. He's probably still in the hospital wing. I nodded. It was the right thing to do, it was the human thing to do. Also, I needed a better explanation of what had happened during his accident. We went straight to the infirmary, where Neville was lying in bed. His face was still covered in boils, although they already were looking better than Pansy's hands had looked. He looked up at us, and he smiled. Hey! Neville grimaced as the skin of his cheek pulled tight. Hermione patted his unblemished hand. Parts of him were covered in boils, and other parts were clear. I tried to imagine what sort of splatter pattern had done this, how far did it extend, and how far I needed to be when I replicated his mistake. He thanked me for saving him from a broken arm. I waved it off. What happened? I asked. Professor Snape. Neville said. He's so scary. I guess I wasn't paying attention. The potion exploded. I asked. It melted my cauldron, Neville said. Boiled out over everything. Professor Snape says I'm going to have to pay for a new one. I'm sorry that happened to you, I said. Maybe Hermione can help tutor you in potions. Hermione glanced at me quickly, but Neville grabbed her hand. Would you? I'm sure both of us would be happy to, Hermione said quickly, glaring at me. At her angry look, I shrugged. Tutoring Neville would have kept her busy and out of my hair. Helping to tutor him might not be a bad idea. While it was possible that he was simply unlucky this first day, he seemed like the kind of person who might be clumsy in a class like potions, where small mistakes could cause big disasters. Helping tutor him might actually give me special insights into exactly what mistakes he was making, and if there were useful ones, I'd be able to turn those to my advantage in ways that people might not expect. The fact that his variation on the potion destroyed cauldrons was unfortunate. It meant that I needed to get multiple cauldrons, and I'd need to be careful about cleaning up as well. I could steal some of the school's cauldrons, but I'd have to replace them eventually. It was possible that wizards had magical versions of Muggle forensics, so I'd have to be particularly careful. I'd use my spare wand for everything too. If it needed to be attuned anyway, I probably needed to practice with it. We sat and talked with Neville until lunch. I did not receive any mail. For the next 2 days, I went about my normal routine. I used my bugs to find out where the school cauldrons were, and I slipped in when no one was looking, and I clumsily picked the locks guarding them. Why anyone bothered I wasn't sure. There were magical ways to open locks available to anyone who wasn't me. Stealing several cauldrons wasn't hard, levitating them through the hallways to an unused bathroom was considerably harder task given that the walls were covered in paintings. I had to give up a night's worth of sleep to pull that one off, which left me unreasonably cranky the next morning. Apparently paintings slept when no one was around, whether that was an energy conservation method, or they simply slept because they thought they should, it didn't matter. What mattered was that I was able to levitate several pots within pots to the unused bathroom and hide them in the stalls. I managed to brew the potions that very night, and if I hadn't been using bugs and levitation spells for the last part of it, I would have been in serious trouble. The explosion the first one made covered half the bathroom. It was a wonder that more of the students hadn't been injured. In the end I managed to make 6 vials of my boil-causing potion, and I spent the rest of the night trying to clean the bathroom. While it was unused in the middle of the night, getting rid of the smell and the burn marks on the floor was a lot harder than I'd thought it would be. The cauldrons melted, and I managed to levitate them into buckets. Pouring them down a toilet proved to be a poor idea, and when I was done, the toilet was no longer working. However, I was able to keep the cause of the problem from being apparent. I barely made it back in time not to get caught, and the entirety of the next day I was so exhausted that I could barely keep my eyes open. Having a teenager's body and stamina would have been much more convenient. When I'd been a superhero, and then a supervillain, I'd pulled all sorts of all-nighters. Now I found myself going to bed early, ignoring the whispers of my roommates. Because I'd gone to bed so early, I was able to wake up early as well. The boy who'd sent the pus had been one of the boys egging my attackers the first night. Jeffrey Avery was a pureblood, and he hadn't said anything about what he was going to do to any of his friends, at least not when I was close enough to listen. It was simplicity itself for me to coat the insides of his bathtub with the potion. Experimentation with a less than friendly rat had showed that Neville's concoction was dangerous even when dry, and that if reconstituted it took time to work, but eventually would. I went back to bed, and decided to sleep in. I was awakened to the sounds of screams. Jerking awake, I saw that Millicent and Tracy were already up. They were staring at each other, wide eyes, and grabbing robes. They ran downstairs. I took a little longer to get dressed. By the time I was done, Snape was already levitating a boy covered in a sheet down the boy's stairs. His hand and arm slipped out from under the sheet, and I saw that it was so covered in boils that it looked almost unrecognizable. Apparently 6 doses had been much too strong, even when dilute through an entire bathtub of water. Using 3 might have been enough, but I'd wanted to avoid underkill. Snape looked at all of us. "This stops now," he said. He sounded genuinely angry. "I am taking Mr. Avery to the infirmary, and when I am done, I expect the entire house to be in the common room." With that, he was gone. I saw several people openly staring at me, and I carefully kept my face neutral. Now that I thought about it, using an untested potion on a human being hadn't been the smartest thing I could have done. Why had I done it? Was there something wrong with my brain? I hadn't been this impulsive since the last time I was 11. I fought to keep myself from scowling. How could I make plans if I couldn't trust my own decision-making? If my own brain was working against me, I wasn't sure what I could do. Snape was back less than 30 minutes later. "I thought we were done with this after last year," he said. "Fighting with the Gryffindors was bad enough. Fighting among ourselves." He shook his head. "The other houses think that we are the villains, that every Dark Lord comes from among our ranks, and that because of that we cannot be trusted. Mr. Avery almost died tonight," he said. "He has boils inside his mouth and down his throat that crippled his ability to breathe, and it was only through my quick intervention that he survived at all." Snape stared at me, but I kept my eyes straight ahead, my face expressionless. I kept my mind blank too, just in case. "I would like to hear where everyone was when this all happened," he said. The next 30 minutes was composed of questioning. Snape kept looking at me, and I kept my mind as blank as possible. Finally he shook his head. "Should Mr. Avery die, the Aurors will become involved. At that point, my ability to intervene will be null and void." The room was quiet. I saw some of the others looking at me, and it was clear that some of them wanted to throw out an accusation, but no one said anything. "And Miss Hebert?" Snape said. "Yes. Detention," he said. "What? Why?" I asked. My acting must not have been very good, because I heard a muttering coming up from the crowd. "We will discuss that during your detention, which will begin on Monday." I sighed and nodded. In a way, he'd as much as outed me to the entire class, but given the way that Slytherins worked, it would only help my reputation. Maybe he wanted to quiz me on who my ally was, or maybe he didn't believe I had done it at all and simply wanted to throw whoever he thought the true culprit was off the scent. I considered going back to bed for my first Saturday off, but my stomach told me that it was time to eat. For some reason, this iteration of me was much more concerned with food. If I wasn't careful I would get fat, especially because I hadn't worked out a way to keep running without becoming too visible. The last thing I needed was for my enemies to be able to predict where I was going to be at any given time. Even my bugs couldn't watch everywhere, and I'd die just as quickly from a rock pushed off from one of the towers as anybody else. Breakfast was my first priority, and then I was going to have to try more magic. "Detention. Professor Snape?" I asked. Detention at Winslow had involved a bored teacher sitting at the front of the classroom while the students did their homework and tried to ignore the spitballs hitting the backs of their heads. I'd had detention on multiple occasions because of some scheme of Emma's. This was the first time that I was going to a detention that I actually deserved, and I wasn't sure how it was supposed to go. I'd spent the entire weekend poring over library books in my room, and practicing spells over and over again. My roommates had studiously avoided the room until bedtime, and then they'd been careful not to speak to me. "Miss Hebert," Snape said from behind me. I'd known he was there, of course, but I wouldn't have had I been limited to human senses. He was very good at lurking and blending into the shadows. "Close the door," he said. I did so, carefully, and then I turned to meet his eyes. "What you did was inexcusable," he said. "Mr. Avery almost died, and his parents are withdrawing him from school and making a complaint to the Aurors. He is in St. Mungo's now." I had no idea what St. Mungo's was, and I didn't feel like asking. "So why haven't they come for me?" "There is evidence that he was the one who sent the infected letter to you," Snape said. "And the Aurors have decided, with the headmaster's prompting, that he was attempting to brew a boil-creating formula in his bathtub, one of monstrous proportions, and that he fell in." "They fell for that?" I asked incredulously. "You will find that there are competing groups in the wizarding worlds. Some strongly dislike the Muggles. The other, does not particularly care for them either, but dislike the first group even more. Mr. Avery's family has been involved in some unsavory practices in the past, and this is the Aurors' first chance to concoct an excuse to go after them. On trumped-up charges," I said flatly. The more I heard about Wizarding Society, the less I liked it. It was possible that there were wonderful things about it, but the victim rarely appreciated the culture of the oppressor, of which you are the beneficiary, Snape said. However, I doubt that something similar will happen again. Even the headmaster's patience has its limits. I don't know what you are talking about, I said. Avery had enemies. That is true, Snape said. Enemies that he has made peace with, or ones outside the house who would not be able to get to him in his own bathroom. So you're saying that I'm a good enough potion maker after what? One lesson to create a potion that you haven't taught us and that isn't in the book. I knew that much because I'd checked. It was a question that I asked myself as well, Snape said. But I did some tests on the bath water. It was suffused with a very strong version of the very first potion that I teach first years. The potion that's designed to repair boils, I said. The potion that I specifically told you how to turn into something dangerous, he said. As exemplified by your friend, Mr. Longbottom. It seems like a lot of circumstantial evidence, I said. Nothing that would hold up in court. You haven't been in wizard courts, Miss Hebert, Snape said. The standards of evidence are considerably looser than in the Muggle world. And they aren't asking to have me sent to Azkaban. I asked. No, Snape said. They have declined to press charges, undoubtedly because they intend to kill you the moment that you step off the train at the end of the term. I guess I'd better stay over for the holidays, I said. This is not a laughing matter, he said. The Averies are adult wizards, not schoolboys, and they fully intend to kill you. I already have Death Eaters wanting me dead, I said. Why is this any different? He stared at me. The only way I will survive is to be strong enough that no one will dare to come after me, I said. No one is that powerful except the Dark Lord himself, Snape said. And the headmaster. More importantly, neither of them is alone. They have allies. Were they alone, inevitably someone would try to kill them, and even wizards have to sleep. And I don't have any allies. Where would I find them? I asked. Upper years either despise me for being too confident, or ignore me as unimportant. First years don't have the power to be good allies. That will not always be the case, Snape said. The allies you make now may be with you for your entire life. You think I can afford to make long-term investments? I asked. I realized now how preachy I must have sounded out on the lawn during flight class. I'd hoped that I wouldn't sound like some kind of clueless mom because they thought I was one of them, but listening to Snape now, I found myself feeling impatient, even though part of me knew that he was right. Can you afford not to? Snape said. I frowned. Having someone other than a few bugs to watch my back would be nice, but I'd never been all that good at making friends. Emma had been my only close friend in my childhood, and once she betrayed me, I hadn't had any other friends until I'd been with the Undersiders. As a hero, I'd had work associates. I had never been as close to any of them as I had been to a group of teenage supervillains. The thought that I would never see anyone that I cared about again created an ache in my. Better not to think about it. Focus on the task at hand, and let the rest of it fall as it might. We will go over the potion that you made, Snape said. Including dosages, and why what you did was irresponsible and dangerous. I will explain at length just how dangerous what you did was, and then you will spend whatever time is left cleaning the pot. So you'll help me understand what a safe dosage is. I asked him. Not that I'm admitting to anything, mind you. But I'd have thought that being diluted by that much bathwater would have made it almost harmless. And how much did you put in the bathwater to compensate for that? Snape asked. Well, if I'd done it, I might have put 6 batches in, I said. That's not that much, right, given how much bathwater there was. Snape put his hand to his eyes. Each batch of boil remover consists of 6 doses, Snape said. Made in larger lots to conserve effort and energy. So instead of 6 doses, I'd dropped 36 doses in. He inhaled the fumes, Snape said. Which at lower doses would be relatively harmless. At that dose it formed boils inside his lungs. He was a port to St. Mungo's, and it is likely that it will be several months before he is returned to normal, even with wizard healing. I thought wizards could grow back bones, I said. They can't grow back lungs. Snape said irritably. I'm tempted to turn you over to the authorities myself, and hang what the headmaster wants. Why did he go to bat for me? I asked. He believes that you can reform my wayward house, Snape says. He chuckled darkly. He believes that everyone can be reformed, even you, Miss Hebert. And you. I prodded. He shook his head. I know better. There are people in this world who will never be reformed. I wondered if he felt that he was himself a member of that group. He'd been a Death Eater, after all, and in some ways he still was. He was like any undercover cop, he had to sit by and watch as all sorts of crimes happened. If he tried to stop them, he'd be killed, and whatever good his role was doing would be undone entirely. I'll watch out, I said. I looked up. I don't suppose that the headmaster has decided where to put me over the summer. You've made the task considerably harder with this stunt, Snape said. There were several prospects, but none of them want a blood feud with the Averys. So he isn't dropping me in a muggle orphanage. You'd be dead in 2 days, Snape said. He is continuing to look. As you will be staying over for the holidays, there is no great hurry, is there? I shook my head. Given the way I understood the trace worked, the more time I spent in areas where there were large numbers of wizards, the better. So now we will go over what you did, step by step, Snape said. And I will explain to you exactly what you did. Doubtlessly he intended to be pedantic, and if I'd been an ordinary 11-year-old, being forced to listen to an extra lecture would have bored me to tears. But I'd heard the other Slytherins describing Snape as a potions master. If they'd done it in front of his face, I'd assume that they were exaggerating to get on his good side, but as he had been nowhere nearby, I had to assume that they'd been sincere. But learning the theory behind dosing was something that I absolutely needed to know, and I suspected that he could be a good teacher if he was actually motivated. As it turned out, he could. I didn't even mind having to clean out cauldrons. This was my first Monday at Hogwarts classes. The previous Monday had been spent arriving by train. Learning wizarding combat was something I was very interested in learning. Unfortunately, right now the only combat spells I had were the cutting spell and possibly the levitation spell, and I could dodge with the best of them. However, I hadn't seen how fast wizard spells traveled, which was going to make it hard to just how fast I needed to be. After detention, I found Hermione waiting for me. We were supposed to go to the library together and study with Neville as we'd promised. I had some thoughts about asking the both of them to ask other members of their houses to join our study group. If I couldn't make friends in my own house, I'd have to reach out to others. Hello, I heard from behind me. I'd seen them walking up, of course. Who is this I see, brother? The impossible girl. What? 2 redheads were staring at me and Hermione. A muggleborn snake, the second twin said. It's like seeing an intelligent member of the ministry. Isn't your father a member of the ministry? Hermione asked waspishly. She had aspirations to eventually be Minister for Magic. I didn't have the heart to tell her that the cards were stacked against her. The government seemed to be very much an old boys' network. Of course, I was mostly listening into Slytherin conversations, and so my point of view might be biased. I could reach bugs in any part of the castle, but I didn't dare take my attention off my immediate surroundings in case of more attacks. I did keep an absent ear on the conversations of the people closest to me at all times, and I'd even managed to pay attention to 2 conversations at once, although that too made my head ache. That is a point, the first twin said. And we never said that the fruit falls far from the tree. After all, the second twin said. We're talking to the crazy muggle girl who has already put 4 fifth-year boys in the hospital. Allegedly, I said. So you didn't? They asked. I shrugged. I might have. I've never done anything to anyone who didn't deserve it, at this school at least. So careful with her words, the first boy said. Like a true Slytherin. Are you planning to become a used broom salesperson when you grow up? No, I said. I'd been watching them closely over the past few days. I didn't like some of the pranks they were doing, but it didn't seem that they were focusing on any one group, other than the Slytherins. Against most people, their pranks seemed to be harmless jokes. Against Slytherins, they seemed to be harsher, but as most of the people they targeted in Slytherin seemed to be the people who didn't like me the most, I was tempted to give them a pass on that. You know that Slytherin is unhappy with me, I said. Not anything I've done, in particular, except maybe the beating and the boils, but just because of who I am. They nodded sagely. Part of the reason that I have to be lethal is because as a firstie, I only know a few spells, mostly the cutting spell. If anybody tries to attack me, I'm going to have to cut them, and maybe hurt them badly. If I only knew some less lethal spells, then life might be easier for everybody. Is the little firstie asking us for a favor? One twin asked. Asking us to tutor her in combat spells? The kind that would help her continue to do horrible things to the Slytherins. That should be part of the appeal, I would imagine, I said. Every time I beat a Slytherin, it hurts the rest of them right in the soul. It makes a mockery of everything they believe in. We're very good at mockery, the first twin said. But doing it for free seems a bit much, the second twin said. What would it take for you to agree? I asked. I've got a bit of money. Help, the first twin said. You've got to be a clever little firstie to have done what you've done. Help us with some of our more difficult stunts, and we would be happy to help you along your path to becoming Dark Lady. She's not a Dark Lady. Hermione said gallantly. Not yet, the second twin said. But she's already got friends in Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. If she makes some in Slytherin, that means we're all doomed. Doomed. The first twin said. He grinned at us. I could tell that neither twin believed what they were saying. They reminded me a little of Hubert and Leet, without being nerds. They had an interest they were focused on, and there was a sort of monomania involved, where they had trouble thinking about anything else. I've heard you boys sell joke supplies, I said. I'd be interested in seeing what you had, and I've got some money. Blood money, that, the second twin said. But we can clean it off. Make a list of what you've got and prices, and I'll let you know what I'm planning to buy, I said. With luck, I might be one of your best customers. I suppose you want a list of our more lethal jokes, the first twin said. If you can think of a way to turn it into a weapon, it might make me more inclined to buy it, I admitted. I'm in the snake's den, and I could use any advantage I can get. The two looked at each other, frowning. The professors are keeping a closer eye on us after last year, but with your help we might be able to carry out epic pranks. I reserve the right to refuse to help on anything that is too mean, I said. I don't like bullies. But fun things, sure, I'm willing to help. You aren't planning to hurt anyone, are you? Hermione asked. Or do anything that's going to get someone expelled. We blew up an entire corridor last year, and we're still here, both twins said at once. Hermione frowned and seemed to hesitate. Finally it looked like she came to a decision. She took a deep breath. I want in too, Hermione said, with a quick look at me. I can help, but I want the extra tutoring. So we'd have access to 3 of the 4 houses, the first twin said musingly. This almost seems like a dream come true. Almost too good to be true, the second twin said. If it was any other Slytherin we wouldn't be listening to this at all. Taylor is loyal, Hermione said stubbornly. And she does what she says she's going to do. That's true, I said mildly. Which includes when I make threats. I don't want any pranks directed at me, unless it's required to pull off a prank against the entire house, or the entire school, I said. The entire school? The first twin asked. Firstie has ambitions, the second twin said. What sort of prank would the Firstie have us play on the entire school? Oh, put something in everybody's shampoo to make their hair turn the color of their opposing house, I said. Everybody, and if you could have it be delayed a few hours that would be even better, it would keep late bathers from getting caught up in it. Ambitious, the first twin said. But not impossible. But what about Hufflepuff? Suborn a house elf, I said. They clean everything anyway. Convince one of them to do it, and you'd never have to be even remotely close to them. It'd take some potions work, the first twin said, looking at the other. And we'd have to save it for something big, like the holidays. But it could be done. So what do you think? I asked. I think we can work together, the boys said in unison. They held out their hands, and I shook them. I was one step closer. Bystander. Ready to give up, Firstie? George asked. I grimaced, sweat running down my face. Not running was turning out to be worse than I'd thought. Dodging spells wasn't that hard, I was quick, small, and agile, and I had years of experience with my bug's help. What was hard was keeping it up, my endurance was terrible. Worse, I was training without my bugs. I wasn't going to be able to depend on always having them, and training without them was the only way I was going to get better. I'd finally learned to separate the two based on a difference in the freckles on their faces. To allow them their fun, I pretended that I neither knew nor cared about the difference. Expelliarmus, I called out, but George pivoted, and managed to avoid the spell. Aiming without my bugs was a lot harder too, especially since spells actually were slow enough to dodge. People often weren't where they were when I'd aimed the spell, which meant that I had to anticipate where they were supposed to be. So far, the boys had taught me and Hermione 3 spells. Expelliarmus, Flipendo, and Petrifucus Totalis. In return, we'd already done some minor services for them, dropping small parcels in places, giving them some information about where people would be and the like. Neville had joined us, and he was the one Hermione and I practiced on the most. Hermione had learned the cushioning charm and had taught it to me, and so we were in an abandoned classroom with all the chairs stacked against the wall. We'd been careful that people not know what we were doing. Half our value to the Weasleys was that people didn't know about our connection. I never knew it would be so much fun to abuse a Firstie, George taunted. I found myself flying through the air, hitting the pillows on the wall behind me. I grimaced as I fell to the pads on the floor. The boys had managed to transfigure some after I'd described what they were. What they'd come up with was something more like mattresses than athletic pads. Moving on that kind of unstable surface was hard, but I preferred that to being injured over and over again. The unpleasantness of flying through the air was exactly the kind of thing that helped us get better. Hermione insisted on staying just as long as I had, and to my surprise so had Neville, even though he was having a lot more trouble than I was physically. While I was slim and lithe, he was stocky and had more weight, which made him slower. While that made him a perfect target for us to practice on, it meant that as often as not he was gasping for air by the end of the session and looking like he was going to have a heart attack. The one thing that the twins seemed clear on was that it was better to know a few spells very well, instead of a large number of spells poorly. They'd apparently been involved in some sort of running battle with Slytherin the year before, and it had escalated, giving them more experience than they would have liked. I'd managed another week without being attacked, even though it was just a matter of time. People were stupid, and the initial horror of what had happened to the Avery kid would fade, and the anger would still remain. People would start to rationalize and to assume that it was a one-time thing, and sooner or later someone was going to try something. Without looking weak, I'd tried to explain my position to the Weasley twins, that I did have a sense of humor, but that I couldn't be seen as weak. They'd seemed to understand. There had already been several low-level skirmishes between them and the Slytherins already this year, and I suspected that they were supporting me more as a slap in the face to the Slytherins as to actually help me. The one thing they were doing that was really helpful was that they were giving me an idea of what fighting was like, at least at school. I had no doubt that Aurors and Death Eaters fought on an entirely different level, but I wasn't facing anyone like that. I was dealing with schoolboys, although some of the upper years were getting closer to being actual Death Eaters themselves. If I'd been Voldemort, I'd have already had some of the boys in my organization already. However, I suppose that the Dark Mark, whatever that was, would be hard to hide in a place with people living as closely together as a boarding school. I'd have created a sort of outer level, a bottom layer of members who didn't receive the mark if that was the problem. Having agents in the school itself would be helpful if I was keeping an eye on the Potter kid. I'd heard some of the elder Slytherins speculating about the Dark Lord's interest in him. Apparently he was protected somehow during the summer, and so attacking him at school seemed to be likely. An assassination attempt at the train station would be what I did. Depending on the kind of protection he had, I'd have people attack him there or on the way home. If that didn't work, I'd station people outside his house, and then wait for him to come out. It was possible that his protection was only around his house, like the protections that I'd heard a lot of wizarding houses had. In that case, the first time he went to a restaurant or a walk around the block, he was dead. Wizards, it seemed, tended not to go for group tactics. Battles, at least according to the Weasleys, tended to be one-on-one duels, with larger skirmishes being rare and not involving much in the way of tactics. It was possible that they were wrong, but I hadn't managed to find anything in the library that contradicted them. There were things I could do to take advantage of that. I could teach wizards the advantage of attacking each other en masse, of taking cover, of tactics. But if I did, it wouldn't take the other side long to pick up on how useful those tactics were, and once they did, I'd have started an arms race that might not stop until their entire culture was in flames. Most wizards were relatively lazy, from what I'd heard from Neville and the twins. They did the minimum to get by, and the powers they had ensured that they didn't have to do much. Most wizards didn't have to pay rent, or get insurance, or even maintain a car. They had to pay for some food, but most of their other expenses could be covered with magic. Like most people in the Muggle world, they tended to specialize. One wizard might be good at making a certain thing, but no so good at another. He would trade with someone who had the opposite skills, or they'd both go through a broker. No wizard was good at everything, which was why the economy worked at all. There still had to be people to write the books and raise the food and animals and sell things in shops. If wizards had been able to simply conjure everything they needed, there wouldn't have been much of a need for them to interact with each other at all. Despite this, they were much less interdependent than Muggles, and most of them didn't really have to work much. From what I could see, they weren't required a lot of the education that Muggles received either. They didn't study government, or history. I had a vague idea that arithmancy was something like mathematics, but otherwise I couldn't see any Muggle subjects that were being taught. That meant that most wizards had the equivalent of a 6th grade education. What did that do to their critical thinking abilities? Did it make them more credulous and more easily led? Was that why the education system was set up the way it was, to make ruling over the average wizard that much easier? It wouldn't surprise me to find that the people in power made sure that their children had private tutors and received a better education at home. Limiting their education would also limit opportunities for muggleborns to simply slip back into the Muggle world should they find the prejudice too great. Job opportunities without a high school diploma, or whatever the British equivalent was, would be just as limited in the Muggle world, and I had a nasty suspicion that was the point. Still, before I started suggesting ways to improve wizard tactics, I'd best master theirs. It was possible that there were limitations on wizardly warfare that weren't readily apparent. Despite the cushioning charms, my body was covered in sweat, and I was aching. Hermione and Neville didn't look much better. "As much fun as this is," George said, "we've got to get back to working on our great Halloween project." I took a deep breath and rose to my feet. I grabbed a towel and wiped my face. "I appreciate that you guys are actually following through with this." "We're getting better too," George admitted. "There's some real twats over in Slytherin, and we've already had some run-ins with them this year, even if the professors are keeping an eye on us." I'd already seen some low-level skirmishes in the halls between the different houses. Slytherin and Gryffindor seemed to have the biggest rivalry, although no one seemed to be immune. The Hufflepuffs at least seemed to stick together, which was something that I needed to push for whoever I was going to be working with. "Are you ready?" I asked Hermione, She was wincing as she rose to her feet from where she was working with Fred. She'd questioned why we were starting so violently, but I'd explained to her that it was the very unpleasantness of the experience that made you learn faster. Without something at stake, even if it was just a little pain, no one would ever be motivated to learn to do better. And that would be deadly when stronger spells came into play. Hermione nodded, wiping sweat from her brow. I think I'm getting better, she said. She was, and faster than I was. I'd started with an advantage from my years of fighting, but she was moving forward with a sort of focused intensity that was surprising. I would have been proud to have had a recruit as motivated back on my old protectorate team. I'm going to need a bath, I said. I always checked my bathtub with insects these days, no need to have someone turn my own trick against me. Hermione and I separated. Her house was in one of the towers, and mine was in the dungeons. As I made my way down the stairs, I stiffened as I heard a whispered conversation through my bugs. Are you a snake or a pig? I heard a mocking voice say. Millicent was alone, and two large Gryffindor boys were standing over her. She was staring at the floor. Do you think she even knows? The second boy asked the first. Must be confusing, trying to decide whether to crawl on your belly or stick your face in a trough. I can see which one she's been choosing, the first boy chortled. I heard Mildred sniffle, although she was doing her utmost to pretend that nothing they were saying bothered her. I'd heard her and Tracy talking at night, when they thought I was asleep, and her own family had been making comments to her like this for her entire life. Is the little baby going to go cry to mama? The second boy asked. Because I doubt that the other snakes are going to care. You're part muggle, part snake, and part pig, what does that make her? Stupid, the second boy said. Just look at her face. She shouldn't even be here. I hesitated. I'd been working on getting the goodwill of the other houses, the last thing I needed was for Gryffindor to turn against me, especially as I valued the alliance with the Weasley twins. Getting involved in this would threaten everything I had been trying to put together, and it wasn't like Tracy or Millicent had ever done anything for me. No one had seen me, and it would be easy for me to turn and walk the other way. No one would ever know, and no one would look down on me for something they didn't know I'd tried. Millicent tried to push her way past them, and one of them shoved her back. I closed my eyes. How many times had I gone over my own bullying in my mind? It had lasted years, and while the locker had been traumatic, with bugs crawling all over me, and being trapped in a small, dark space, that hadn't been the worst part. The part that had broken me was that there were dozens of onlookers, people who knew what was happening, and none of them had helped. They'd cared so little about me, that it wouldn't have mattered if I'd died. Objectively I'd known that most of them had probably been too scared to do anything, afraid that they'd end up a target of Emma and Sophia. Still, none of them had so much as put a quiet word in a teacher's ear. Could I really turn myself into a member of that crowd? Could I make myself into exactly what I had hated? No. Sighing, I reached into my pocket for some darkness powder, then I hesitated. I needed to send a message, and attacking from behind would make me seem like just another crazy girl. I could see some first-year Hufflepuffs watching from behind the other corner as well. I had no doubt that they would quickly report whatever they saw to their friends. Stepping around the corner, I said, "Leave her alone." Both of them turned and stared at me. "Well, if it isn't little Miss Crazy," the first boy said. He didn't seem particularly worried. "Facing us in the light," the second one said. "Not too smart." I strode toward them. "Let her go, and I won't hurt you too badly." "Making threats," the second boy said. "Like we're Slytherin cowards." "I warned you," I said. I spun to the side as a stunner flew where I had just been. I had bugs on the boys, but I missed having a defensive screen of bugs. "Flipendo!" I shouted, and one boy went flying. My left arm went numb as the other boy's spell clipped me. I ignored it, and I continued walking toward him. "You think the stories about me are overblown?" I asked. "Exaggerated." I lunged forward and grabbed his wand. He held onto it tightly, and with a twist of my wrist, I snapped it. I stuck my wand in his face and I said softly, "Defendo." Hairs fell from his bangs. He grimaced and lunged forward, and I spun out of the way. He tripped and fell, and suddenly Millicent was on his back, pounding his face into the floor. The other boy was rising to his feet, but I quickly petrified him. Once I had both boys petrified, I levitated the first one by his clothes, and I moved him toward the head of the stairs. "I've had some pretty good luck with stairs," I said to Millicent. "Do you think anyone would know what happened if I dropped him off the side here?" I could hear muffled groans coming from him. The Hufflepuffs had already left. I wasn't planning to do anything terrible to him, but I needed him to understand. Floating him out over the side of the staircase, I flipped his body so that he was facing straight down. "I hope you invested in good quality robes," I said. "If those rip, it's lights out for you. Or you could start leaving the lower years alone," I said. "Most of them aren't Death Eaters yet, but it's almost like you want them to be." There were muffled cries from the two boys. The other boy was watching what was happening with wide open eyes, even as Millie was punching away at him. She was doing a good job. I let him drop a little bit, and I could hear a muffled scream. There was also a little ripping sound. I swung him around so that he was back up on the landing. You could try to take revenge on me, I said. But I can get to you even in your own room. Letting the boy drop to the floor, I leaned forward and whispered, I even know the password to your common room, it's Mongoose. The boy muttered something about Neville. Oh, Neville didn't tell me. I know how to get in the Hufflepuff common room and the Ravenclaw too. Nobody is safe, and if you should happen to catch me by surprise, well, I'm not even angry with you now. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry, I don't think. The last person who made me angry was Mr. Avery, and where is he now? I stood up and kicked the boy in the face. I might have loosened some teeth and broken his nose, but I didn't do any permanent damage. Come on Millie, I said. They aren't worth it. Although I kept my face neutral, inside I was grimacing. This was going to cause problems with the Gryffindors. Hopefully I'd be able to explain it to the Weasley twins in a way they could understand. The last thing I needed was to have two houses against me. I stiffened as I felt Millie grab my left arm. She was looking up at me with an expression that seemed strange on her face. Her eyes were shining.